rings in our ears, but the more we race, the sound of its tone. We'll thunder and feast on any man, any beast. Doesn't matter, we'll snack on them all. The stragglers we did consume are dropped in our sacrifice too. They scream and they run, but that's part of the fun, as the ogres are coming to get ya! There's jumping on this, feeding our guts, we are struggling in trees, tearing to it, we kill all the more, the power and runs what we for. Clutching and fighting, we kill for the more, the power and runs what we do in it.
That burp at the end always gets me. It's so much fun. All right, guys, we're back with the faction war, taking it back to the old school conquest mode. So we now have the capture point, of course, in the old school land battle, which is going to be quite a bit of fun. And yeah, I'm super excited, man. This is going to be great. First match of the day, a very sweaty one. We have the Demons of Chaos facing off against the Tomb Kings. So it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight for sure. And we'll give you guys a quick teaser of the brackets. So let's see if this pulls up correctly. There it is. So round one, we have Tomb Kings up here. I don't know if you guys can see the cursor, but regardless, I will fix that. There you go. So you have Tomb Kings versus Demons of Chaos, followed by the Beastmen against Bretonnia, Slaanesh against Dwarves, Norska against Chaos Dwarves, Vampire Counts against Ogre Kingdoms, Greenskins against Demons of Slaanesh, which are representing our sub-faction today. So that means they're playing Demons of Chaos with only Slaanesh, and that's going to be Aerocrastic. Nurgle versus Empire, Skaven versus Vampire Coast, Hyles versus Tzeentch, and then we have a multitude of factions waiting in the secondary round as well. Lizardmen, Wood Elves, Khorne, Dark Elves, Grand Cathay, Kislev, and Warriors of Chaos, respectively. So here's all your champions. So yeah, that's that. We got this going. A lot of good players, a lot of familiar faces, several faction war champions from Warhammer 2 days. Anticity, of course, won 2 faction wars with Coast. Hadri's won 2 faction wars with Skaven, and I believe several other people here have won faction wars before, although I'm not sure off the top of my head. It's definitely some new faces. Aerocrastic, of course, won 2 Everchosen tournaments, but yeah, that is what we got going down. Let's get it going. All right, so we're going to be loading into the tourney here in just a second, and we can start our first game in just a moment. Let's see if it loads in correctly. Come on, you can do it, buddy. There we go. All right. So game one is going to be Alfredinho facing off against Tim the Wilder. Alfredinho, these guys are really, really good players. These are 2 guys that many people would have suspected would be meeting in the finals of this tournament. Tim, of course, is a top-tier domination player, but also he's a top-tier conquest and land battle player as well. So he is just kind of good at pretty much everything in this game. And Alfredinho, of course, if you guys remember, he got 2nd place in the Warhammer 2 World Championships and has always been a top contender in pretty much every tournament he plays in. He's also another individual who's extremely good at both, the land battle format as well as domination mode. Even though he just plays domination casually, he just randomly showed up to a huge domination tournament like a month ago, and he managed to get a qualify for the CA event, which was crazy. And he just probably hadn't even been practicing. He's just got those natural skills. Now, we're playing 500 victory tickets today, so I know one of the things you often do see in land battle are, especially with Tzeentch-centric factions like Demons of Chaos and Tzeentch, you'll see protracted games really utilizing the shields and the spells. But with 500 victory tickets, you have 8 minutes and 20 seconds in total of letting your opponent have the objective. So I'm curious if Tim is going to take an approach where he just moves up on the point and tries to, hunker down there, maybe with like a Bone Giant or some Ushapti Great Bows and just force his opponent to come to him, or if he's going to do like a Bull Rush. You never know. Typically, in my experience, you've seen Tim be a little bit more defensive, I suppose. And yeah, we'll see what he's got, though. It's got to be great. Did you see the band Gojira? Yeah, the opening after the Olympics. I did see a clip of that on YouTube. It looked like fun. I did invite Felcon to this, but he's been out of the loop in Total War for a while, so he was not terribly interested. He's a little out of practice, I suppose, but it would be fun. How was it decided which factions skip around? That was randomized, but the rest of it, basically every player in the Discord got a veto. So every player was allowed to say in the Discord where we're organizing this event, they were allowed to say, hey, I'm going to be banning these 3 factions, and I do not want to have to play them in the first round. Beyond the first round, there's nothing they can do. Like, they might run into, a faction they don't want to play in a later round, but everyone in the tournament got basically 3 bans and is avoiding those. in the first round. So Alfredino banned some factions, Tim banned some, and they're not obviously either of those there. So yeah, it's time. It's going to be a good old Royal Rumble here. And if you guys want rapid fire games, it is going to be just back to back, because in this format, all the other players are currently getting the lobbies ready, right? So yeah, we're ready. Still in contact with the Dark Lord? Yeah, I'll chat with Falcon every now and then. Every couple months. The donations are coming to get you. Thank you, T-Rex. That's a huge one. Thank you. That is turbo generous of you. Thank you so much, T-Rex. And I sincerely hope you're doing well, man. We're going to make this a good one for you. Demons of Chaos look to be ready. And it looks like now we are firing this one off. And it is go time. Although now some last minute changes. Players obviously, want to make sure they get their builds right. It's, in domination mode, you can have like some contingencies a little bit more so. But here, oh, wow. That is not what I was expecting at all from either of these players. So we see, look at that, a Nurgle. That's basically just Nurgle with like one Zeech unit. He's got Uncle for Uncle, and he also has the Shrieking Sky Rays. And then Tim is coming in with a rush build using double Kemrian War Sphinx with melee Shopti, as well as Skeleton Horseman Archers. Okay, this is completely, everything is single elimination because we have 25 players, right? And it's just, if it was best of threes, it would take 12 hours or something, potentially. I don't know, maybe longer. But everything is going to be single elim. Yes. Atrix says, "Help! I'm trapped in 2020." You are. Wow, this is not what I was expecting at all from Alfred. I was not expecting this. I was expecting a Tzeentch caster. I was expecting Karanak. Totally different than on what I was expecting. Anyways, for the forces of Tim the Wilder, he's coming in with a rush build. So he's going to be using a very chaff-centric front line of skeletons. You don't need to win any beauty contest to beat Nurglings, because in the secondary, we have the Ushopti for that. So the Ushopti will, with their recent buff in 5.1 to get their bonus first infantry up to 12, will trade pretty damn well into like Nurglings and Plague Bearers and things like that. It'll be fine. Skeleton Horseman Archers, yeah, you do need something to put some pressure on the air. If you don't, for example, have any archers whatsoever, the Changebringers could potentially ruin your day. Heralds of Decay can cause some serious problems. So I do like this a bit. And we do have the new buffed Kemrian War Sphinxes. These things are really, really good in this patch. I think one of the better monsters in the entire game, honestly, for their price point. Their impact hits hit so freaking hard compared to other monsters. I don't know what's going on with that. So it's very, very cool. We got High Queen Khalida. We do have the Kemrian War Sphinx here. Khalida does not do magic damage, but she is a decent little duelist. So she'll give a little bit of punch against some of those characters. And this is it for Tim's army. It's just a straight up Tomb King's Rush build. And look at it, old Alfred. Alfred is basically just playing Nurgle with Uncle for Uncle and double Beast of Nurgle. So I wonder if Alfred is going to be trying to hunker down to the point, which could potentially counter out Tim's build. I mean, he does have the advantage. Well, no, he doesn't have a Mortis, actually. No Exalted Great Unclean one. So no Mortis engine, so the Tomb Kings might be able to grind with this. We do have Rancid Visitations and Fleshy. Is that it? No, actually just Rancid Visitations going for a little bit of sniping with the Heralds of Decay or Angels of Decay. So these with their Unholy Hand Grenades in tandem with the Rancid Visitations could be pretty brutal. And immediately out of the gates, Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance going down to the Shrieking Sky Rays here. And Tim is going to be moving up, and wow, a lot of damage going down to the Sky Rays, and the objective, of course, will be opening up in 30 seconds. It seems as if the objective is certainly doing a good job of forcing the players to fight. They're moving up to fight right away on that point, and obviously going for a Demons of Chaos and Nurgle-centric build is very evident that he wants to fight over the objective. It is a long time, though. It's 8 minutes, and Tim completely obliterating the Shrieking Sky Rays already. You can see their HP is down 70-80%, and the Tomb Kings have clashed with the front line. The dreaded Beasts of Nurgle. The only reason I could see maybe the Beasts of Nurgle here is because of their efficacy against some of the bigger constructs. I think they'll be decent against the Ushopti, and if they have to fight the Sphinxes, they could be okay as well. And here we see Khalida. Khalida getting a little bit crunk here. Moving up, and the Plague Toads are going to start going after Khalida in tandem with the Angels of Decay, maybe. A little bit hard to say. Uncle for Uncle being focused down by the Skeleton Horseman Archers, and they're doing some good damage so far, but the objective probably will be going to Nurgle. It's a little bit hard to tell. The objective here is very small, and yeah, the Demons of Chaos are going to be grabbing that one. But again, it's 8 minutes. You have a long time to do this, right? And it's not like Alfredino is using any heavy healing in his build. He's mainly got like some sniping elements with just naturally durable infantry. The melee Shopti should have a decent time against the Nurglings. You can see they're starting to crumble down a little bit, and the Kemrian War Sphinxes are, doing some rampaging with some spear support right now. Oh man, Alfredino landing that Herald of Nurgle, and it's certainly in a very precarious situation, although Khalida is very close to dying, actually. Man, the Heralds of Decay with the Unholy Hand Grenades in tandem with the Rancid Visitations have gotten Kalita very low. And the Herald of Nurgle, remember, is a good fighter too. It has actually a very good stat line. But yeah, it's taking some damage as well. Both players going knockdown, drag out to try and take out the other player's Lord. Negative 24 leadership on Kalita. 4 leadership. Is she going to be able to get this Herald of Nurgle to go down into the pits of hell with her? I'm not sure. Tim could be losing this Lord very, very early on. Kalita does have good base leadership, and right now the Herald of Nurgle is in massive danger as well. Alfredinho could be losing this Herald, and that would probably be, ooh, maybe GG for them. That would probably give Tim the Wilder the game here. And Kalita, the High Queen, gets the job done. The Herald of Nurgle pays the troll toll as the double Cambrian War Sphinx is continuing to get her done. And here we see High Queen Kalita getting hit by the hand grenades of the Angels of Decay, and she's going to be crumbling out as well. I think the demons will probably suffer a little bit more, and Tim's Archer Corps is just doing so freaking well. And you can see they're just getting a lot of volley fire and shooting into the Angels of Decay perpetually. Furunkel is still alive. He's hanging in there to try and carry the build for Alfredinho. But it looks like Tim the Wilder is going to come in with maybe something his opponent didn't expect. That's for sure. I mean, it was a rush build. Double Cambrian War Sphinx with Ushapti. It was very fast. It was very furious. And I'd be curious to talk to Alfredinho about, you know, the Furunkel pick. I understand the Angels of Decay as well as Rancid Visitations. Like, Lord Sniping is very powerful. Especially here because you can't resummon your Lord, right? But overall, that looks like it's going to be the forces of the Tomb Kings with a crushing victory here in Game 1. GG, well played, and that is going to be the Tomb Kings taking Game 1 in 3 minutes and 21 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. That is Conquest mode for you. Fast, knockdown, drag out, and that is only the first of many wild, weird matches you're going to be getting today. Kalita's first kill in Warhammer 3. Oh man. Yeah, that was that was basically just a Nurgle build with the Beasts of Nurgle, which, I don't know, are kind of weak against the Spear line, I suppose. Furunkel 600 value, just a lot of things didn't go super well there, that is for sure. But GG, well played. Tim's build worked like a charm. The rush was very effective. The Skeleton Horseman Archers, insane value. There's pretty much no mitigation against them. And yeah, that is going to be Game 1, so let's go ahead and update the bracket here. So we're going to head on over to the bracket. And let me do this. All right, do we have that pulled up? I think we do. Was it this one? Okay, hold on just a second. 1 second here. All right, so let me go to the bracket, update the score here, and that is going to be a Tomb Kings victory for Tim the Wilder. And next up, if we go over to the brackets, let's see if this works. There we go. We're going to have Tim the Wilder in the next round facing off against the Lizardmen. So Lord Chickenfeed and Tim, they're both clanmates. They are going to be fighting in the next round. So Tomb Kings versus Lizards was a very common matchup. But now we have Beastmen versus Bretonnia. So that should be pretty fun as well. All right, so let's get this party started. Let's have some fun and move on to the next round. Well played to Alfredinho. He's done very well in our faction wars of the past, and I look forward to having him in there again in the future, of course, if he wants to. And yes, we can do it. Okay, so let's join with this. And do that, and 1, 2, 3. Let's do a little bit of admin action here as well. All right. GG, well played. See you around, Alfred. Great sport as always. Arrow saying he's going to be carrying the Demon Torch for Alfred. Respect that. And here we are with the next game. Beastmen versus Bretonnia on the Cliff of Beasts. This one's usually pretty quick too. It's a knockdown, drag-out fight. So both of these factions in what you probably see today in land battle. So if you're watching, you know, for example, Human Boy, he does great work with land battle stuff, by the way. He does, they use the Fruit Rules, if I'm not mistaken. It's a rule set that, you know, has some pretty heavy duty restrictions on Bretonnia and some on Beastmen as well. Like, for example, Beastmen aren't allowed to bring double Gorgon, if I'm not mistaken. And I know Bretonnia has limits on Grail Knights and Hippogriff Knights. Today we have no such restrictions. It's the Wild West, so pretty much every faction has no restrictions. They can bring duplicate spells, duplicate abilities, items, whatever. The only restrictions we have are on a couple units, which are gyrocopters for dwarves are limited to 2 because they're one of the most broken things. So you can only have 2 of those in total. We also have some minor restrictions on Doom players for Skaven. I've heard that, you know, 4 of them in land battle can be really oppressive. So there's 2 of them, but I think the unit caps only allow you to bring 3 anyways, right? Is it 4? I'm not sure, but they can only bring 2, and the Empire can only bring the Landship and Steam Tank are like mutual picks, and you can only have 1 in total. So those are, I think, the only restrictions, and the Thunder Barge as well. Thunder Barge is restricted too. 342 like blades for Aspinall later today. Yeah, it could be Spirit of Gorg. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Ogres? Ogres are being played by Flying Taco. Yeah, they're being played. Fruit doesn't limit grails, especially. Yeah, they have a limit, though, right? There can only be 2 of them. I think you can bring 3 normally. And Hippogriff Knights are limited as well. Yes, yes. Arrow is playing the Demons of Slaanesh. So he's playing our sub-faction. It's been a tradition. Okay, you know, I was expecting... We kind of raised the restrictions on Bretonnia, on Hippogriff Knights and Grail Knights. I was expecting more of those, or maybe like a double Hippogriff Knight build, but it looks like Alric Rawl is going to be coming in with a very traditional build, using polearms to fight Minotaurs and Mass, with Mass Knights of the Realm and Yeomen as well. Yeomen are actually not bad here. They can kind of kite Centaurs of Tzeentch and poke them down. Not a terrible tech, and Alberic does give the bonus for large to all those nearby units as well. Yeah, Arrow is hands down playing the hardest thing in the tournament. He's playing Demons of Chaos, but he's only allowed to use Slaanesh Demons. He chose that fate for himself. Typically, it's a tradition in our faction wars to allow players to, or allow one person to play a sub-faction. So since we don't have sub-factions in Warhammer 3 anymore, we kind of just did that. And that was his choosing, by the way. We gave other options. And he can only bring like 6 units. He has Fiends, he has Demonettes, Exalted Demonettes, Fiends, Seekers, the Hellflayers, the other Chariots, and then obviously the characters that are available to Demons of Chaos within Slaanesh, which will be interesting. He's playing Greenskins in the first match. Yeah, you made it in time. Yeah, it's good. It's very good. This is a good build by Ulrich. Yeah, I think Ulrich's build is very clean. Knights of the Realm are incredibly cost effective. If you go back to Warhammer 2, this is a matchup when I was playing tournaments back in Warhammer 2, like, you know, a good 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, whatever it may have been. Typically, yeah, Knights of the Realm are big breadwinners. You know, Fey Enchantress, Double Paladin is something you've seen in this matchup quite a bit. Alberic, of course, is quite good, and especially after some of the HP buffs that some of these big beasties got, you know, him and Lewin are very good. Lewin is considered to be one of the tyrants, for sure, of this format. He's very, very powerful. Ulrich Rawl with the potato internet. He'll get there eventually. And we're going to see how it goes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, indeed. Let us know your predictions. By the way, if you guys are not in the Discord channel, it's a little bit late now, but for future ones, what we do for the faction war that is a lot of fun is we allow people who are spectating the faction war, all of you guys who are watching, to submit like a bracket prediction. So prior to the tournament, you can submit your own bracket, which we provided a format for, and you can guess who you think is going to win. And whoever has the most correct guesses is going to be winning a cash prize of $25. So it's a fun little thing. So over the course of the tournament, you can kind of get more invested in your picks. It's much like March Madness that you see for basketball and all that kind of good stuff. So when will the Ogres be casted? The Ogres are coming up soon. I think they're the 4th or 5th game in the tournament. And obviously in this format, the battles are pretty quick. So compared to Old Dom. All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the build. Oh, it's an RTK Civil War here. We got Big JP versus Ulrich Rawl. This is very standard for Beastmen. Oftentimes, you'll see Ungor Spearmen in the front line. They're just a cheap chaff unit, and they got poking sticks against Cav. What's not to love? You don't need a ton to beat down Bretonnian infantry either. So it is going to be a Doom Bull. I like Doom Bull. He's got the slow on his punch, and he's cheap. He can punch down cavalry units. It's a lot of fun. I don't know if he's the most meta pick. Although against Beastmen, or against Bretonnia, what would you see? Maybe like just a Traderkin caster on a chariot with like a wider army might be a little bit more common in my anecdotal experience. We do have a Brave Shaman of the Wild with Traderkin, extremely good. If the Bretonnian Knights bunch up, you're able to get a ton of value. Grog Hooves of Wolves run, so Centaurs with throwing axes, and Big JP is going to be rocking the Centaurs of Tzeentch. Incredibly powerful unit. These things just hit so high above their pay grade. I'm not quite sure what it is. Probably has something to do with their animations or the way they pile in. But they hit like trucks, they have good AP, and are a huge boon against Bretonnia. Couple Minas with great weapons, and the Butchers of Kalkengard. Butchers are very meta. They're pretty much not in every Beastmen build, but they're in, you know, most of them. And Minotaurs with great weapons. We got the McDonald's Minotaurs looking very yellow here. Yeah, they're great against the cavalry, right? So we're going to see if the Beastmen have the tools, though, to take down the Halberds. We do have a couple polearms, and there are going to be 4 of those in total. That might be one thing that we do see the Beastmen struggle to kill. There's no Ungor Raiders here, and I guess if you can blob them up and just surround them, you could still kill them, but, you know, it ain't going to be easy. That is for sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Mounted Yeoman Archers here for Ulrich Rawl. Mounted Yeoman, like I said, I think a very good tech here. Very, very potent at poking down Minotaurs as well as the Centaurs of Tzeentch. I love the polearm front line. I think that's one of my favorite elements of Ulrich's build. And then we do have a lot of Knights of the Realm as well. Yeah, welcome. That's right. You need to send a turn. Yes, that's right, Grimsoka. How you doing, man? Hope you've been doing well. All right, mounted yeoman archers going to be moving up to do some poking. Their speed, I believe, is just over 90, 92. Centaurs of Tzeentch do have 92 speed as well, so pretty much equal speed. So with good micro here, Ulrich should be able to get back. And we do see the Centaurs of Tzeentch getting poked down. Their shields immediately penetrated, and that's pretty cost effective. Now the objective is completely secured by the Beastmen, so that is going to be forcing the Bretonnians to move forward. But I mean, Ulrich's build isn't a build that's going to sit back and kite you for 4 or 5 minutes and then engage. It's a build that's going to get in and just Royal Rumble, right? We got 4 Knights of the Realm, a lot of heavy-hitting cavalry here. We do also have Alberic, who's a very aggressive lord, and he has the Trident Manon. So if you're able to take a fight on the objective against Beastmen if you want to, you can simply just use the Trident and probably break these Ungors like almost instantly. Big JP is going to be playing more defensively here. He's at the range disadvantage, and certainly those Bretonnian cavalry are very threatening. So it looks like he's going to be hanging back, sitting on objective number 1 and just trying to hunker down on that bad boy and see what the Bretonnians want to do. Now, the Bretonnian polearms, the men-at-arms with polearms, especially with the Grail Relic nearby, should be able to trade pretty well into the Ungor Spearman herd. And sorry about the lag, we do have some lag every now and then. But yeah, it's gonna happen. It'll be fast one way or the other. Alberic to Bordello is up in the sky, so you're gonna be engaging here. He's waiting for the opportunity. Bretonnia just kind of concaving in. We see the dreaded peasant hordes as well as the Knights of the Realm circling around the side. Mounted yeomen just kind of circling and looking for opportunities to poke any good value targets like the Centaurs of Tzeentch. Big JP wisely pulling back, so he pulls back the Centaurs of Tzeentch, and you should let them regenerate their shields in full. And Knights of the Realm do charge in, as well as Knights Errant. Yep, so Knights Errant, Knights of the Realm move in. They do manage to pick off a couple Ungors on the charge. Their lances getting a couple kills there. And on the outside, the yeoman archers are really, really crowding in this Beastman army. The sheep and the various farm animals are being corralled here by the Bretonnian archers. And you can see they're in a very defensive formation here. But the fighting will erupt very quickly. And when it does erupt, it is going to get pretty crazy, that is for sure. So in the front, Ungor Spearmen engaging against peasant mobs. Alberic, he can get a quick tear route on these guys if he wants to. And we are going to be seeing Knights of the Realm as well as Knights Errant charging into brace spears. But even still, they'll do some damage, and Alberic probably is going to lead to a pretty quick tear route, depending on how long that fight stays. Looks like they're going to be pulling back, so probably not. Centaurs of Tzeentch from Big JP on the countercharge. Ulrich Rahl with very clean micro is able to pull back the Knights of the Realm, and it looks like the lag has subsided a little bit, which is nice. The Bretonnians are going to start grinding this fight out and probably will win that one eventually. Knights of the Realm coming around the backside, and both players playing a very cagey game of cat and mouse, which is fun, and often that's how this matchup goes. It's both players kind of fishing for that mobile engagement to see who can get the better one. And neither of them really have a huge core of archers to kind of force the issue. Minotaur is charging into polearms here a little bit. Now it looks like the Mino bus is going to be moving in and starting to hit those defenders of Flare de Lis. But they pull back immediately, so Ulrich with some really, really good micro. And the men-at-arms with polearms are going to be saturating into engage. Now in the middle we get a big fight. Trident Manon's going to be going down. These filthy beastmen are going to be taking a bath here. And they're going to get splashed by the Trident Manon. That's going to tank their leadership, probably going to be leading to a terror route. And the objective is going to start flipping to the Bretonnians. So, not that it's a huge deal in this game mode, but it can win you the game over the course of a really long scrap for sure. Battlefield control is a variable. But now the Bretonnians are going to be surging forth. We see the Knights of the Realm moving up with men-at-arms with polearm support. That is going to be forcing the Beastman army back a little bit. It does seem as if the Beastman army maybe is lacking a little bit in infantry killing power towards men-at-arms, but we're going to see. And here comes the Knights of the Realm. It looks like their charge was broken by the mighty Doom Bull, who's going to be punching that guy in the face. Oh, he just punched 3 guys off their horses. That's pretty impressive. And the Minotaur line is going to be saturating into the secondary a little bit. So we do see the Minotaurs and the Butchers of Kalkengard trying to get on top of these Knights of the Realm here. And should be able to pick off a couple models here and there. Objective still hasn't flipped yet, but it will eventually here on this side. Ungor Spearman herd are pretty much folding up. And 1 unit of Centaurs of Tzeentch does get completely bullied by these Knights Errant and Peasant mobs, which is a pretty unfortunate fight for them. And I think the Ailman also had something to do with that. But Ulrich Rahl is definitely ahead in this fight. He does have healing as well. Although the Beastmen do get a good engagement here. The Knights of the Realm are caught by Minotaurs with great weapons, and they're going to be taking some heavy casualties in sustained combat. That is for sure. But we see the cows with some unhappy moves as Ulrich Rahl does maintain his value lead, and with healing taken into account, that's going to get a little bit scarier for sure. But all it would take is like a big Traderkin on one blob fight. Like if Ulrich commits too heavily to a blob fight and there's a big Traderkin, that could easily change the momentum of the fight. But the Beastmen are getting a little bit beaten up here. Butchers of Kalkengard are getting low, and if they break out of this position, what's going to end up happening is, they're going to get chased down. This is a beautiful play, by the way. So the Beastmen were trying to, get up and around here and find a way into this engagement with their, other mobility. But Ulrich moved his spears and infantry over and created a gap right here. So that is just some God's tier play there by Ulrich. Really, really good positioning. And it basically cut off the Beastmen reinforcements and the Centaurs. And look at the leadership break on the Beastmen here. We see the Minotaurs with great weapons fleeing the scene. These ones are piecing out. And on the backside, the mounted yeoman archers are just going to chase them down. And it's looking like it's going to be a very, very good game here for the forces of Bretonnia, as they do pull a value lead of 6.9 against 4.4. On the backside, another Traderkin's going to be going down. And that is a really good counterplay by Big JP. Knowing he's kind of in the pits a little bit, he does get his Doom Bull to blob up a bunch of enemy units. And he gets an incredibly cost-effective Traderkin on top of Defenders of Fleur de Lis, Knights of the Realm, and all those other goodies right there. Now, what do the Beastmen have left? We have 1 unit of Centaurs of Tzeentch. We have the Arawar throwing axes. Well, there's so many Bretonnian polearms. The objective has flipped back to the forces of Bretonnia, so they're not really in any stressful situation. The pressure is going to be on the Beastmen here to try and get that back, over the course of the next 7.5 minutes, give or take, which is how long he has. The objectives typically, it's 8 minutes and 20 seconds of control, if I'm not mistaken, if my potato math is accurate. But really good scrapping by Big JP. On the outsides of the formation, he's using his Centaurs of Tzeentch as well as the remnants of his Minotaurs to, find opportunities where he can. Bretonnian's Cavalry Corps is looking really non-existent. But what they do have is 1 million polearms. They also have, some tattered Knights of the Realm back here. The Yeomen still have really good ammunition. And I'm telling you, these guys are like the sleeper carries right now. They've just been able to poke down so many units and honestly probably doing pretty well in value. Yeah, 500 value on a mounted Yeoman. That is very, very cost-effective for sure. So the sad moves are happening right now. But, we will find out how that's going to go down. Minotaurs with Grey Weapons charging across after the Knights Errant. Big JP's forces looking very, very beleaguered here. Balance of power massively favoring Ulrich at this stage in the game at the 6-minute and 20-minute mark. Is there an opportunity for a comeback? I don't think so. Ulrich is a very, very high micro player, pretty clean player generally. And I think it's going to be very tough for Big JP to come back. So the Civil War probably will be concluding soon here. There is, of course, a life caster, so that's, there's a couple variables you need to take into account, right? With that and healing, Ulrich is pretty far ahead here, and we do see the Mighty Griffin descending from the skies. The Doom Bull is going to be getting harried and hunted, and that probably is going to be a tap out for the Beastmen here in a second. Army losses is, of course, in this game mode. Traderkin going down. One last Traderkin, which has done very well this game. I think that's the second Traderkin. Yep, almost at 1,500 value there. That was a really good one. If the game was a little bit closer, that Traderkin could have been a big deal. We do see the Doom Bull kind of beating the brakes out of Alberic, though. He's punching him in the face. It's such a cool fight. This is what Warhammer Fantasy is all about. Just a giant Doom Bull fighting Alberic. Oh, you gotta love it. So, yeah, when the Doom Bull does punch you, it lowers your MD as well as your speed. It kind of dazes him. So, he's going to want to pull back here. But the polearms, here's the thing. Alberic could just run around and chase whatever he wants. And the Bretonnian polearms, if you just get them under a Grail Relic on the objective, there's basically nothing the Beastmen could do against it. Big JP looking for any opportunity to get back in the game. Maybe if he were able to somehow cheese Alberic, let's say Ulrich got, overconfident and Alberic ended up getting killed. That might be a weird opportunity, but even still, I think the polearms with the Grail Relic and just the sheer number of Bretonnians left on the battlefield would probably be enough. This one might even trigger army losses too, so the regrowth is going to be going down, and that's going to be a massive bounce of power shift, as Alberic is a very powerful character, and when he's getting those heals, it's going to be causing problems. Probably still some Traderkins in the back pocket for Big JP. I mean, the mounted Yeomen are beat up, and JP is rallying some units. He does have the Grog Hooves, some tattered Centaurs of Tzeentch. Everything else is pretty much on the run. The polearms are going to be heading back to the middle here. Yeah, they're heading over to the objective. Because here's the thing. There's so we don't have any attacking rules today. Players are allowed to do whatever they want in tandem with the objective, right? So there's some nuances to this game mode for sure, and I'll talk about those in between games here coming up. GG, well played. And with that, the Bretonnians have claimed victory in our second game of today's Faction War Showdown. I want to sincerely thank you all for joining. It was a little bit of lag, but honestly, it wasn't too bad. As far as laggy Warhammer games go, we've had much worse. So looking at this build, Traderkin was really good. Probably just having a Traderkin caster on a chariot running around would be more cost effective, and then just going wider. I'm not sure. Yeah, get a Traderkin caster, maybe get some Ungor Raiders to poke down the polearms. With a couple Ungor Raiders, you could probably play more defensively. Centaurs of Tzeentch really got limited on value, so did Minotaurs. Just rough engagements for sure, but it was a really good game. I love the Halberd Corps. I thought that was nice. Knights of the Realm performed. Alberic, no crazy value on any one unit really. It was kind of a strange one there. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's go update the old bracket and take a look at things here today. So that is going to be a victory for Ulrich Rahl and the Bretonnians. Ulrich will be advancing on to the next round to face the winner of Slaanesh and the Dwarves, which is going to be our next game. So the grudges will be satisfied, and let's get this next one going. And now we just need to find the next match. So those are our players here for today. Dwarves for Slaanesh, and let's join that lobby. Probably my favorite thing about Faction War is how fast and how furious it is. We just get games going as long as the players are organized, and Yeah, it's good. I mean, we're already in the next lobby, about to fire this one off. Just got into the stream. The Greenskins have not played yet. No, the Greenskins are coming up in a little bit. Gojira is playing against Aerocrastic. That's going to be a fun one. It's Greenskins versus Demons of Slanesh. Yeah, that'll be hype. Would it be crazy if Aero won the whole tournament just just with the Demons of Slanesh only, like 5 units that he gets to bring? That would be absolutely wild. All right, guys. So here we are. We have the... Well, that is an interesting build. Yeah, just Warriors of Slanesh. I guess that makes sense. And yeah, they're going to be facing off against the Doomseekers, and it looks like a Dwarf Hero Core. A little bit off meta, I suppose. Oftentimes you see those Slayer characters. They're just so cost effective. But yeah, Felix is obviously not a bad pick by any stretch of the imagination. And Furies of Slanesh, of course, are very, very meta here, right? They're going to be incredibly good. All right. He may have built for Gyros, yes, but we do see Furies in general against Dwarves. They're pretty good against them with their AP values. You can use them to rear charge infantry and do this. So this is normal Slanesh. Arrow is playing only demons. So taking a look at the Dowie build. Oh, this is such an out-of-region build. Oh, man. So he's got Norgrimling's Ironbreakers, okay. He does also have the long Dronx Slayer Pirates of Karak Dive Bar. And they have an aura of -10 melee attack, which is actually really big. Oh, that's so haggard. He's going to be... If Slanesh brought, like, Slicing Shards, it would basically counter this whole build if he brings Slicing Shards. But I don't know if he did. Oh, he did bring it. He brought it. Holy shit. If he gets a direct hit of Slicing Shards, that is going to be such pain for these dwarves. Oh, my God. So we do have the Lord. We have a Runesmith with Rune of Wrath and Ruin against, I suppose, Demonettes. And Rune of Negation as well. And it is going to be Slayers. Slayers and Doomseekers. Oh, this is so mouth-breathing. I love it. And for the Slanesh build, it is going to be Chaos Warriors of Slanesh. Recently coming off a cost reduction, they'll trade well into like Longbeards and Slayers and things like that and grind pretty well. But this entire game is basically going to come down to the effectiveness of the Slicing Shards. If the Slicing Shards gets a direct hit, so what you need to do, here's how Slanesh basically wins this game. They move up, they get a full surround, they sandwich the dwarves so the dwarves can't move, and then you do an overcasted Slicing Shards on the dwarf blob, and you just insta-win the game base. Not insta, but it will be brutal, right? So that's really going to come down to Coop's here. Is Coop going to be able to pull that off? And the dwarves are just going to go for an objective victory, which is possible. I would say that in this game mode, probably about 10, maybe like 10 to 15% of the games I've played, and I played probably 50, 60 games on it, are won by the objective. So using the Furies here is an interesting choice. To dive in like that. That's a big mistake from Coops out of the gates. Like, there's no... I mean, he's trying to blob the dwarves up and get a Slicing Shards going, I guess. Let's see what kind of damage we get here. So the dwarves are going to run. Oh, they're not going to run? Okay, this is going to be really interesting. So he sacrifices Furies. Oh! That did some okay damage. Not as much as I expected. Did they nerf that spell, or did he not overcast it? I think he might have needed to overcast it. That didn't seem to do as much damage as I remember, because old Slicing Shards would like one-shot everything underneath it. But yeah, that's a mistake. Sending in those Furies to their doom was definitely a big issue here. And now I think we are going to see an advantage for the forces of the Dowie. That was definitely a bit of a sloppy engagement by Slanesh. They're moving in the front with some of the Chaos Warriors, and there are going to be some Fury summons. But the dwarves are going to be cackling all the way to Karak Dive Bar here. With this build, you need to hit everything at once. Like, everything needs to be moving in, and we do see the Fiends coming from the outside, engaging against Ironbreakers, which is quite cost-effective. But, like, the way he sent in 3 Furies before the rest of his force engaged definitely seemed problematic. We're going to see what Slanesh can do here, as we do see some Fiends coming around the backside as well. And now it is going to be some Chosen of Slanesh moving in as well. Yeah, I guess it didn't do as much damage. Maybe they nerfed it. Yeah, it used to be a good spell. I remember that spell doing a ton of damage. Did they nerf it at some point? Maybe bring down some of the values? Because there was a time when Slicing Shards would absolutely karate chop you. Even still, it's not going to be terrible. You can drop it here in the secondary line, and now Slanesh has engaged, and we do see some of the Fiends pulling around the back. Furies going after the Slayers. And yeah, you know, if they hadn't thrown away those Furies, I would think maybe this could be a bit of a closer match. I think it's going to be hard. The Chosen of Slanesh will eventually beat these Ironbreakers, and the Furies the Fiends on the outside are putting a little bit of hurt down on these Longbeards. Here we see the Bugman's Rangers ripping some relatively cost-effective shots. The Dwarf Hero Core, there's also not too many answers for that. I don't think that Slanesh is going to have terribly effective answers. Man, Exalted Demonettes, I mean, Slanesh does have some decent cost-effective anti-infantry AP tools, but he doesn't have too much of it. And there's going to be a Fascination, so he rampages the Bugman's Rangers. Like, this is the stuff he should have been doing a little bit earlier, for sure, is, like, rampaging these guys, pulling them out, you know, and yeah, it's just... He's also got a lot of units stacked on top of each other here, which is extremely ineffective. You're going to want to like get an envelop and a surround, right? If you had some warriors here on the backside, for example, you could stack them on top of the fiends and they could do some work. That slicing shards didn't do bad damage, and honestly, he's probably getting some decent value with his caster. Yeah, the Herald of Slaanesh already up to 1100 value, which isn't terrible, but the grind is definitely going to favor the Dowie of Karak Dive Bar, especially with the dwarves that are going to be debuffed in the melee attack of all these nearby Slaaneshi units. I mean, 18 melee attack on those Chaos Warriors is very, very rough. Fiends are pulling back, and Koopa's kind of bringing some value back here, 3.2 against 4.4. And this is where, if he hadn't sacrificed those Furies early on, maybe use them to attack and cycle charge a little bit, look for weaker opportunities, you know, maybe it would be a closer game, because he basically sacrificed about 1200 value, which is the difference in value that these players are currently experiencing here, right? We do see Felix Jaeger getting a little bit surrounded by Fiends, definitely not a good position from him, but Outer Region is cackling on the objective pretty damn hard right now. Balance of power, though, even without the objective being brought into, you know, the variable here, the dwarves are massively ahead. You see the balance of power favors them. Slaanesh has taken some big losses. Their infantry are being grinded down. The Chosen of Slaanesh are one of the few units they have that are actually performing pretty well. The Warriors aren't doing badly either. Like, if you put a Chaos Warrior of Slaanesh up against, like, a Longbeard, it's probably not a bad trade. But if you put them up against, like, Ironbreakers, more elite units, they're probably going to fall off a little bit. So Fiends are coming back in, and they are going to be running into Slayers. We do see Outer Region getting these Slayers to intercept them here. And the other Slayers going to be piling across to intercept those bad boys. Did I see some sort of runic magic going down? I don't think I did. But the Dowie are holding firm. We see the Ironbreakers cackling it up here and just tanking. That's exactly what they want to be doing. Man, do you know how gnarly it would be if we saw some, what's it called, Exalted Demonettes? Oh my god. If there was like 2 Exalted Demonettes just chewing through this dwarf build, that would be so freaking brutal. Although Doomseekers are a decent tool against them, they would still take a lot of damage in the trade for sure. But yeah, no, the box builds are strong, but they're completely beatable for sure. If Slaanesh had brought a little bit of a cleaner build and maybe had engaged a little bit smoother in the beginning, could have been a different game. Outer Region is dodging this, so that Slicing Shards is just going to make a little bit of contact there, and not bad damage. Does wear down Long Dong Slayer Pirates and some Slayers. The Lord is the one thing I suppose that's not doing badly at 1400 value, but that is going to be GG well played. Slaanesh is going to be karate chopped out here. And we are going to be seeing them getting eliminated in the first game. But fear not, the Dark Gods, the Dark Prince is still here. We have the Demons of Slaanesh a little bit later on. And I'd be curious to see how they would tackle this matchup. Gyrocopters, of course, could be a problem, although they can bring Furies of Slaanesh too, and they have Rampages. Slaanesh can Rampage Gyros, you know, with Pavane. You can methodically Rampage the Gyrocopters with a fast Slaanesh caster and pull them, you know, onto the ground potentially, where they can die to Fiends and things like that. So it's not like Slaanesh is helpless against Gyros, especially since we've limited them to only 2. One of the only things that's done well for Koops has been the Chosen of Slaanesh. They are grinding at 600 value, which isn't amazing, but at least they have stayed in this fight, and they have been able to wear down some Ironbreakers. Fiends are moving back in, but that is going to be victory for Outer Region. There is absolutely no way here. So we're probably going to see GG here in just a second. Army losses kicking in, and that is just classic dwarves right there. That is old school ladder dwarves. New ladder dwarves is different. They basically use gyrocopter spam, but this is like old Warhammer 2 Forbidden dwarf tech, just with new tools, right? Like the Long Dong Slayer Pirates, and yeah, that's it. I don't know what Slaanesh thinks they have left. This is a pretty brutal balance of power. The dwarves, they're very healthy. Like in some way, I almost think this dwarf army could take on that Slaanesh army again in their current state, although I don't know, that's probably pushing it a little bit, but maybe, you never know. A couple Fiends moving back in, gonna get shot by the Slayer Pirates as well as Bugman's Rangers, who do have that nice healing. There's going to be some witchcraft going down here, and what's that going to be? There's some sort of a spell going down. Is it a Rune of Wrath and Ruin, or Rune of Negation, I think is what it is? Yeah, some sort of foul magic is afoot. But GG well played, guys. That is going to be the third match in today's tourney. Wrapped up, and we're going to keep this party going, man. Another Slicing Shards. I did like the Slicing Shards tech, though. I felt like it wasn't bad. As far as the spells go, Pavane, you know, is good against Gyrocopters as well. But, yeah, it was a tough one. He definitely didn't engage well. In the beginning, he took a very rough engagement. He kind of trickled all his units in instead of alpha striking, and yeah, if he had like surrounded him and then used Slicing Shards a couple times on the more bunched up formations, maybe. But overall, that was definitely a build victory for Outer Region there. So GG, well played. The Gyros will come later in the tournament, I'm sure. But, you know, a lot of people are expecting the Gyros, so maybe he just doesn't bring them, and then his opponents like have, you know, poor tech invested is the idea. The Iron Chads held, and the Grudge was satisfied. That's for damn sure. Doomseekers 14. Doomseekers are really good. I like them a lot in Conquest mode. But yeah, it was tough. It was tough. Just throwing those Furies away in the beginning was too much, and the engagement was very, very sloppy there. But, you know, a well played you, Koops fan. Hope to see you in future events. And that is going to be, that's going to be it. All right. So let's go ahead and do this. And we are going to go to the brackets and do this. Where are we at? Okay, so checking here. We're going to go to the brackets and update it. Yes, yes. All right, so the dwarves are going to advance. So now we have the dwarves of Outer Region versus Ulrich Rahl. That should be quite a duel of fates in the next round. So now we have Norska versus Chaos Dwarves. This is a matchup I'm very, very excited for. We got Hitman Hippo, who's one of the goats of domination mode. He just won our big recent Creative Assembly. Was it the season finals or the CA event? He won a huge event recently. And Stratgame is an insanely good player as well here on Norska. So that is going to be very, very fun. So let's get this going, get into the next lobby here. And all right, so we're going to find this. And where are we at? So looking here, Chaos Dwarves versus Norska, Faction War. And let's get it. It's a hard matchup for Slanesh. I definitely think it's dwarf favorite. I don't think it's unwinnable, but it wasn't one of his vetoes. He didn't veto dwarf, so it is what it is. All right, so let's go to this. Switch on over, and here we are. So we got Stratgame playing on Norska versus Hitman Hippo, representing the Rat Clan here today, and NC for Stratgame, and they're going to be duking it out. Yes, yes. Thank you guys all for joining. Let's have some fun, man. Norska is very favored versus Chaos Dwarves. Really? Interesting. I would not have expected that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that build for the Chaos Dwarves. We have a Dreadquake Mortar. Oh yeah. I think is it being towed? I don't think so. I'd have to do the math. In my experience, I've had pretty good success with Chaos Dwarves against Norska. I feel like they have some really strong tools against Norska. A lot of very cost-effective anti-infantry and pretty good anti-monster tech. The Baletor's character is also a big bully. He can bully any of the big Norscan monsters and characters. And a Bull Centaur Torek brought in as well, too. All right. So let us know who you guys think is going to win. Who are you rooting for here today? Are you rooting for the villainous Chaos Dwarves, or are you pulling for old Norska? Let me know in chat, and we can go from there. It is going to be the double Frostform tech. Okay. So going for a couple SEs. And there are Fireglaves and Blunderbusses, but with good micro, you can potentially avoid those and still get some good value as well. All right, guys, let's get this party started. Let's have some fun, and let's break it down. Who are you guys rooting for? Let's get some Hashit in chat, or some Unga Bunga if you're looking for Norska to win. I'd be curious to see where your allegiances lie. By the way, we're, 3 matches into the tournament. How many of you guys have a perfect bracket so far who are playing the Match Madness? I'd be go Unga Bungas. Norscan Monkey strong. Wow, we got some Norska fans in here. I was expecting a little bit more Hashit. Yeah. Frost Dragon OP. We'll find out. Hey, Battlesea, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. And ladies and gentlemen, here we are in Game 4 of today's Faction War. It is going to be a Toad Dreadquake Mortar. Oh, talk dirty, dude. I love it. We got Goblin Laborers. We do also have the Granite Guard. Granite Guard, I mean, if one of those dragons gets sloppy and moves into their range, they will absolutely annihilate them. So that is pretty fun. In the secondary, we have a couple of chaff units. Double Fireglaive, which are my favorite unit. In Tabletop, I run 2 units of 10 Fireglaves, 2 bricks just to shoot things down. It's my favorite. Chaos Dwarves are my favorite tabletop faction as well, so with the Empire as well. Super fun. And a couple Chaos Dwarf Warriors in the backfield. That is going to be a Sorcerer Prophet of Fire with Piercing Bolts and Burning Head. And a Toad Dreadquake Mortar. Oh my god, this is just the pure power fantasy right here. So he's going to be towing the Dreadquake Mortar around. We're going to see what kind of damage he can get. Now looking at the forces of Stratgame's build seems very meta and very strong. I love it. He does have Marauders in the front, and they'll be able to beat down the chaff units. Javelins in the secondary will keep things like trains and Bale Tauruses and any big threats honest. On the side, we do have some Condom Wolves as well as some Norscan Ice Wolves, and we do also have the Frostworm there, so I think it's going to be 2 Frostworms in total. Chaos Frost Dragon, what the hell is that? Is that what they're called? Shouldn't it be Chaos Frost Dragon? Oh, I thought it was like a Frostworm. Did they change the name of it? Chaos Frost Dragon? Oh, okay. It is what it is. All right, Sorcerer Prophet of Metal with Searing Doom as well as Plague of Rust. Searing Doom is going to be really good against the bunched up gun line. And now the dreaded Dreadquake Mortar has come. So it's pretty easy to dodge at range. The Dreadquake Mortar becomes exponentially scarier to fight up close. But the first shot is a bit of a hit. It does hit nearby those Marauders. Nothing too devastating. You know, most of the build here for the Unga Bunga is going to be more focused on its monsters and its characters. Its infantry core is definitely a very small proportion of its overall value here. But we do see the Iron Demon moving in, towing the Dreadquake Mortar. You got to watch out, though. There are some doggies coming. So the Norscan Ice Wolves are going to be on the hunt. And the Dreadquake Mortar, oh my god, is it going to hit the wolves? It does, and the monster's impact slows them down by 60%. That's kind of cool. It's not like great value, but overall, that's really funny. But yeah, the objective's going to be opening up here in about 15 seconds. This is going to be very hard for Hitman Hippo to win with, I think. The Dreadquake is really cool, and he's definitely winning a lot of, I think, fans by doing this, but it's going to be tough. I think Strat Game is very tuned into this matchup. Seems like his build is very clean. No Deathstreak mortars, to shoot, or Deathstreak artillery to shoot at the Chaos Frost Dragon here, and there is going to be a Dreadquake shot onto the Marauder Hunter Javelins, and it does almost break their leadership with one volley, which is pretty epic. Now, a lot of this game is going to come down to how effective the gunline is. If the Infernal Guard Fireglaves and the Blunderbusses can get good value and melt some of the big monsters, the Chaos Dwarves could win this. Otherwise, it's going to be hard. We do also have a Bull Centaur Tarek here, which is quite nice, and there is going to be a flank engagement. Is it going to get dodged? Hitman Hippo is moving to avoid the Searing Doom. Couple Condom Bulls moving into the secondary line, engaging against the Noblars here. Not the Noblars, but the Goblin Laborers. Doom Shriek Mortar, the Death Shriek Mortar. The Deathquake Mortar is, shooting where it can. It hasn't gotten any crazy value yet, but big burning head in the backfield by Hitman Hippo. Oh my god, that breath attack from the Frostworm here absolutely melts those poor Fireglaves, but not before they put some really respectable damage down on the Condom Wolves there. And here we see the Blunderbusses doing an absolute beatdown, huge damage here onto the Skin Wolves that have penetrated into the front line. Okay, so that's not a bad engagement for the Dowie Czar. But now the Norskin Unga Bunga is in full effect. We do see the Bull Centaur Turret going after the caster here. And on the side, the Fireglaves do get melted pretty quickly by that breath attack, which is a really, really nice play by Strat Game. The train is running about, causing some havoc against the Norskin Ice Wolves. And we do see the Hobgoblins moving in to engage. The Blunderbusses are back online. They haven't been shut down quite yet. And a lot of the Javelins are throwing at the Iron Demon. And they do get a lot of HP damage on that. So clearly Strat Game has put his Javelins in guard mode. And we see the classic Dreadquake Mortar friendly firing, which is always pretty hilarious to see. On the side, a couple Fireglaves do rally. Skin Wolves here probably going to be broken up. Definitely need to get the Granite Guard in guard mode and have them try and take down the Cold Voider, one of these big ROR monsters if possible. And here we see a Plague of Rust. Beautiful play by Strat Game. I really like that. Nailing the Iron Demon, Burning Head coming down, but man, this Dreadquake is not paying for itself. And probably, I would imagine, Hitman Hippo is really regretting the Dreadquake pick right now. It is just such a big target that Norska is just feasting on. 900 value, it is still shooting on the backfield. The Granite Guard weren't able to get the shots on top of the Cold Voider. It was able to pull back into the tree line. Fireglaves and melee versus the Chaos Dragon here. And I do think that the Iron Demon Dreadquake Mortar is probably going to be costing the Chaos Dwarves the game. I think if you had just brought a wider army with more, that thing's like 3,000 gold. If you had just brought a much wider army, I think the Chaos Dwarves would have been if you just bring a Magma Cannon, just one Magma Cannon and then like a bunch of regular, Chowie, maybe some Bull Centaur Renders, you're in a totally good position here in this game. But with the, the current way that it's going down, it's definitely looking like Norska's Unga Bunga is going to be running over the Chaos Dwarves here. So we do see a Searing Doom going down to the Granite Guard. Really, really good cast there by Strat Game. Looking at the value, we do see it pretty damn close considering the circumstances. The Chaos Dwarves are trading well, considering how badly their 3,000 gold investment went in the trash can. And a lot of that is because his Bull Centaur Chaddock is just dominating Wolfric in a fight. Wolfric is getting his butt kicked by this Bull Centaur. But now the Javelins are going to be hunting the beast. Do the Chaos Dwarves have the tools they need to get through this? I don't think so. There's two fat, erect dragons here, both of whom are pretty healthy at this point. Couple doggos pushing into the secondary, getting on top of the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Of course, their halberds will do well. Maybe if Hitman Hippo can find a way to bully Wolfric and route him off the battlefield, like chase him down, maybe. Wolfric is at 6. Okay, that's a really freaking good Burning Head, though. That is a money Burning Head. That's going to do some fat damage, and it does get through. The Marauder Hunter Javelins, are they going to be breaking? It's hard to say. But so far, Strat Game's usage of Plague of Rust and the Javelin Focus Fire has been pretty god tier here, and he's been doing well, but yeah, it seems like a pretty good matchup, though. It doesn't seem like it's terribly favored for Norska. I mean, the Chaos Dwarves arguably brought like a kind of a meme-ish type build, and they're still competing very, very well here. So the Chaos Dwarf Warriors pushing through here, and more Chowie Warriors moving in. And suddenly, ladies and gentlemen, we kind of have a knockdown, drag-out game. 7,000 value on Hitman Hippo, 7,300 for Strat Game. Definitely, Norska does probably have a slight advantage with the two dragons. The objective has been in the hands of Norska as well. So that's going to be on the Chaos Dwarves to try and move up and get that. The Chaos Dwarves do have a decent amount of good quality infantry left, so they probably won't have too many issues moving on to the objective and getting that. And could there be a chance for the Chaos Dwarves to get back in this one? Who knows? Granite Guard are shifting their formation, so they do dodge a lot of the breath attack. They're at 4 leadership right now. Going to be getting swarmed on. But if these guns can start mowing down some of the dragons, the Fireglaves are also being huge chads. Like, their halberds are doing great work. We do see the Chaos Dragon here getting suppressed by the Blunderbusses as the other Chaos Dragon is in mortal combat. Wolfric being hunted by the Chad Centaur Toruk. 28 leadership on this thing. Probably got to micro that and keep that alive. And the Chaos Dwarves definitely need to grab the objective if they can. We do see the Plague of Rust going down on the Tarek. Tarek needs to stay alive if he can. We do see some Condom Wolves coming from across the map to try and attack some of the infantry and maybe push them off the objective. And the Tark, sitting at 800 leadership, is going to be coming in to help this fight here. Now on the backside, we do see one Dragon getting a little bit smashed up. Chaos Dwarves moving in with their infantry. But yeah, I do think that strat game with like really clean micro and execution here probably does win this. He's able to get the Javelins back, and the Tarek does go down. The Beast has been hunted, but man, what a good game this has turned out to be. This has been very, very fun. It looked like it was going to be really bad when that Dreadquake went down, the Toad Dreadquake mortar, but yeah, he scrapped back very, very well here, though I do still think strat game is in a commanding position. We see the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire here getting swarmed on. The Unga Bunga appears to have gotten the job done, as the double Chaos Frost Dragon potentially going to be able to descend on the Sorcerer Prophet here, can easily pull back and clear off the points. And now it looks like strat game probably is going to win this one with his double Dragon build. Here we see some Skin Wolves moving across. They're going to be chewing through these Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Not the best fight in the world for them. They do struggle a little bit with armor, but overall should be fine. Objective has been held, and Chaos Dwarves basically have nothing. Yeah, that Dreadquake cost him the game. He played very clean. I think if you just cut the Dreadquake and went a little bit wider, run that one back, it would be a much closer game based on the builds. Game sound? Thank you. All right. Should be fixed now. Let me double check that. Yep, should be good. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, thank you. Norska moving in, going after the Chaos Dwarf Warriors here. Plague of Rust is active, so they're going to be down to 55 armor, which is certainly pretty low. Sorcerer Prophet is on his way back, but he pretty much has no support. And the Norskin assets are very beat up, but there's just too much on the field. These two dragons are going to be able to easily dominate that mighty Sorcerer Prophet, even though he's a respectable fighter. It's just too much. Wolfric is still here too, so Hunter of Champions is probably on the table in tandem with all the Javelins that have been rallied. So really, really nice play here by Strat Game, getting these all on. And Strat Game played a really, really nice game. His initial engagement was really good. When he came in on the side, got those breath attacks on the Fire Glaives, and was able to get some nice picks on those high-value units there. That was nice. But yeah, the Dreadquake was probably his downfall. It was a good attempt, though. It was really cool. I'm glad we got to see it. I mean, who doesn't love to see one of the more iconic Chaos Dwarf units in action, right? So the Chow, we are moving up. I mean, there is a Burning Head. Maybe you get a Burning Head on the Javelin line, and the Warriors can grind up. But there's no way. I mean, this thing has 3,000 HP. This thing has 1,900. The Chorfs have nothing. Yeah, Bull Centaur, a basic Bull Centaur Render Great Weapons might have been useful too. But that is going to be a Burning Head. It will cook one Javelin unit, which isn't going to be bad. The Sorcerer Prophet, he didn't hear no bell. He's moving up. Maybe he's thinking that he can get lucky and kill Wolfric. Hard to say. A couple of Chorf Warriors going to be charging into the Javelins. And now we see the Hunter of Champions down. And oh man, he gets punched in the face. A lot of damage going in with all of his stats debuffed here. Strat Game is able to get the W with the Unga Bunga. And is going to be advancing on to the next round, where I believe he plays Wood Elves, if I'm not mistaken. I think Strat Game runs into Wood Elves in the next round, which should be quite a bit of fun. So Javelins engaging here. Chaos Dwarf Warriors going to be trying to contest the objective. The Dragon cycle charging is on its way in. Now, of course, there's no rules against cycle charging at any point in the game mode anymore, unless, the only thing is the objective, right? So you just got to make sure that you're able to get that. So GG, well played. Really cool match. Great game by both players. That was a really, really hotly contested one, despite some wild army picks. And it made for a great time. That Dreadquake was super fun to see, but obviously pretty terrible against the Javelins and the Plague of Rust and the Dragons. There were so many counters for it. Did it get at least 1,500 value? 1,300. The Blunderbusses got 1,300. The Fire Glaives were pretty awesome, but did get focus hard. And yeah, GG. Strat Game played really nicely and was able to take the W. So awesome match. Let's go ahead and get the next one going. Let's head over to the brackets and update that. So here's our bracket for today. We will advance on Norska. So the Norskan Unga Bunga does advance, and they're going to be facing Wood Elves in the next round. And now we have, this is one I've been so excited for. I got two of my pals fighting. So Subutai and I are IRL friends. We hang out quite a bit. Awesome guy, and I'm also good pals with Flying Taco too. So we got the Vampire Counts versus the Ogre Kingdoms here in the next match. Oh, baby. This is what it's all about. We got the Shrek battle versus the Count Chocula. Ogre Kingdoms versus this. So let me just get this one all set up here and find it. And where is that? Lobby code, please. Okay, just checking. We might, let's see. Taco, hopefully he's here. I know he said he wasn't feeling well yesterday, so if he doesn't manage to make it, we'd probably have to have someone sub in and play the ogres, which is totally fine. But I do see the lobby and spec slot. Slot also. Okay. If they're not ready, we can also jump to another match. We'll find out. Time for Greasus. Yeah, he's setting up the spec slot. Just checking with the players. Should be getting this all set up here. Let's refresh the list. Don't see the spec slot yet. Okay, they should have that in a moment. Thank you guys all for joining. Hope you're all doing well. It's been a really fun one. Hopefully this time is a little bit better for all of you Europeans. Okay. Do they have a spec slot yet? Give it to me, Precious. We do. All right. Yeah, Taco said he had a bit of a cold, but you know the Great Ma calls and he just had to be here, so it couldn't be denied. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in our next match in today's faction war. It is going to be Vampire Counts versus the Chungus Kingdoms, and let's get it. How about a vote for who's going to win? Show bracket again. Want to see what I missed? Sounds good, Pone. Let me pull the bracket up for you, buddy. And we had Tomb Kings defeat Demons of Chaos. Beastmen were defeated by Bretonia. Dwarves defeated Slanesh. Norska defeated Chaos Dwarves. And now we have Vampire Counts versus Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah, you can see all the bracket there. That should give you the full run of the tournament. The winner of this game is going to play Berserk on Khorne, who's a very, very big, you know, a lot of people are expecting him to perform well in this tourney. So, should be fun. So if I stream early enough in the morning at like 8 a.m., 9 a.m. like we are today, it doesn't get hot yet. So it's not going to heat up for another 3 hours probably. So we have some time to kill. All right, guys. No, it's not too sweaty here today. We're doing fine. Thank you for asking, though. Serkia doesn't play Conquest mode as much. This is more of like a Conquest land battle tournament. But I would happily invite Serkia to future tournaments if they'd like to, you know, dip their toes into it. Usually I like Faction Wars to be a faster format. Because a Dom faction war would probably take like 9 hours or 8 hours. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It is going to be the Vampire Counts led by Heinrich. Okay. So we got a Heinrich build with a Banshee and a Necromancer on a Corpse Cart. And the Necromancer just going to be stroking his Forbidden Rod quite violently. We got Cryptors in the secondary. Pretty good against Ogres. They're kind of like Ogres themselves. High HP, regeneration, mass, poison. And Subutai is going to be going for a true Unga Bunga build. So he's got the zombie front line. Cryptors, oh yeah, dude. Triple Blood Knight. Talk dirty. Oh yeah, we got triple Blood Knight coming in from Subutai. That's my boy right there. That's some good stuff. Love to see it. Love to see it. Blood Knights are like my favorite unit in the Vampire Count roster. Now, for the great legendary Flying Taco, the Great Ma himself, I dare say, he has been the most fervent champion of the Ogre Kingdoms, playing them through thick and thin in Warhammer 3. And he is definitely the Ogre guy. He's coming in with Noblars, a single unit of Lead Belchers to put a little bit of shooting down. In the backfield, we do have Crushers. Oh my god, is it triple Crusher? He's got the Sky Striders, Crushers with great weapons, and another Crusher with great weapons, double Fire Belly. This is some forbidden tech, dude. Oh my god. So he's got double Fire Belly with the fire damage and magic damage and just good fighting ability. So he brought Fire Bellies just as fighters, and then he does have a Slaughtermaster of Beasts with Flock of Doom. No healing. That's wild. With Crushers, you're not going to bring any healing. He knows. I mean, he knows the way. Oh my god. So double Fire Belly, triple Crusher. So we got triple Crusher against triple Blood Knight. I feel like that's going to favor the Ogres, but there is healing on the Vampire Counts, and they have Cryptors too. So we're going to see how this all unfurls here. So let us know, who do you guys want to win? You rooting for the Ogre Kingdoms, or you rooting for the Vampire Counts? Let us know in chat. I want to know who you guys are hyped for, and we'll get this one going. Yeah, Crushers do obliterate Blood Knights, but if Blood Knights have Cryptor and or Zombie support, they probably won't do awfully. This could be a very tough one for Subutai, though. We'll see how it all unfurls. Yeah, I do feel like just looking at the builds, Taco's build is a little bit favored, but you know, I could be wrong. That if I had to make like a very, very early prediction, play obviously comes into it, but yeah, this build, the Crushers are going to be very problematic for the Blood Knights, because Blood Knights don't have good AP values. They do struggle against big armor. So the Banshee's getting hit by the Lead Belchers. The double Fire Bellies also. The Fire Bellies are going to be able to put some big hurt down in that Banshee as well. Subutai going to be moving up with his zombies. His Cryptor is moving in the secondary, and he's going to be hunkering down on this objective for sure. Because Vampire Counts, that you definitely want to get the objective quickly. You know, they're a faction that can really lend themselves to, you know, long grind. So you want to have that, you know, option, right? Subutai moving in, dropping a zombie summon here. So he's basically just, you know, buying time. He does do an overcasted zombie summon, which is going to be summoning skeletons. And it looks like Heinrich is going to be pulling back now. He's just going to be sitting on this objective and waiting for the ogres to attack, which is smart, you know. You definitely don't want to be trying to extend into these ogre lines when they have all these, various snares and hidden units around and combat characters. Make them come to you. So here comes the Unga Bunga, the pencil formation. In case you guys are wondering about the why he's deploying the zombies like that, it's because it reduces their frontage, which makes it so they take less damage overall since they're kind of a terrible unit. Heinrich getting a little bit crunk here, though. Subutai better pull back. You don't want to throw the game on something like that, just like letting your Lord die to some haggard ogre characters. Now the Cryptors are going to be moving up, and the Blood Knights are going to be pushing into the secondary. Okay, this is really ballsy here. This is really ballsy, because you're going into the Great Maw's mouth. You're going to get sandwiched right here, and you're going to have a bad time. Crusher's moving in, intercepting against the Blood Knights. One thing I really dislike about Subutai's build is the fact that there's no Skeleton Spears. I feel like they're super cost-effective against the Ogre Kingdoms. But these Blood Knights are going to be retreating back. Huge Flock of Doom going down from the Taco. That's going to be nailing everything as the Crushers and all the various mobility assets of Flying Taco do engage in there. But that did a lot of damage, that overcasted Flock of Doom. But the overcasted Invocation of Nehek is going to be the response. And the grind does continue as the Blood Knight cycle charge in and out, looking for opportunities to fight. The Cryptor is also trying to saturate in. The Flying Taco has not lost his Crushers yet. They have not lost a single model. He's got 12, 12, and 12 on all these bad boys. And Oblar is getting decent throwing fire here. And the Lead Belcher is probably going to be escaping the fight. And the Blood Knights are going to be committing to the blob. The objective is in the clutches of Subutai. He does have a single zombie fighting here. So he did engage a little bit away from the objective, which gives the Ogres the opportunity to maybe flip the objective a little bit easier than they normally would. But now we got our big blob fight, and those Crushers are crushing. Blood Knights engaged in the front, but a little bit trapped up by some of these haggard Noblars. And also the Ogre characters are cackling and beating them down. Huge Flock of Dooms. Oh my god, he's probably up to like 800 value already, right? 1,200 value on that Slaughtermaster from these just MLG Flock of Dooms that have been doing so much damage. So much damage. So yes, the Ogres are ahead into the balance of power, but remember the Vampire Counts do have some pretty heavy-duty healing between Heinrich Kemmler's Chaos Tomb Blade, the Corpse Cart, as well as the Invocations of Nehek. The Vampire Count army is healing pretty damn heavily. Ogres are maybe a little bit ahead in this game, but it's easier said than done. And the Blood Knights, let's look at their current situation. 24 models here. We got 53 Blood Knights over here who are going to be trying to engage these Crushers. Taco does have a little bit of time to work with, maybe about 6.5 minutes before he loses on the objective, so he's probably going to want to consider getting some Noblars over there, which is something people do forget in this game mode. A lot of people are new to Conquest. So yeah, you definitely just go grab that right now while you can, for sure. Elwaz, thank you for the donation. I will get to it after the game. Thank you so much, bud. Blood Knights fighting it out here. And, the Vampire Count Blob is kind of pulling this one back. Is his evil schemes going to be able to outdo the Crushers? I don't know, man. The Blood Knights are performing a lot better than expected. They're hanging in there. And now we get Crusher cycle charging back in here. The Lead Belchers have escaped, but Subutai with very good play here, using the Banshee to chase down the Lead Belchers, but also great counterplay from Flying Taco. Using his magic damage duelist character to go after the Banshee is a really, really good play, and eventually the Banshee will lose that fight. We do see the other Firebelly coming over, and that could be a crumbling down Banshee. Oh no, Flying Taco may be throwing the game. We do see the Slaughtermaster getting caught and beaten down by the Blood Knight, so he got caught up in that middle fight, and it looks like the White King and the various Blood Knights were able to get him. And now the balance of power is creeping through the Vampire Counts here in this game, as Taco's Lord dying would be a crushing, yeah, certainly. He's got a lot of Crushers, but a crushing situation for him. But he's probably going to be able to rally it. He does have the mobile advantage. His Crushers are going to win in open field here. So Flying Taco can salvage his Slaughtermaster, not lose it, and keep his leadership in good shape. He might be okay. And you can see the Crushers are going to be pulling back. I think he really knows he needs to salvage that. And now the Knights of Red Keep are going to be pouring forward and going after the Lead Belchers. So Lead Belcher is going to be getting glanced down. The Cryptors are going to be moving forward as well as the Children of the Night descend on the champions of the Great Maw. On the backfield, the Slaughtermaster has rallied Crushers. We do have 12 models here. Crushers here are going to be rocking 11 models, and I don't know where the other Crusher is right now. But Flock of Doom is back on the menu. And man, you really do not ignore this objective. Do not ignore it. The Ogres need to get that soon. The longer you let Subutai sit on this, the more dodgy this game's going to be getting, right? This could turn into a knockdown, drag-out game, and if Subutai is able to get that objective, or just sit on that. He could just randomly win from that, which is totally fair. I mean, the Ogres have had every opportunity to get this. There's literally nothing stopping them from just sending a Noblar over there or something to get that objective. Firebelly getting a little bit trapped up here. So one Firebelly does get trapped. We do see the Crushers moving in. These Crushers are very beat up, and I'm surprised we're not seeing any. Oh no! Don't send the Slaughtermaster in there, Taco. That Slaughtermaster, guys, has 3,000 value with those Flock of Dooms, but he does get it a little bit trapped up here again. He sends it in to fight some of these Blood Knights, which is a pretty big mistake for sure. Another Flock of Doom going to be going down. He does manage to nail that entire blob. Dude, these Flock of Dooms are insane. He's going to have almost 4,000 value from that probably. Sky Strider is going to be pulling back here. This is still anyone's game. Subutai still does have a very healthy unit of Blood Knights who are going to be a big problem on the battlefield. They've received multiple invocations and have been big game changers for sure. Let's see what their value looks like. Only 700, but the fact that they're still on the battlefield fighting is pretty big. So on the other side, we do see Flying Taco pulling back with the Slaughtermaster, and now he's going to be moving something over to the objective finally. I mean, he could have had that objective several minutes ago, that's for sure. But he's now in danger of, maybe losing on the objective. So, yeah, he needs to consider getting on that. That is for sure. Can we see this? Enemy victory tickets, they put it up to 750. It was supposed to be 500, but whatever. I'll talk to him after the game. I don't think it's going to matter. But here we do see the Cryptors grinding it out, and the Sky Striders are crushing them down. The Vampire Counts are looking a little bit bare bones, and it does kind of look like the Ogre Kingdoms might be able to kind of claw their way back into this game, almost throwing the game with that Slaughtermaster of Beasts. The Crushers are definitely giving the dirty to the remnants of these Blood Knights. We do have 8 Crushers right here, and on the top, the Sky Striders are looking to be in very, very good shape. Cryptors here getting worn down as we do see the objective starting to flip. Taco definitely should just send these units over here to go grab that if possible. But looking at the battlefield here, we do have the Firebelly getting a little bit beat up, but still fighting in there with 9 leadership, and old Sky Striders with the great weapons duking it out. Is the Slaughtermaster going to hang in there? He might. Cryptor is probably going to die. Sky Striders will be able to wear them down. There still are 14 Blood Knights here. You really don't want to lose that Slaughtermaster. That would be a big leadership problem. Subutai does have a really nice pocket of units down here. We do see some crumbling, but he's got a lot of Cryptors, which are going to be very problematic to deal with. And it looks like these Crushers are going to be retreating, being harried and run down by the Blood Knights. So on the backfield, we do see the Leadbelcher shooting away, and Subutai is starting to take over this game as Flying Taco's Lord is broken once again. Just can't afford to let that happen. Sky Striders are still hanging in there steady. Firebelly's still duking it out, but like if this Lord was really healthy at full health this point, I think we could have a very close game. But the fact that he's so beat up is going to give Subutai such a leg up in this situation. And now the Noblar is probably going to be flipping that objective here, so the Ogres are going to get this point back. Is there going to be any way for the Chungus Kingdoms to win this one? They're falling massively behind on the balance of power. The Sky Striders are still very much alive. He's fleeing the scene. 15 leadership, negative 47 from damage sustained. That is just pure brutality. Balance of power does come back a tiny bit as that Slaughtermaster does rally, and the objective is going to be flipping back to the Ogre Kingdoms before the 500 victory tickets would kick in. So he's certainly cutting it a little bit close there, and there is going to be a Flock of Doom going down. Sky Striders duking it out versus all these units. Noblar is clearing up his zombies. Necromancer here, providing buffs where he can, and we do see the Slaughtermaster trying to run away, which is very smart. Just run away, get those Flock of Dooms. Objective going to be going back to the Ogres right here, and it looks like the Children of the Night with the triple Blood Knight build are going to be in a potentially good position here. Vampire Counts have won a faction war before at the end of Warhammer 2. We did have the last faction war we had in Warhammer 2 was won by Vampire Counts. And with that, Subutai is going to do it. Red Keep will be drinking well tonight. Their chalices and cups will be full of Ogre blood, that is for sure. And GG, well played. Subutai with the victory here against the Ogres. That was a close game, though. And big shout out to Flying Taco. He said he was really sick. He obviously, didn't need to be here, but he showed up and he wanted to play. So big shout out to Taco playing under the weather and putting on a great show for us. Good match for sure. Good match for sure. So Blood Knights were pretty Giga Chat, actually, guys. I know a lot of us, myself included, were kind of sleeping on the Blood Knights, thinking they would just lose out to the Crushers really badly. But 1,300, 1,900, and 1,800 value on the Blood Knights? I mean, come on. That's really good. 800, and yeah, the Blood Knights carried that game, 100%. Crushers, 1,400, 1,850, and 1,800. I mean, they didn't do badly either. It was a good game, but my God, look at the value on that Slaughtermaster. 4,200 from that. That is absolutely nutty value. Absolutely nuts. All right, with that, let's go update the brackets. Subutai has claimed victory here, and he is going to be advancing on, so well played to the Flying Taco as well. It is going to be Subutai facing off against Berserk, so we have two very bloodthirsty factions, Khorne versus Vampire Counts. And now we have one of the matchups I've been looking forward the most today, which is going to be the Greenskins versus Demons of Slaanesh. So this is our sub-faction match. Aerokrastic, as you can see, is playing the Demons of Slaanesh. So he is not able to bring anything except Slaanesh demons by his own choosing. So I would never impose such a cruel fate on one of my friends, but it's what it's going to be. And Gojira is going to be on the Greenskins as well. That Slaughtermaster Flock of Doom play was nuts. Firebellies look like pro wrestlers. They kind of do. So Aerokrastic, two-time ever chosen champion, making a return with an absolute meme of a pick. playing the Demons of Chaos, which is going to be really fun, as Demons of Slaanesh. So you see, all you can bring are Demons of Slaanesh. Oh my god, look at this. And Goji is going to be coming in with the double giant build and Skarsnik, and wow, Crimson Killers as well. That's an interesting choice. I feel like they're very vulnerable against Slaanesh units, but yeah, we'll have to see. River Troll Hag is the right choice. Buna is very good against the Seekers, and Exalted Demonettes, and Spirit Leech is also good against the Demons as well. So this is it. This is the duel of duels. Let's get it. Let's have some fun, man. That build won't work. So Patrick, people don't use the same build every game. You're allowed to switch your build every single game. It's not like a mono build tournament. It's just players can only play one faction. Yeah. Correctamundo. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So here we are with Arrow Krastic, 2-time ever chosen champ, coming in with the Demons of Slaanesh subfaction. So he can only bring Demons of Slaanesh throughout the course of the day. Seekers are an amazing unit. After their recent cost reduction, only costing 900 gold, they trade pretty damn effectively. This is a very micro-intensive faction. If Arrow makes, 1 or 2 big mistakes, he's probably going to lose the game. So he needs to be very clean with his play. But if he is, he can definitely take apart the Greenskins and, tank their leadership and cause a lot of havoc. Exalted Demonettes, insanely good infantry. If they're not focus fired by archers, they can rip things up in melee. And immediately looking at Goji's build, that's one of my concerns, is that he doesn't have any sort of archer units. Nor does he have Buna. So those Exalted Demonettes, there's a chance that they could just dominate his front line and crush him. So we'll have to see. Fiends are pretty nasty, ubiquitously good against most things now after their recent buff. They got a model count increase, and they just do a lot of damage in general. It is going to be an Exalted Keeper of Secrets, bringing out the Hellraiser, baby. And he's going to go for Enfeebling Foe and Pit of Shades. Pit of Shades is going to be really good here. No rampaging, but rather going to be using Pit of Shades on, the Blorks, archers potentially. That's the big thing. You want to take out the archers of the Greenskins because Slaanesh is relatively weak against archer play. So, all right. Good luck. Have fun. Army sizes. Yeah, obviously the Slaanesh army is very elite, which makes sense. Pretty lore friendly as well. They're not really a swarming faction. They're more about perfection and, swarming and all that sort of good stuff. Who you guys rooting for? Who do you want to win in this game? You rooting for old Gojira and the Wog, or are you looking for the Demons of Slaanesh to advance on and get out of the first round with their... That would actually be something I wouldn't be opposed to doing in the next faction wars, having like a Demons sub-faction for everyone. If people wanted to, we could do like Demons of Khorne, Demons of Tzeentch, and have them be their own respective sub-factions. That would actually be kind of fun. And that would allow more people to participate as well. It probably would add an extra 30-40 minutes to the tournament, but could be good. We'll have to see how long it goes today. Yeah, that's one big thing. Pius in chat has noticed a very good strategy. If you can rampage the big Slaanesh demon into 2 giants and the River Troll Hag with Mither and Spirit Leech, that could be a really bad situation for Arrow. So he's going to have to avoid that one. But what Arrow's going to do, and I actually have played this matchup with Arrow before. We played a couple months back, and he's just going to do a full envelop and like crash down. He's going to avoid his opponent's front line because even his infantry have like 50 plus speed. He's going to hit the sides, try and pull apart the army, right? Because that will force the Greenskins to fight like this, which then opens up this area, right? So those are the forbidden Slaanesh tactics. Seekers maybe going to be charging in, just harrying, looking to fight a little bit. Exalted Demonette's going to be cruising for a bruising. On the other side, the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is going to be nearby. We do see a Mither going down, and there is going to be some Witchcraft, as they are slowed, but not going to be the end of the world. Fiends and Exalted Demonette's coming in. On the backside, we do see the Collapse coming. And now it's going to be Gotham's Reckoning. There's going to be a colossal Pit of Shades right here from Arrow, I would imagine. He might even drop one right there. We do see some magic going down for the Greenskins. Immediately, the Forest Goblin Spider Riders getting surrounded by Fiends and Exalted Demonettes, just absolutely melting. And on the backside, we do see Squigs being overwhelmed as Arrow Krastic's very fast army starts to collapse from every side. Fury's charging in. Fiend's going to be countering these Squigs. And this Greenskin position here is getting folded up pretty good, although the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is in a bit of a precarious situation. And that is one way that Arrow could potentially throw this game, is if he lets his Exalted Keeper get a little bit beat up here. But the Keeper of Secrets definitely going to want to escape that, because so far Arrow is getting a lot of good engagements. The only thing that's a little bit scary is that Keeper. Big Pit of Shades going down on Gojira's army that is going to be hitting a lot of the infantry here. And the Squigs are absolutely feasted on. And on this side, we see the Exalted Demonettes battling it out, actually trying to run away from that horde here, while a couple Seekers of Slaanesh pull away there as well. So Pit of Shades wiping out the AP Loonies, and now Arrow is going to be using the Exalted Keeper to try and take out the River Troll Hag. Giant holding pretty well. AP Loonies aren't breakable though, so it's going to be tough to kind of wear those guys down. But yeah, the Exalted Keeper is battling it out versus the Giant. It is an anti-large monster, but the HP differential does make it a little bit dodgy. Gojira with a really, really nice Fermented Fungi right there does manage to rampage and Spirit Leech the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Now, the Exalted Keeper does have some minor healing when units are wavering nearby, if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm thinking of a different unit. But overall, it is a Trixie Hobbitus. This could be a really nasty charge as well. Arrow is going to be moving his... oh, no, he's going for this side. Okay. So he's going to be getting a rear charge. The devastating flanker coming into play against these Night Goblin Fanatics. And that is going to be a lot of damage as the Exalted Demonettes do get some brutal damage going. Arrow making the correct decision here, pulling away. Maybe going to be going for some isolated unit. We do see a giant over here on its own. Crimson Kill is still very much alive. They're going to need a big pit of shades, but Arrow is pulling apart this army. He's isolating so many of the greenskin units, cycle charging with the martial perfection of Slaanesh. Now he's going to be retreating away. Just doesn't want to be caught by those giants and Skarsnik. Basically, the win con here for Arrow is to kill everything else except the giants and Skarsnik, and then just surround them with, like, you know, Exalted Demonettes and grind them down. That is how you win this game. Here on this fight, we do see the giant getting a little bit worn down. Aspect of the Dread Knight going down from Goji. Not a bad play. That is going to give magic damage to his units, which is good against the various demons. But the demons of Slaanesh are rampaging through. The Orc Biggins are going to be hunted down. And here on this side, the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is going to be feasting and healing as well, which is really brutal. So the heals on that big demon are going to be very problematic for old Gojira here. Giant's hanging in there, but the Unga Bunga giant is being surrounded by the Fiends of Slaanesh as well as the Seekers. And here the Fiends are going to be retreating back. Mither is active, negative 60% speed, not going to be a huge variable though. Exalted Demonettes cruising back in, and Exalted Demonettes have insane leadership. Their base leadership is pretty gross. It's 80, yeah, and it's so hard to get them to disintegrate and or crumble. But this is definitely looking like it's Arrow's game right now, unless he makes a big colossal mistake. The only way Arrow could probably throw this game is if he lets his big lord get caught and killed by like double giant and sustained combat, but I don't think he's going to let that happen. I think he's going to get the big surround here. He doesn't even care about the objective. The objective, again, is just to kind of keep people honest. Goji does use a rampage on the big greater demon, but there's just not enough DPS to really follow up with that. And I think he's going to regret maybe not having a couple archers in this game. A couple Savage Orc Airboys maybe could have done some big miracles for sure. As the Giants, they too are rampage. Seductive Glory going down, lowering the melee defense of these units. The Fiends getting their good bump and grind on. And Arrow showing he still got it. He still got it, as he is able to win there against the old Greenskins, I believe. I don't think there's going to be too much more. Giants, of course, are still confident. Giants have insane leadership, and tabletop Giants are actually unbreakable. They can't be broken. They have no fear of breaking and running at any point. They're pretty much almost unbreakable in this game. They do have 100 base leadership, so it's pretty hard to get them. On this side, a couple goblins do make their way back in, but the Fiends are able to intercept them. The objective is owned by the Demons of Chaos now, just to make sure that there's no funny business. And now just begins the slow grind. And is there a chance that Goji could grind this one out? I don't know. That Slaanesh DPS is going to add up. I mean, they are going to start wearing down these giants. And also on top of that, the Exalted Keeper of Secrets, getting the Horn of Corn with the Demons of Chaos ability, that's funny, is going to take apart this giant River Troll Hag here. So we do see the Karate Chop going in. And the giant River Troll Hag is gone. The cycle charge, Arrow's just going to cycle charge all day. He's just going to run back, get those good engagements. And now, when you run from Slaanesh, that's when shit gets dangerous. Because now he could just hunt this character down. He's going to be healing while he hunts that character. And then Skarsnik is just going to get ground done and suffer army losses here. GG, well played. Two-time ever-chosen champ doing it with the Demons of Slaanesh here in Game 1. What a fun game. I think that was one of my favorite games today. It was such a clinical, surgical strike there by Slaanesh. And Goji, this is really funny because I played this matchup with Arrow like a little while ago, and this is the exact same thing I tried to do. I had some archers, but I went with double giant thinking they would struggle against it, but the same thing happened to me also. It was pretty funny. So it was kind of deja vu in some way. But yeah, GG, well played. I think maybe some Savage Orc Biggins, or maybe or Orc Biggins like en masse. I guess they kind of got swarmed, but yeah, something to keep that leadership going. Burning Head could also... Oh, they don't have Burning Head yet. It'd have to be Death Magic or Wog Magic, yeah. Really fun, though. Demonettes did good. Seekers did good as well. Fiend sitting at respectable damage value, and the Giant Demon was also able to hang in there as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well played to Goji. I'm sure he'll be back in the future. Let's head to the brackets. And that is going to be the Demons of Slaanesh versus Dark Elves in the next game. That's going to be probably a little bit harder for the Demons of Slaanesh. So now we'll see if our Nurgle player is back yet. If he's not, then we can do Vampire Coast versus Skaven. It's going to be one of those two games next. So let me see if the Nurgle player is back. And let me check this. And we're going to go where? And see. Okay. So I don't think... one sec here. Just doing a little bit of admin stuff. It's only in quick battle. Should be fine here in tourney. Okay. So let me see if the Nurgle player is back yet. I don't think he is. And we'll go on to the next game. So we're going to do the Vampire Coast versus Skaven right now. Hadries versus Anticity. We're going to do you guys first. Give Nurgle time to get home. All right, so let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. And let's cast the old Kraken King game. So we just need to find this one here. Let's see if I can find the tourney. And where is that? Skaven versus Coast. Here we are. And let's load in. Good luck, have fun. Thanks for joining today, guys. A lot of fun seeing some familiar faces play again, some old faces. So 2 faction war winners going at it in game one here, or round 1. Hadries and Anticity. Both of these guys have won 2 faction wars before, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, no worries. We'll do you 2 next. No stress. Trying to give you... Okay, perfect. Okay, let's get this party started. Oh man, okay. Anticity going for that crab style play. Hadri's only bringing 1 flare, despite, being allowed to bring more than that. He only brought 1. I've been hearing horror stories about them. I haven't experienced it too much myself, but I'm curious to see. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Anticity, the Kraken King, facing off against Hadries. We got to come up with like a good Skaven name for Hadries. He's like the Lord of the Council. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Hadries is definitely the Lord of the Council. He's a Skaven overlord for sure. So the Lord of the Council versus the Kraken King. All right, that's perfect. So we got Night Runner Slings, which are a great choice. 140 range, good against guns, give you decent poke against big monsters too. Not great DPS, but overall not bad at all. The rest of the build here for old Hadries, let's see what he's got. It's going to be Clan Rats. Does he have any Stormvermin Halberds in here? It doesn't look like it. Oh, never mind. Okay. The Stormvermin meta is upon us. Oh, we have a whole front battle line of Stormvermin Halberds. I gotta say, I'm loving this so incredibly hard. So we got 3 of those, as well as a whole bunch of Night Runner Slings. On the backside, we do have Doomflayers. So the Doomflayers are going to be here, rocking their... utility, maybe against things like crabs and or depth guard. Hadries with his classic signature play. Hadries has been the biggest advocate of the chieftains. The chieftains are great. They punch things in the face very effectively. They can fight the crabs, fight the characters, and they get her done. A Gracier of Ruin going to be rocking the dreaded 13 spell as well as Howling Warp Gale. So good combo of spells and Warp Lightning. Dreaded 13 spell will nuke 1 target very effectively, and Howling Warp Gale is a staple against Vampire Coast. So yeah, that's it. He's got the Stormvermin, baby. And now, looking at the forces of the great Kraken King, he's going for a blob build. So he's got the Rotting Prometheans. He's got Lamprey's Revenge. He'd also have another group of Depth Guard. Bloody Reaver supporting him. Luther Harkin going to be going character hunting. A single Carronade and a couple units of Scurvy Dogs. So very different than what you would expect. Anticity, historically speaking, has usually been a gunline player. Like, he likes to go very wide. And, against Skaven, you can use mortars. You can use cannons. You can use, handguns aren't very good. Bomber mobs are a little bit more meta against them, historically speaking. But again, I don't know what the current situation is in today's meta. But Conquest mode, especially when we don't have any restrictions, are a very different beast, right? Because a lot of tournaments will have more restrictions on units, but we're Wild Westing it, which completely changes the meta, I would say. So the Carronade is going to be shooting into the Doomflayers, which it's going to be tough. They're a very small target, and they're going to run into the trees and mitigate that fire. So probably just shooting at the Stormvermin to try and soften them up is going to be the way. Anticity going to be trying to get his Scurvy Dogs around the back. That's probably going to be the play. Scurvy Dogs around the backside, and then using Luther to terror route and chain route all these Night Runner Slings would probably be the action here. The cannon does actually hit the Doomflayer, does some respectable damage, does kill one of the models, so they're down to 7 of 8 models right there. And the Kraken King is on the run a little bit. We are going to be seeing the objectives going to Hadries here, and Hadries is going to be moving up with his Night Runner Slings. And they can probably just kill this cannon. If this Skaven move up a tiny bit further... Oh! The Aquatics meta! The Vampire Coast have found the one pool of water on the entire map, and they're like, come at me, dude. Come at this pool of water. Let us do Glorious Battle and see if the Aquatics trade is OP. But the great thing about Conquest mode is you don't need to... whoever the objective is the fair play here. This is the one thing. Now we're going to see the slingers moving in. Definitely should get those slingers in range of that carronade if you can. You could easily kill that. And here, oh, Hadri's is going to be using the dreaded 13th spell to kill that cannon. Yep, that's what's going to happen. He's moving in. Could be a Warp Lightning, potentially, but probably dreaded 13th. Luther Harkin going to be moving in to try and cause some disruption. And Power Siphon. Oh, Luther Harkin with the silence. So Luther Harkin used his pistol to silence Hadri's caster. Oh, what a play there. That was really, really good by Anticity. I love that play. And immediately the Grey Seer is going to be running into the trees, and Hadri's is going to be moving up. So yeah, you basically just kill that cannon. Like, Hadri's should not engage in the water with his little rats. The aquatic traits will actually come into play, which would be really funny. But the Night Runner slings, just focus down that cannon, and you're all good. Okay, Anticity's going to be moving out of the water to fight. Storm Vermin preparing to engage. And now we see the Bonebreakers pulling back, as well as the Doomflayers. And now the Carronade is going to pay the price. So that's the correct play for Hadri's. Just kill that Carronade, take all that pressure off. And what's great about Night Runner slings is they're still good enough fighters to contest against the Doggos. The Chad Vermin are hanging in there, though. They are Hornswoggled, so their stat line is very low, but they are wearing down some of the Prometheans. You can see the Promethean damage is pretty big. Oh, the dreaded 13th spell! It's been summoned! So the Storm Vermin summon from Hadri's has emerged. It's going to be dropped right there. On the backfield, we do see the Night Runner Slingers being attacked by the Scurvy Dog, so they're going to be taking a little bit of DACA. Chieftains trying to make their way in, so Hadri's using the Chieftains to beat down the Prometheans here, and it looks like one Promethean unit is on death's bed. Very, very beat up there. And from here, it could go after the Leviathan in the backfield, but the Storm Vermin being good here, that is some forbidden tech. Now it looks like there's going to be a Scorch going down, so really, really nice cast by Hadri's there, able to nail those Scurvy Dogs. As the Faction War champions duel it out here, the Grey Seer ringing his bell over on the side, trying to give the Skaven a little bit of hype, but overall, it does look like the trading value is going massively to Hadri's favor. Having that Storm Vermin front line against that Crab Rush build, very, very strong. A couple Storm Vermin Halberds going to be creeping around the secondary. There is going to be a Warp Lightning going down. Doesn't really make good contact with that one. There wasn't a lot of targets underneath, but the Aquatics is it's here. A couple Storm Vermin going to be flanking around the back of the formation. Rotting Leviathan, a bit of a menace, and, you know, the late-game monster mash could be scary for the old Vampire Coast here. We do see the Warp Storm Scroll going down on Luther. That is an activated item from the Grey Seer that has a one-time usage. Overcastification of Nehek going to be popping here. That is super cost-effective, and I think that Anticity realizes that he needs to get a Lord kill here, maybe, to try and win this game, so he's going to be going after the Grey Seer. But Hadri's pretty quick to respond here, using the Double Chieftain to try and punch Luther Harkin in the face, and so far, they get a little bit of damage, but Luther is on the hunt. Definitely need to find some Storm Vermin or some units to protect you. Anticity, of course, always known for his excellent Scurvy Dog play, is going to be hunting down some Storm Vermin that have broken. But the Blob fight eventually will go for the Rats, probably. The Storm Vermin will find their way through some of those big targets. Here we see the Rotting Leviathan also being dragged down by Halberds. They are poking that bad boy down. Look at these proud little rat folk. Look at them. They got their shanks out. They're getting it done, and they are poking that big Leviathan down. On the other side, we do see the Grey Seer of Ruin chasing down the Scurvy Dogs here, as the Chieftains are also hot in pursuit. And the Slinger's in good shape, too. We do see one Chieftain getting broken up by Luther Harkin. A couple Night Runner Slingers going to be pulling back. Could the Kraken King pull this game back just with the Invocation grind? Maybe so. Doomflayers will be reasonably helpful here, and the other Chieftain has come back. Now remember, Hadri's does have the objective, and this is the downside of bringing... Interestingly enough, the objective is kind of like a balancing measure against, you know, SE focus builds, right? If you bring a very small army, you don't have and you're just like all in on SEs and big monsters things, you're going to give up a ton of agency on the objective as well. And, you know, if the game goes past 8.5 minutes, which most games don't in Conquest mode, that could come into play, right? So we do see the Blob moving over here, going after the Night Runner, so they're going to be fleeing the scene. Hadri's pulling back, big Invocation going down. Hadri's is ahead on the Bounce of Power. The Storm Vermin grind is just too good. And I just think Hadri's is in a pretty commanding position. He has both of his Chieftains. Luther Harkin's approaching healing cap. Night Runner Sling's going to be able to pull back. And how many Storm Vermin do we have left? We have 138 Storm Vermin, 95 Storm Vermin as well. I do not see too many chances for the Kraken King to win this game. He's making a big effort of it. He's microing his Scurvy Dogs away, you know, trying to make sure they can provide value in the later stages of the game. But that Storm Vermin brick is just doing work, and Anticity, realizing that he needs to get to the objective, is going to be moving over to try and, you know, relocate the fight over there. Bloody Reaver Depth Guard are enraged, which is going to be giving them a decent amount of ward save, but even still, they're taking massive, damage just being swarmed by rats. A very, very scathing game. Oh, the dreaded 13th spell! Here it goes, baby! So they have gotten the surround, and we see the Storm Vermin have gotten around the big crabs here, and they are going to be storming them down. This guy's at 0 leadership. He's going to start crumbling here very soon. He's taking a ton of damage from those anti-large halberds. Hadri's going to be taking over the game here. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that is going to be all she wrote. I don't see too many opportunities here for the forces of the Kraken King. And Hadri's going to be taking the W here in the first game. Anticity definitely bringing a wild build. SE-focused builds against Skaven can be risky. They do have good shooting and good isolation. Typically, Skaven don't like being, played wide against. But that was a fun game. Really, really cool match. Seeing Storm Vermin get in there and do good after their recent buffs, love to see it. So GG, well played to those mighty champions. The Kraken King, always an awesome player, and I look forward to seeing him back on future Faction Wars as Vampire Coast. I'm sure this will ignite his passion to, practice it a little bit. So, yeah, it's fun, man. He played really good. But his build just wasn't up to taking down this Skaven build. And Hadri's had a clean build, good execution, beautiful dreaded 13s, 2,800 value Storm Vermin as well. That is nuts. And the Slingers obviously did good. The Flayers just ran basically the whole game. And the Little Chieftains were cackling all the way to the bank. But the Storm Vermin carried that, 2,800, 1,600, and 700 on that one as well. So GG, well played. The evil rats have cometh. Yes, they have. And now we're going to go ahead and update the bracket. So let's get the bracket updated. Let's do this. And we have the Skaven advancing on. And Hadri's is going to be playing Kislev in the next game, which nobody wanted to play Kislev in the tournament. But Chad Hadri's did not try and avoid Kislev. He didn't put them as one of his vetoes. So he could be facing them here quickly. So now we have Nurgle versus Empire. So we have the Thrones of Decay matchup, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to get that set up right here. And yeah, and that's going to be that. All right. Let's do it. So we're going to find the lobby here. Been pretty lag-free today. There's just been 1 or 2 games that have been a little bit laggy, so it hasn't been too bad. And now we have not Wood Elves versus Norska. It's not that. Stingers? Is it Stingers game? No, that's High Elves. So I need to get the lobby code from these guys. All right, so let me see if they can send it to me. Should be here. All right. Outstanding. You sent it to me. Shout out to our boy Nurgle here. And let's get it going. All right, all right. So here we are. Plague Penguin is an insanely good Empire player. I have not seen Nurgle's PA play a lot, so I don't know about his experience level, but I have played a lot of games against Plague Penguin in a tournament setting. And his micro is pretty god tier. So it's gonna be a good fight. Nurgle's certainly gonna have their work cut out for them. Oh, the Prince and Emperor is here, Karl Franz. Let's get it. That's so hype. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Let's have some fun, man. 2,000 rats versus 400 crabs. Crabs and zombies, yeah. That's about what we had last game. Yes, yes. Let's get this party started, man. So Karl Franz against Nurgle, not bad. He's magic damage and hits hard, so against some of the demonic threats, he could be good. And he also is good against the Nurgle characters with good micro. It's a very old school Empire build. This is like almost a Warhammer 2 Empire build. Yeah, it's going to be fun. All right, let us know who you guys are rooting for in chat. The Sons of Sigmar or the Champions of the Plague Father, Grandpa's Chosen. I'm curious to see who you guys are rooting for. We got a little bit of love on both sides. And let's see what they got, man. It's going to be great. Then battle strat. Are you talking about Storm Vermin being good? Yeah, Storm Vermin, honestly, were pretty good there. If Anticity had brought bomber mobs, though, they probably wouldn't have been as good. If Anticity had had like 3 or 4 bomber mobs, or maybe something to threaten like infantry bricks. But yeah, with the build that Anticity brought, they were very strong. Yeah, they were very, very strong. How are Rot Knights going to do stuff here? Well, Rot Knights can trade okay in Empire Knights. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, it's something. All right, we're checking here. And we'll be ready for the next one soon. All right, so we're going to load into the match here. Let's have some fun. GLHF. And let's break down the armies, ladies and gentlemen. So, these are 2 of my main factions that I play. For the Forces of Nurgle, we got Pestigors in the front line. So Pesties do have Vanguard. They can close the distance quickly. They'll beat most baseline state troopers, and they can trade okay into some of the Empire armor. So, yeah, not a bad choice. I personally probably enjoy Marauders a little bit more because of their staying power, but Pestigors are also very viable too. So it's going to be Pestigors and Nurglings. You don't need good infantry against the Empire. Going for sometimes like Chaos Warrior armor checks historically have been okay against them, but I like the more TAF-centric infantry core here, and I think that's not a bad choice. Now, we do have a Chaos Lord of Nurgle. Okay. And he's going to be a big armor-piercing fighter here with the Father of Blades. All right. And also the Icon of Eternal Virulence. So Nurgle does have a bit of a hero core, which is pretty normal. Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle with Fleshy Abundance and Rancid. And we have an Exalted Hero of Nurgle as well. So that's a very powerful fighter. Richie, thank you for the 100. Thanks for getting her done. That is an extremely generous one. Thank you, Richie. I greatly appreciate it for Sigmar, baby. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate it, bud. And hopefully you enjoy this game. Hopefully you enjoy it. Rot Knights are a bit of a wild pick. I mean, in theory, if you look at them on paper, they're good against Empire Heavy Cavalry. They should trade evenly into demis, and they should be able to beat down, Empire Knights and various things like that. And they do have healing, so over the course of a long grind, maybe. But in experience, I've always found them a little bit lackluster. But we're going to find out if old Nurgle's PA can make them work. Now, looking at the forces of the old Plague Penguin, it is going to be a couple Huntsmen, which are good against Nurgle, good against Plague Toads, the light armor, some of the various large threats. I do like that. Demogryph Knights with Halberds in the back, Empire Knights into the sunset, Halberds in the secondary. The Prince and Emperor, Karl Franz is here, wielding Galmaraz, the Warhammer itself. How can you lose when you have the plot armor of Galmaraz? We'll find out. He did very well in one of our last faction wars. We had Plague Penguin get, I think, to the semifinals, where he was defeated by Tzeentch. And that was back when Tzeentch, wasn't quite as regulated in terms of rules and was pretty busted in land battle. They still are, but Conquest certainly brings them into check a little bit, for sure. Hadri's. Yeah, Hadri's giving us the spelling of his name. That's good. I appreciate it. All right, so let's get it started. Let us know your predictions. Who are you guys rooting for, the Sons of Sigmar or the foul champions of the Plague Father? So the battle is underway. Karl Franz immediately going to be charging some Nurgling, so he's going to be punting some of these goblins to the Shadow Realm, which is just glorious. Oh, yeah. Look at Franz getting in there with the giant hammer. Oh, yeah. And on the backside, we do see the Huntsmen. What are they going to be targeting? Pestigors is the ideal target. Pesties do have very low MD. They probably honestly will they will beat a Spearman unit, but they're going to take some damage in the process. But Franz is basically just trying to assist his troopers, help them win that frontline fight. Here we do see the Silver Bullets looking for engagements. Probably going to start shooting the Furies up in the sky, as some of the Furies do descend on top of the Huntsmen here. There's now going to be some crossfire coming in, and I would imagine Plague Penguin is probably going to get these Empire Knights to saturate in and try and deal with them. On the backside, Nurgle going to be using the tree line to try and get a good engagement. Demogryph Knights with Halberds intercepting the Furies here. And the baseline Empire Halberds are also going to be flanked by Pesties, but they'll hold for, a respectable amount of time. Nurglings to the front line getting crumbled by Spearmen, who were assisted by Karl Franz, and the Silver Bullet's going to be retreating back, while Nurgle prepares its big old flank overload. So Pestigors and Furies descending from all sides. The Empire army is being swarmed, but the Sons of Sigmar are holding relatively well. But the Nurgle Goon Squad here, this is a really nice play. The Father of Blades activated. I love to see it. Also debuffs the Demogryph Knights with Halberds here down to a relatively low amount of melee attack, which is quite nice. Reichlin Runefang, though, going to be keeping him honest. But yeah, this looks like a good fight for Nurgle. The Rot Knights moving in. Demogryph Knights getting quite smashed up, but we do see the Overcasted Regrowth going down. And the Sons of Sigmar do bring some reinforcements over. Silver Bullets trying to retreat back. But Pestigor is grinding very cost-effectively here. Grinding down Empire Knights, also, beating down some of the infantry units. We have a really, really close knockdown, drag-out game here. Oh man, this is really, really tight. Karl Franz going to be going after the Exalted Hero, not a bad idea, although he's a little bit trapped up by some of the Rot Knights. Demogryph Knights are nearby supporting, and that regrowth was able to mitigate a ton of the DPS. And how are the Rot Knights doing? Okay, classic Rot Knights getting like 400 value and then running away. I actually got 700, which isn't bad. But the Demogryphs and the Empire Knights were able to win that fight, and now the Prince and Emperor is going to be battling it out versus the two Nurgle characters, 3 actually, with the Sorcerer running in, which is not going to be a good fight for Karl Franz. He will lose that fight 3v1. He's a good fighter, but it's not like he's some like King Lewin or some raid boss who's going to be able to just go absolutely bananas there. Although he is really smashing up this Exalted Hero. He's certainly showing why he's one of the main characters of fantasy. On the other parts of the battlefield, Spearman versus Nurgling's a bit of a wash. Nobody's even playing the objectives here. You don't need to. It's just kind of... it's still a good idea to grab them. Nurgle probably could have just put a Nurgling on it or something to try and get it, but, if players are just playing clean, you don't even really need to worry about it, so... Karl Franz battling it out versus the Exalted Hero of Nurgle, who is going to be getting a fecundity, as is the Chaos Lord. Both sides are getting a ton of healing here, and it looks like there is going to be an overcasted fleshy going down. Oh, Nurgle's fleshy abundance is going down, and these Nurgle characters are going to be getting sauced. Now, were the Rot Knights there? That was probably a slight mistake. If Nurgle's PA had gotten the Rot Knights in there before the overcasted fleshy, that could have been pretty nice to increase their combat viability, but overall... The Halberd Corps here is grinding quite well. They're going to be very excellent against all these mounted Nurgle characters. And the other parts of the battlefield, we do see the Empire Knights trying to run down the Pestigors wherever they can, but the Pestigors are taking pretty good trades. Looks like Pesties and Halberds have a pretty even trade with maybe a slight advantage for the Pestigors, which makes sense. Pestigors here winning versus Spearmen, even on the slope. And on the backside, Silver Bullets have rallied. A couple Huntsmen have come back, and this is going to be a big situation for the Empire. The fact that they've gotten a couple gun units and missile units back online is going to give them the tools they need to probably take down the Pestigors. So the Father of Blades activated once again. It does spread its plague all over the Empire troops. Negative 12. Oh, they're at 12 melee attack right now. That is incredibly brutal. Karl Franz getting smashed up a little bit as well. He's going to need a regrowth real soon. I think for the Empire here, you're probably going to want to get Franz out of this like character fight and go start winning all these various engagements. So you take Franz here, you win this fight, you win this fight, you win this fight, and just let your spears and halberds grind down the rest of the forces of Nurgle here. It's certainly easier said than done, but this is a really, really good match, and this has been an excellent one so far. So Huntsmen have returned. Silver Bullets are also back in business. Looking at the Silver Bullet model count, there's still 40 of them, which isn't bad. These Empire Knights probably going to want to withdraw. Halberds grinding it here. Nurgle getting some fat healing. But all Nurgle has is characters, really. I mean, I guess there are these infantry units still fighting around the map. Demogryph Knights with Halberds trying to get an engagement versus Nurgle characters. But probably honestly going to lose it. Pestigors disengaging from the Halberds here with the Exalted Hero of Nurgle. Going to be picking off some of these Demogryph Knight models. Demogryph Knights, how much value have we gotten from them so far? 2,200 on those demis. That is really money. That is very, very good. Yeah, I think winning these other fights over here with your Empire Knights is going to be essential. And, why not grab that objective? It could come into play, right? So Foe Seeker is activated from the Prince and Emperor. Demogryph Knights looking like they're going to be charging back in. Balance of Power maybe slightly favoring Plague Penguin, but it's just too close of a game to call. Both players have gotten a lot of healing here. Franz might have another regrowth coming his way soon. Is that going to be an Earthblood? It looks like it is. So Franz is going to get an Earthblood, which is going to be pretty good, but he gets swarmed immediately every time he lands. It's such a dangerous situation. That Nurgle Hero Corps, just like in Domination mode, are one of the staples of the faction. They're very strong and very tough to deal with. The Chaos Sword of Nurgle has been kind of an under, I guess, a slept-on character. He's doing pretty damn good. He's up to 1,400 value here, and he's got a good enough stat line to go fisticuffs with Franz. Franz is a little bit smashed up now, 3,000 HP. If Franz were to go down, the Sons of Sigmar would probably lose this game to these characters. I don't know if they would have enough. I do think it's a bit of a mistake by Plague Penguin not to go and just get value from Franz elsewhere. This is a hard fight. Just let the grind happen here with your demis. Although I guess cycle charging here arguably is pretty good. Franz does have the ability to just like charge in and out, whereas the Nurgle characters don't have any sort of support, so they're a little bit trapped up. Franz here does get a good connection with the Chaos Sorcerer, and if he does manage to break that Sorcerer, that's going to be a big win. Empire Knights cleaning up. Okay, it looks like I was mistaken. I was wrong. He didn't actually need Franz to win these fights over here. I thought maybe his infantry would run into some issues, but with the Empire Knights and the rallying Huntsmen, he was able to get that value back. And looks like Plague Penguin's taking the game over. I love Empire games. They're always so close and so scrappy. And here he does get that pick here. And that is going to be a victory for the Sons of Sigmar, for the Emperor, for Karl Franz. What a match. That was a good knockdown, drag-out fight. Very well played to Nurgle's PA. He was saying in Discord the other day that he's going to get stomped super quickly. But honestly, he made that a really close game against a top-tier player. And could have gone either way. It was a really, really nice match. So GG, well played. I love seeing the Chaos Sword of Nurgle. That was really fun. And yeah, the Pesties did pretty good. Made me eat my words. They were quite nice. All right, guys. So let's go update the old brackets. Let's have some fun and do it. We're almost through the regular rounds of regulation, so that is going to be a victory for the Empire. So Empire is going to be playing Grand Cathay in the next game, which is going to be a pretty weird one. And now we're advancing to the later stages of the tournament. So we got High Elves versus Tzeentch. This is going to be one of the sweatier games of the tournament, I would imagine. Both these players are very, very good, and Tzeentch is very strong. High Elves seem pretty good, especially in Conquest. Tzeentch gets limited in Conquest mode a little bit because they can't, kite you around the map quite as easily with their shields and things like that. So that's good. That is good. I'm so happy I don't have to deal with attacking rules and stuff, by the way. It's the Power Fantasy for sure that I had back in Warhammer 2. All right. We haven't seen anybody really push it to the limit yet, with the objectives. I'm curious to see if that's going to happen today. All right. So let's get this going, and we've loaded into the game. So now we have Tzeentch versus the High Elves. So what Chaos Gods still remain? Khorne is still around, and Tzeentch is still around, but the other Chaos Gods have fallen, including the Demons of Chaos. Skaven, I guess, represent Chaos. The Horned Rat is still here. Hashut has fallen as well. And, yeah. Yeah, no, Empire is not weak at all. They're just a high skill cap faction. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So Techless with some archers and dragon princes. Looks like fun. All right, bracket score. So we've had, how many matches have we had so far? I don't know. But what are your guys' scores looking like on the Match Madness? Has anybody had a perfect prediction yet? We usually have one or two people who get really, really they nail those predictions. We usually do. Interested to see how Plague Penguin handles Cathay's Empire. Yeah, I think it's changed a little bit, Hadries. I think the Empire can do it better now. You have a couple of cheeky characters. I like the Master Engineers with their AP. They can do well. And you have the Hawk and Long Rifles too now. Yeah, agree. I think it's not as bad for the Empire as it used to be. I do agree it used to be tough. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 4 and 4 for Gruna. Okay, so we got somebody who's 4 and 4. 4 out of 7. Well, that would... Is that how many games we've had? Teclis 4 show? Yeah, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. We got Spearmen to the front. You know, stalwart spears hold the front line. Lothar and Seaguard in the secondary. Good against Centaurs of Tzeentch. They got spears and they have good poke. Double Dragon Prince, one of which is going to be the ROR version. And they're pretty good against Tzeentch. Tzeentch does have a lot of fire damage, and these things do have fire resist. So, what's not to love? I think Fireborn have even more. Yeah, they got 35%, so that's pretty sweet. And we do have Peklis. Peklis is really nice against Tzeentch for a couple of reasons. Nets are really good here to kind of work with your archers, and regrowth is always nice for healing up your Dragon Princes. But more importantly, he auto-heals himself using the Potion of Koroi. So whenever you activate this, you don't even need to worry about using heals on himself. You could just allocate those heals elsewhere, which is going to be very, very nice. Now, looking over here at the forces of Seagos, it is going to be Marauders with Zangors in the front line. Zangors will crush Spearmen and honestly can penetrate pretty well into the secondary line with their speed. Centaurs of Tzeentch are gods here. They're excellent against Dragon Princes, as well as the other various High Elf Cavalry units. Granted, a little bit, you know, if they eat a full frontal charge from Dragon Princes, they're going to get melted too, right? And I do love the Changebringers. Changebringers can be absolutely tyrannical. These units are terrifying. If you don't have a counterplay for them, your archers are shut offline, or maybe your archers are out of position and they're able to get good shots on your cavalry, you're going to have a really, really bad time. So, yep, that is it. And the Duel of Fates begins. The magic duel. This is very much a magic duel. Sword of Teclis activated. And we do see a Flock of Doom going down on the Centaurs of Tzeentch, as well as the Sour Guts back here. And that actually did some respectable damage. The dreaded Flock of Doom today, man. We saw it doing some big work from a whole bunch of players. But Peklis going to be circling about and hunting down that Tzeentch caster. So we do have a Chaos Sorcerer of Tzeentch. He is going to be rocking pink fire as well as blue fire, and it is going to be a Chaos Sword of Tzeentch, which is a good choice. He's an anti-large fighter who's going to be very, very effective against the Dragonborn, or against the various Dragon Princes, as well as against Teclis, right? So now the Archer Fire is underway, and Tzeentch, of course, can pull back and regenerate their shields if they want to. The only attacking rule that Tzeentch has to obey, as well as High Elves, is going to be playing the objective. So there is no attacking rule, essentially, is what I'm saying. That is it. And it is a 8-minute timer, so 8 minutes and 20 seconds. And you can see it is encouraging some very aggressive play here from the players. Zangor is going to be moving up in the front to battle out some of the Spearmen, and the Fireborn also going to be hammering in and maybe getting a big charge here on these Zangors. On the backside, we do see the Sour Guts shooting away, and big damage going down on the Lothar and Seaguard. It looks like the Tzeentch Sorcerer was able to get a big pink fire down the side, or a blue fire. I didn't quite see that. And the Sour Guts are able to melt the remnants of those units. But big kind of cycle charging on both sides. Fireborn do overextend a little bit, and now the Changebringer is coming in for Tzeentch. That's going to be some big damage. Flock of Doom responding as well. And the Flock of Doom is able to nail both Centaurs. So we see it going down on 2 Centaur units. And the Dragon Princes are able to overwhelm the Centaurs of Tzeentch with the help of Peklis getting a big tear route. But those Changebringers are doing massive damage against those very expensive cavalry as well. And we do see the balance of power very, very even, obviously, here as they just engaged. And the value trading is also pretty much dead even, with healing and shield regeneration taken into account. It's a really even game. Beautiful pink fire right there. Not a whole lot that old Stingers can do against this. Here we do see the Lothar and Seaguard getting swarmed on by Zangor, so there's an opportunity for these Zangors to get some really, really nice backfield pressure. Up in the sky, we see the Changebringers running away from old Teclis, so Teclis is going to be hunting those bad boys down, while the Dragon Princes are trying to hunt down the Centaurs, although they do end up running into the Sour Guts, which is not an engagement they probably want to fight. Objective has been taken by the High Elf, so the clock is ticking here for Tzeentch, of course. It is a long clock. You know, about, I don't know, like seven minutes from here, give or take, something in that ballpark that Tzeentch has to get that objective. Let me make sure they're on 500 victory tickets, and yes, they are, so I think only one person screwed that up today. So, Teclis being hunted by the Chaos Sword, very cost-effective. You know, it's going to be a big micro-tax here for Stingers. But Stingers gets another Flock of Doom, a beautiful one. That's able to hit the Sour Guts. It hits these guys up in the sky. Spears are chasing down the Sour Guts. And the High Elves are looking to be in a commanding position here in this game, as we do get all of the various archers teeing off into the Zangors. With their silver shields, mind you, but still, volume of fire is volume of fire. Dragon Prince is rear charging into the Zangors here, so this is the non-Fireborn unit who's being used in the front line to help win some of those various engagements. And the Archer Crossfire is doing great work. Peklis also being a menace, right? He's causing a lot of havoc. He's got a ton of the Tzeentchian army occupied, and the fact that he's on this bird means he has 120 speed, so he's able to effectively kite all of those units, which is really, really nice. Spearmen engaging versus the Sour Guts. Spearmen will be able to maybe win that fight. Centaurs of Tzeentch coming in, though, to help, so it's going to make it a little bit harder, but overall that's going to be very cost-effective here for Stingers. And now we get the Fireborn coming across to try and help out here. I think the High Elves are in a very, very good position, unless they throw Teclis. If Teclis gets caught and killed, that would just be a complete game changer. That would give Tzeentch the ability to really, really just get out of control with their Chaos Lord and some of the various other mobility. But Potion of Croy and Regrowth, Teclis should be able to kind of get back on the menu here. The objective, like I said, in full control here of the High Elves. And if Tzeentch wants to run around the map and, really utilize their magic and kind of not engage in a proper way, they're obviously going to, be playing the danger of losing on objectives. So here we see the big fire coming in. Changebringer's nasty, nasty stuff. And they're able to roast those Spearmen as well as the Fireborn. So even though they may have been born into fire, it was not enough to save them from Tzeentch's Warp Fire. And it looks like the forces of Seagos are making a little bit of a comeback here. He's getting some good damage on the Lord, finding some good isolations here in the woods. Balance of power is actually very even now. It's kind of evening out once again. What a scrappy match for these two players. Although this could be a game changer. That one play might have just broken the game open here for the High Elves. He nets down the Changebringers who have a shit ton of ammo left, and he's able to get all of his archers, all 4 of them, and he kills the Changebringers. The High Elves just getting a huge pick there. And honestly, I think that just won the High Elves the game. I don't think there's, because the Changebringers had like half ammo left. They're one of the few things that maybe could have came into the flanks with a little bit of support and roasted down these archers. But now, I don't think there's any chances. There's just too many High Elf infantry left for Tzeentch to deal with. I mean, we have, Shrieking Skyrays. We have a Tzeentch caster, some beat-up Centaurs. But the Changebringers getting caught and picked right there, that is just way too much. And now there's going to be some Tzeentch magic going down. The High Elves are probably going to be scattering to the winds. It will be able to take down some of the Spearmen here. But the High Elves are pulling back with their Lothern Sea Guard. And that probably is going to be the game going to Stingers as the balance of power goes even more in the favor here of the Asur. They're doing quite well. That was a brutal archer volley there on that expensive unit. Changebringers are not cheap. They are, 1,500 gold if memory serves? Getting a little old, can't remember all this stuff. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's around that ballpark, and that was a lot. So we do see Peklis running about, and the objective still firmly in the control here of the forces of the High Elves. Peklis getting a nice cycle charge right here, and we do see the Chaos Sword of Tzeentch descending upon Teclis, but Potion of Croy gives him a massive amount of ward save as well as healing, so he should be able to kind of hold there for a moment. In the back, we do see a couple Tzeentch units trying to rally. It is going to be Sourguts shooting away, as well as some Tattered Zangors on their way in. But the Elves have so many spear units, man, there's no way in hell. I mean, 4 Lothern Sea Guard, all of whom are in a respectable amount of HP. There's no way that Tzeentch is going to be able to do that. That Teclis net and focus fire was the balance power is still kind of even-ish. If the Changebringers had still been alive and could have maybe endured until ammunition became sparse and then come in and, gotten that big DAC in, that could have been, potentially GG for the High Elves. They had half ammo. They could have killed 2 or 3 units of Lothern Sea Guard easy with some support. But now, there's no way. How are you going to wrestle this point from the High Elves? I don't think you're going to. We do see the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch fighting it out here. Spearmen are there. Teclis is going to be getting a fat regrowth, and probably Potion of Croy is going to be following up. He charges into the Chaos Lord. Chaos Lord getting bullied by Peklis. Peklis is not a joke of a fighter. I mean, 46, 44, 40 with a great charge bonus of 58. He's able to get in there, and the Chaos Lord actually gets broken and terrified. That's 100% GG, well played. And the High Elves are going to be winning game 1 here. Their first match in the tournament, defeating one of many people's favorites, which were going to be Tzeentch. All right. So, GG, well played. The only Chaos champion remaining is going to be Hadri's and Iskaven, as well as Berserk and his Khorne. So we're going to see how that unfurls here. So, yeah, GG, well played to those mighty champions. Really cool match. That net was the clutch play. And, yeah, just really good, solid High Elf play. Peklis was great. Cavalry did fine. Spears and Archers all held it together, and that was it. All right, so let's go update the brackets. Well played to Seagos, doing ODM proud. He's a great player, and certainly looking to have him back. All right, so heading over to the brackets. Let's take a look here. Bracket. There's the button for that. That is going to be the High Elves advancing on, and they're going to be playing War. Oh, no, we still have regular Warriors of Chaos being played by Razel as well. Totally forgot about regular Warriors of Chaos. We do have them. So now we're in the second round of the tournament, technically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Guys, we got 15 more games in store for you. 15 more matches of just glorious, glorious combat. That is going to be great. All right, so now we're going to do Lizardmen versus Tomb Kings, a match that has occurred a lot in the history of Warhammer. I've run into that one a ton. All right, so let's do that. We got Tomb Kings versus Lizardmen. Shout out to the players for doing an excellent job organizing these lobbies. It has made it smooth and very, very fun. All right. So here we are, man. The Horn Rat is a true Chaos God. That's right, Hadris. That's right. GG, Tzeentch out. High Elf still in. Good outcome. Yeah. I'm loving Conquest mode, though, guys. I think it's great. I don't know why it's not. I haven't seen more of it. I think it's so good. Like there was a lot of people saying that, you know, oh man, with 500 tickets you can just win on the objectives, but I haven't seen a single person even make a try for that yet. I think it's possible in some matchups, maybe, but yeah, overall I think it's in a pretty good spot. Maybe making it so if the objective is contested, that the timer stops going would be good. So if it's like a really close late game situation, I think that'd be nice. But you know, all right. No, finals are not best of 3. No, everything in Faction War is it's one epic duel. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's going to be Lord Chicken Feed coming in with the lizards. Oh yeah, Dread Beast, the dreaded Dread Saurian for Lord Chicken Feed. All right, that is super hyped. So we got double Stegodon as well with the Ballistas, and then we got Lord Mazdamundi on his toilet seat, and he's going to be coming in with Nets and Apotheosis to heal his big dinos. And aside from that, we do have a couple skink cohorts, skink skirmishers in the back, and a Saurus spear front line, which makes sense. And that's it. So yeah, big monster mash fight, ladies and gentlemen. So looking at the forces of Tim the Wilder, homie's coming in with double Kemrian War Sphinx, as well as a big Necro Sphinx as well to fight some of the big monsters. It is going to be DJ Kotep with Usirians, probably to try and take down things like Saurus Warriors, Temple Guard, Golden Riders, whatever. And a single Ushapti Greatbow in the back, being the Chosen of the Gods. So Chosen of the Gods probably will be pressured heavily by the Stegodons with the Ballistas, which will force the Tomb Kings probably to move up. We'll have to see. On top of that, we do see a lot of Skeleton Horse Archers popping out here for Tim the Wilder. They're going to be useful just for surrounding and poking. And, you know, when you break something, having a mobile cav unit to just chase them off the battlefield is always like a nice little addition as well. Yes, yes. All right. So the battle is on after this game. If you guys want a little bit of a preview, I believe next up we have Dwarves versus Bretonnia, which is going to be a very sweaty one. I'm curious. If anybody is going to win on objectives today, it would probably be Dwarves. I think they would be the most likely. Dwarves and Nurgle. Tzeentch is also pretty good at winning on objectives. They can do some shenanigans with the Changeling, turning into Kugath, but overall, yeah, it's time. It is go time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it started. So moving forward are the Saurus Warriors. So we do get Saurus Warriors with shields and spears. Will be reasonably helpful against some of the bigger monsters. And a lot of damage going down here. That must have been the Chosen of the Gods. Yeah, they must have been poking. Up in the tree line. Ah, Tim's in the bushes. It's going to give him a little bit of cover. But the Stegodon's probably going to be returning the favor. We'll have to see. That is a big monster mash build here for Lord Chicken Feed. And of course, you guys have seen Lord Chicken Feed in Domination. I don't know about how much experience he has in Conquest. He said he's been playing it a little bit and getting his, getting his experience in there. But he is a top-tier Domination player and obviously has good micro. The build's wild as hell, for sure. The double Stegodon with Lord Chungus, and the objective is going to be going to Lord Chicken Feed. But Tim is going to be poking, and, you know, this could be one of the first examples we see of kiting today, where Tim is not going to engage right away, but rather he's going to value farm, so he's going to use his Ushapti Greatbows and his Skeleton Archers and Magic. I was actually talking to Tim about this before the tournament a couple days ago. We were talking about, you know, rules and what things maybe need to be restricted a little bit. And he was saying that he still thinks that, kiting is going to be viable to an extent, right? So he's getting it in there, and he is causing a little bit of havoc. You can see the bows here are shooting away. Skeleton Archers shooting into the Saurus Spheres here. So damage going down from Usirians as the Skeleton Horse Archers do poke down the Spear units. Obviously, Tim wants to get rid of the Spear support, so then he can saturate the bigger monsters here in the with Spears. Okay, one sec, guys. I got to let my Chihuahua out real quick. It's barking. I'll be right back. It'll be quick. All right, guys, sorry about that. It was a close call. It was, you know, when you have a pet, you kind of get to know like a bark, and certain barks mean certain things. And in that case, it was either I was going to walk into a massive disaster, or I let the beast out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're back in business. We do see the lizards hanging on to the point right here on the far side. The Kemrian War Sphinx doing a little bit of harrying, pushing into the skinks. We don't see any healing here for the Tomb Kings outside of just their lore passive. Not seeing any sort of necrotext or anything like that. So yeah, we're seeing very much like a kiting build here from Tim. Not like full out on range, but yeah, he's playing a situation where he's going to be expending all of his ammunition and all of his magic to try and wear down his opponent before alpha striking, which I'm happy to see. I kind of want to see how this plays out here, and we will go. So here we do see the skeleton horseman archers moving up and poking away at the Sar spears. On the other side, the skeleton archers here shooting into the Sars here. Getting a little bit of damage in there. 29 leadership on these bad boys. Lord Mazdamundi just anchoring firmly. Lizards are a very durable faction though. Mazdamundi does have healing via apotheosis. But Tim is going to just try and kill all the spear units so then he can overwhelm. Because at that point, the Khemerian War Sphinxes will just dominate these skin cohorts. And we will be seeing, the big push at that point. Ushapti Great Bows are juking back here, so Tim is pulling these bad boys back. On the other side, we see the Khemerian War Sphinxes lurking about, and the Lizards are very, very much surrounded here. In a bit of a dicey situation. Tim the Wilder coming... Oh, look at that ruination of cities. I did not notice that at first, but we got a big ruination of cities right there. Colossal damage on those skeleton horseman archers, but... yeah, nasty. Usirian's going down on the Sar Spears here. Tim the Wilder continuing to poke, using his Khemerian War Sphinxes on the edges of the formation. Poke in, so they're just kind of running in and out and getting good cycle charging, which is very clean. Although we do see a net going down on DJ Kotep. So Kotep gets netted, and the double Stegodons are actually focus firing him. Okay. So playing a little bit of a dangerous game here. Kotep, of course, not the tankiest character. We do see Darude Sandstorm being popped here on the Sar Spears. In the meantime, the Dreadsaurian's going to be heading back and across. Kotep very, very damaged up here. As far as the victory tickets go, we do have 142 here for the old Lizards as the Tomb Kings continue to poke in here. The Stegodons, though, are returning the favor. Lord Chicken Feed is shooting away. The balance of power, not the balance of power, but the damage value meter doesn't track a lot of things. It's very buggy and haggard. It's one thing that I wish CA would fix, but they certainly have not done a good job with that. But back on the point here, we do see Objective 1 still being held by the old dinos. The Dread Beast is still running about looking for engagements. Khemerian War Sphinx, is it really going to charge the Dread Saurian? It looks like it does for a second, but the Dread Beast is easily going to dominate this thing in combat if they decide to fight. Necro Sphinx is a little bit of a different story, but we do see some of the Sars on the outside of the formation getting a little bit broken up here, and that is going to be a broken Sar Spear. So 12 leadership, -10, so he is broken. So at this point, Tim probably just gets some basic horsemen and runs them off the battlefield. The Chosen of the Gods are just kind of lurking in the shadows, as is Grand Hierophant Kotep. So Kotep is cackling back here, trying to avoid those Stegodons, and it looks like there's going to be a banishment going down from Mazdamundi, so there it goes. And that is going to be nailing into the skeletons here, and that is some big, big old damage. Wow, what a banishment! That was a money one. Granted, it's still just like a 300 gold unit, but even still, getting rid of those kind of numbers isn't bad at all. So Tim getting pretty aggressive with his constructs back here, actually chasing down the Skink Skirmishers, which is probably going to be a free kill. They're isolated, maybe you're going to be able to get a terror out of them and just run them off the battlefield, and that's like, 300, 400, 500 gold. That's just going to be chased down for free here. Lord Chicken Feed trying to stay on the point with the Dread Saurian. The two Stegodon bolt throwers are shooting, and they've gotten big value this game. But you know what the big problem is that Tim is like one of the most methodical players I've run into. The way he plays is very clinical. He's hiding his Ushapti Great Bow back here until the Stegodons run out of ammunition, and then he's going to bring those things in and just feast like a million value off them. So that's clearly what he's up to. And now they're going to be shooting. Yep, they're shooting at the Dread Saurian now. The objective, of course, still in the hands of the Lizards. Tim the Wilder playing a wild game here, pushing these guys back. We do see all the Skink Skirmishers and various units fleeing the scene. And the two Stegodons here, bolt throwing whatever they can. But yeah, there is going to be a big collapse from Tim here soon. Oh, another ruination of cities going down. Let's see if the RNG gods are with him today. Okay, no, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow, that was big. That was really big for Lord Chicken Feed. Those spear units just got crumped, and they're crumbling down real hard. So the Dread Saurian is cackling. Tim is going to have to pull in for the Alpha Strike soonish. He was talking to me the other day about how he feels pretty comfortable not playing the point at all, for 5 or 6 minutes, and then going for an Alpha Strike on the point. He was saying that's kind of been one of his schools of thought. So very curious to see if he's able to get away with that here this game, because he's not even moving up on it at all. Stegodons here shooting away. They do have their nasty bolt throwers. They've gotten about 1,000 value, and Tim has basically killed everything Lord Chicken has except his monsters. He still has a little bit of time left, 300 to 500 tickets. So there's going to be a couple minutes left here. Ushapti Great Bow is getting good damage against the Dread Saurian, so the Dread Saurian is getting worked on. But Tim is going to have to commit here to fighting in that center area very soon. So yeah, he's taking his sweet time chasing those units down. I think he shouldn't mess around with the clock too much longer. He definitely wants to get in there. But this is not going to be easy to kill. We have the Dread Saurian, we have the Stegodons, and the Hyle. The only attacking that Tim needs to do is just the objective. He doesn't need to obey any sort of rule here. But yep, it's going to be the final stand on the point. We do see the two Stegodons as well as the Dread Saurian hanging in there. Lord Chicken, he's playing it tough here. Tim playing a very dangerous game. He's playing it so freaking tight. And he does the same thing in Domination mode. It's so funny to see. In Domination mode, you see Tim the Wilder do this exact same thing. He lets his opponents get, so he farms value rather than the objectives, or builds up. He'll build up super hard and just come for the objectives in the last moment to try and win the game, which is such a precarious, dangerous way to play. And it's also untested as well, right? Like, people haven't really pushed the parameters of that in this game mode. So yeah, now he's going to be moving up. He's going to need to get his big constructs in. And, you know, Khemri War Sphinxes are good fighters. He's got a little bit of time left, but really not that much. So he has about 2 or 3 minutes left to get up on this objective, and we will see. So here they come. We see the Ushapti Grapos, the Chosen of the Gods, still wearing that down. Lord Chicken Feet doesn't care, though. Lizards are all about this life. This is what they're good at. Tim really should get in there. I don't know why he's being so cautious. Like, he's moving units away from it. That's a big mistake. Like, move in, move in. You gotta go, dude. Because right now, Lord Chicken is just going to win on points if you don't engage him. If you just sit back, you're going to take that fat L. So he's sitting at 3 minutes and, yeah, 4 minutes. So now we have 1 minute and what? Yeah, 1 minute and 40 seconds left for Tim the Wilder. Dude, I don't know why he's playing it. I think he waited way too long, and, you know, he's going to pay the troll toll for not getting in on his opponent here. So here comes the Sphinxes. It's the capture weight advantage. If the Tomb Kings can get everything on that point, it should favor them. They should have more. And now they're going to be moving in to do Glorious Battle. Lizards are just hunkering down to the point. Their build doesn't have a lot to answer the mobility of the Tomb Kings. It's more of just like an endurance build. You know, even without the objective, I do think that the Lizardmen might win this. Stegodons are crazy strong monsters, and the Dread Saurian with Mazdamundi, that's like a lot to get through for Tim. And Tim's build is pretty raggedy right now. We have Grand Hierophant Katep, and yeah, of course, the big monsters. He's playing it so dangerous. Okay, Ushapti Summon going down there is a good call, but Tim's got to get in there with everything. He can't mess around here any longer. All right, he's going in for the Alpha Strike. He's fighting. Yeah, he can cap it in time. It's going to be very close, though. I think Tim waited too long. I think that probably will cost him the game. He's got like another minute here to try and get the cap. Now the big monster's going to push in. If Tim had just like moved straight in right away, I think he might be okay. He's got all these guys moving up on the point. Stegodon's doing it. These guys are going to be battling it out. But yeah, I think he just waited too long. Like, he's getting the leadership break on these units, but God, why did he wait so long? You know, just the pure pain. Okay, so now he's starting to flip the objective, but Lizards are going to get some huge value here with the banishments and various other things like that. It's going to start flipping, but like, there's no way he's going to get it in 25 seconds, right? And the Dread Beast and the Dread Saurian and the Stegodons are holding in there. Yeah, you know, even without the objective, it's a close one. I don't know who would win this, but that is going to be a victory. He waited way too long. He didn't engage, and it cost him. If he had moved in, you know, 30 seconds earlier, he wins this game. Maybe. I don't know, though. That healing on those big monsters is pretty terrifying. So, the Lizards endure. They endure. Tim, why'd you wait so long, dude? Literally 10 seconds earlier. He wasted so much time moving around, dude. Oh, man. GG, well played. Tim, why? You know, it's a new game mode. People got to get used to it. You got to respect it, man. I do think they should make it so the objective, if it's being contested at all, doesn't count towards tickets. I think that would be a good change, because in that situation, I would like to see, and that's one of the reasons why we're doing 500 victory tickets today, is to provide feedback to CA and see how it actually goes out. But I would have liked to have seen it. Yeah, he just needed to move in a little bit sooner. Yeah. GG, well played. He took too long, and he got bocked on the face by the Dread Saurian. All right. Tim saying oops in the Discord. He knows he messed up. He knows. All right, so let's go get this, and we are gonna report the brackets, and the Lizardmen move on. I bet you so many people just had their brackets upset right there. I think Tim and Alfred were 2 favorites, both of whom have been eliminated already, so yeah. GG, well played. All right, so we got Lord Chicken here, and now we got Bretonia versus the Dwarves. This is gonna be a massively dwarf-favored one, but Ulrich is an extremely good player, so there's a good chance that he's gonna be able to, you know, do that as well. All right, so let's do this, and let me find the next one, and let's get it going. Cool. Let's get back. And where are we at? Nature finds a way. I love that. That's so funny. All right, let's load in the next match, ladies and gentlemen, and get it going. Perfect. It's go time, man. Let's party. Thank you guys all for joining. And we should be loading into this match in just a second. Here we are. It's going to be Ulrich Rahl versus Outer Region on the Peasant's Pasture. And it's go time. Okay. Perfect. All right, let's party. Cool. GG, well played. And now we got Dwarves versus Bretonnia. Man, I don't know how Bretonnia wins this. With new Dwarves, I feel like that's it's hard. The Gyros are going to be a menace. Outer Region does like his degenerate builds. He is going to be bringing some nastiness here for sure. Yeah, he's going to be bringing some nastiness. Okay, it's go time, man. Let's see what we got. Ulrich Rawl. Probably going to see double Hippogriff Knight here, maybe? It's a little dodgy, but if Outer Region does do like an elite box again, double Hippo Knight could be pretty nasty. At just cycle charging and breaking that box. As far as characters go, do you go Fey Enchanters for the Mortis Engine effect and Chalice of Potions? Or do you go King Lewin just for the missile resist, healing, and durability? Both are viable for sure. I think you can only bring 2. I think you can only bring 2 hippos. We didn't put any restrictions on Bretonnia today. None whatsoever. Okay, so this is not good. It's already like showing signs of lag. Oh god. This could be a laggy one. I think Ulrich has a little bit of lag, I've noticed. He's connecting from somewhere in Eastern Europe, so I would imagine there could be some lag issues there. Yeah, today's format, though, we're experimenting with the standard ladder format. But there's a chance, depending on feedback in future tourneys, we could, bump the amount of tickets up perhaps to like 600 or something. But today we just wanted to see what 500 looked like. And so far I'm happy with it. But yeah, going to be collecting feedback after this. I've been having a blast today, though. It's been a really fun tournament. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hopefully not have too much lag here. I know Outer Region, I think, is Canadian. I think he's in Canada somewhere, and I'm in the States connecting. I've been hearing some forbidden whispers of people using VPNs as well to connect. So, like, using, like, the person who hosts the lobby has a VPN, and then other people connect to it, and it, like, has been helping somehow. Yeah. That's perfect. Okay, so we have an update from Tim, and Tim's talking about his game in Discord. He says, that one was not on the timer, it was my timing. Okay. Tim saying he thinks that the victory tickets are maybe not long enough. Interesting. So Tim says that he lost that game and he just blundered the objective play. I agree with that. I think he's got a good assessment. It's like he turtled around for too long. He was so methodical with clearing out every lizard unit. He could have just moved up on the objective like easily a minute or two earlier and probably just won the game. Or at least had a fight in the game or taken the objective with his mass numbers that he had. Just, it was a tough one. Human Boy, last turn he used a VPN. That's cool. Yeah, we might have to consider trying that. It'd be something fun. There's only a couple players who have lag issues, typically. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people in Discord are saying 500 feels good for me. Strat Game says that as well. I agree. I like the 500 victory tickets. I do. I like it myself. Oh yeah, I think that was just player error. That wasn't like the game mode cheesing or anything. I think that was just player error. Radman VPN is good for reducing lag. Thank you, Plessy. Appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you ready for a lag fest? A slideshow Total War. It is going to be the forces of Bretonnia with a whole bunch of... I'm thinking about letting these guys play without me in the game if it's really laggy and they can send me the replay and we can cast it via replay. I'm thinking I'm going to do that. Because this one could be a lag fest. Yeah. It could be a little bit laggy. Has it been? No, that was the only match that was decided by tickets. That was the only one we've had today. Yeah. We could try and push through it. Well, let's try and push through it. The Wood Elf player in Discord's like, I want 1,000 tickets. So we could just go 4-way watcher and drag you through the mud. Well, let's see what happens. Hopefully we can get through this game. Yeah, taking a look at the builds for the Dwarves. Going to be a minor front line, so just cheap chaff units, backed up by miners with blasting charges in the secondary. We got Giant Slayers into the sunset with double Bolt Thrower in the back. Bolt Thrower is obviously quite amazing right now. So I am going to Outer Region and Ulrich. Send me replay, please. We'll let you two play it through lag. All right, so we're going to move on to the other game, and we'll come back to this one because I don't want to ruin their experience too. I want them to have a good match. So I'm just going to leave this one, and we are going to cast the other game, which is going to be good. And then they can send me the replay, and we'll come back and do that. So, all right, let's get back to the bracket here, do this. And, all right. Code, please. And let's go to multiplayer battles. And where is that? All right, so that is going to be Norska versus someone, I think. Check the bracket. So the next matchup would have been Wood Elves versus Norska, yeah. That'll be a really fun one. Cool. Oh, we're gonna watch the replay. I'm gonna watch every single game today is getting casted. We're not messing around here. We're playing for keeps. All right, so that looks good. And here we are. All right. If it's a laggy game like that, we're just gonna cast a few replays because we have enough people ready to go and play that we could just jump around. So here we have Butcher Bird versus Strat Game. Two very good players. We saw Strat Game coming off an amazing victory earlier today using the double dragons. And we haven't seen Butcher Bird play. This is going to be the first appearance of the Wood Elves. So Swift Shiver Shards, Glade Lord, a melee Glade Lord with Helm of Discord to try and win some of those combats. Wild Riders galore. We got 4 Wild Riders in here. Okay, this is a fun build. I'm excited for this one, man. This is going to be really good. It's going to be very good indeed. Oh, we're going to get dwarves coming up. We're going to cast the replay. Don't worry. I just let them know. And yeah, we're all good. We are all good. So the prize for this tournament, by the way, I didn't talk about it. I didn't even tell the players yet. That's fine. We'll say it now. So we are going to do a depending on where they live. There's some parts of the world I can't ship to, so that could change that, and there could be a different prize in that case. But the individual who wins is going to get a painted miniature of the faction they won with, painted by myself or my wife. It's going to be mounted on like a trophy base with their name and the faction war there as well, and the date with which they won. So it's going to be a really, really fun prize. So yeah, we'll work it out. Whoever wins, we'll get a mini for them, a nice one, like a hero character of some sort, and we'll paint it up and send them the trophy. We've done that before. Alfredinho won such a prize. He won in Demograph Night once in a tournament as well. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. So ladies and gentlemen, taking a look here at the Norskin hordes, it's going to be Marauders in the front. Makes sense. You don't need good infantry against Wood Elves typically. We got Wolfric on horseback, a Firecaster with Burning Head to cook some of the Wood Elves. On the flanks here for Strat Game, it's going to be Condom Wolves, and some Armored Skin Wolves, which are a nice spearhead for your army because they have 70 armor. So they can endure against the Wild Riders a little bit better. I do like that a lot. And Marauder Horsemen, of course, are one of the few range tools you have. And I love the Norskin Ice Wolves. Getting Frostbite on a Wild Rider that overextends could lead to its death, right? So that is a really, really nice one. Aside from that, we do have the Wood Elves here on the other side. Charix actually won the last faction war, I think. Charix? And we sent him a painted Waywatcher mini that my wife painted. It was really nice. Yeah. Or Applebee's gift cards if they want to. They can receive their prize that way. So Deepwood Scout Swift Shiver Shards are amazing here. Magic damage surpasses the physical resist of Condom Wolves. They wreck pretty much anything with light armor. Even heavy armor, because of their double firing, they're really good. Glade Lord with Helm of Discord. So the idea with this character is you basically get this big combat character, right? And you use the Helm of Discord, you debuff a blob fight, you charge in your Wild Riders. You live long, you prosper. Hey, Ziggy, dude, the 69. Oh, yeah, the $69 donation, baby. Let's go. Let's get it. Your boy, Aerokrastic, is doing you proud today. He won his first match with Demons of Slanesh. Can we win a turn with the Mullet Extreme Mini mounted? Yeah, I mean, I'll work with whoever wins to get a custom mini of whatever. It has to be their faction, though. So, yeah. My wife is a much better painter than I, so we'd probably have her do the paint job there. That is for sure. Although it depends on the faction. I'm really good at painting Empire, Chaos Dwarves, and Chaos, and she's better at more of the finesse detailed minis. That's for sure. Yeah, the Condom Wolf joke never gets old. It's always good. Yeah, it sounds like in America, when you go to gas stations, you see like boner pills and like really haggard condom brands. And Skin Wolves are like totally the name of something you would see at one of those places. So Swift Shiver Shards shooting out here and getting massive, massive damage. Nope, not so much actually. Looks like the loose formation of those Norskin Ice Wolves was able to hold firm, so Strat Game certainly dodging a bit of a bullet there. Moving up with his Norskin Unga Bunga, and here on the backside we do see the Glade Lord maybe getting ready for some breath attacks. We will have to see. And the Hordes of Hell move forward, and the battle is soon to be on. A lot of Wild Riders. They'll be excellent against the infantry, that's for sure, if they can clear them out. And that's kind of the rock, paper, scissors of it, right? If the archers can kill the Skin Wolves, and the Wood Elf Cavalry are going to be able to feast. So really nice play by Butcher Bird. He basically forces back the Condom Wolves, gets a charge into the infantry, and needs to retreat right away, though. If he gets caught here, ooh, you don't want to get caught there. That's going to be bad. You're going to want to get your spears over there to help out. So the Eternal Guard do that. Meanwhile, on the other side, big engagement here. It's going to be Norskin Ice Wolves. Burning Head coming down. Deepwood Scout's going to be dodging that. Here on this side, we do see the Helm of Discord activated. Going to be debuffing the stat line of all of these Norskins. And the Eternal Guard, as well as the Wild Riders, are going to be having a nice pitch fight here. And also Norska coming around the back with some serious Unga Bunga. The Marauder Horsemaster is going to be getting some excellent javelin fire. And the front line is an absolute mess. Although, at the end of the day, the Wood Elves probably should lose the front line engagement. So big fight here in the middle. Wild Riders very much committed to the fight with the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, but now that some Norscan infantry are making their way in, it could become a little bit of a precarious situation. Big dragon character, though, is going to get some terror routes most likely, so if he charges into the back of the horsemen, they could get terror routed off. And really nice play here from Strat Game. He is able to find an opening onto the Deepwood Scouts. Killing those Deepwood Scouts is very important. I do think that the Wood Elf player needs to make more of an effort to protect them because they're one of the biggest tools he has against the Skin Wolves and other pieces like that. On the side here, Eternal Guard, as well as some tattered Wild Riders trying to fight it out versus the armored Condom Wolves. And here we do have some Sisters of Thorn actually chasing down the Frost Doggies here. Yeah, stabilizing the Deepwood Scouts is of, I think, utmost importance. And one of them is just straight up trapped up in combat by Skin Wolves and Marauders. We do see a Seafang going down from Wolfric over there. But balance of power does look very even. These players seem to be evenly matched here. 4,400 against 4,300. Both players playing a very clean game in many regards. The Archers are now back online, though, which is very precarious for Old Norska, because now the Skin Wolves are going to start taking an egregious amount of damage. Here, the Sisters of Thorn have fended off the Skirmishers, and now will probably be coming across with the Dragon character to try and head down those Marauder Horsemen and stabilize the Swift Shiver Shards. Wild Riders, though, in sustained combat, not the best. The Condom Wolves will be a little bit better in sustained combat, as will the basic Marauders. And this is a really nice pick here for Butcherbird. He is able to find the Shaman Sorcerer. He's got him quite low, negative 11 leadership. He's going to be breaking and running, and that is a massive pick right there. Getting rid of Burning Head at this point in the game is going to be a big win. And neither player playing the objective at all, so it doesn't seem to matter too much here. And the Wood Elf Archer is going to be shooting into the Marauder Horsemen and throwing axes. We do see the Sisters of Thorn moving across, and they are able to chase those bad boys off. The Glade Lord screaming across after the Armored Skin Wolves. And overall, it's hard to say who's in a more commanding position this game. It's very close. One thing you have to remember about Norska is the fact that all these Skin Wolves have healing. So over the course of a long game, they can kind of grind out some value. However, the Wood Elves do have the advantage of a big, scary, terror-causing monster, which in the late game could be a big problem. Granted, the Norska and Skin Wolves plus Wolfric together could probably bring that thing down. We will have to see. So Glade Lords are moving in. They do get a nice little charge. The Glade Lord, excuse me, but not before the Swift Shiver Shards do get broken. Wild Rider's going to be pulling away. Burning Head going down into the spears back here. And we do see the Wild Hunters of Kurnus Space Jam slamming down from the high ground here. On the backside, the remnants of the Swift Shiver Shards trying to shoot into the skirmish cavalry here of Strat Game. Butcherbird trying to squeeze out value wherever he can. Strat Game responding by force pathing some Marauders out of this fight here away from the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. And it does look like Strat Game is kind of pulling ahead here a little bit. The Wood Elf army is looking kind of tattered. We do have the Dragon character, but the Archers are all going to be picked off in open field. Now that Norska's Unga Bunga does have the mobility advantage, Wood Elves don't really have much mobility left outside of the Dragon character. So with proper play, Strat Game should just grab all the mobility here and just basically be able to swarm all over the place, right? We'll have to see. So back in the fight here. The objective finally being taken. Not that it's going to matter too much. The only reason it would matter is if the Wood Elves wanted to draw kite with the Dragon for 20 minutes, which I guess for 8 minutes you could. That's the only thing as to why you should take the objective, because when you take the objective, you're taking away your opponent's agency to be really abusive with running around the map and not engaging, right? Whereas now the Wood Elf player he can just use his Dragon and use all of his ammunition up from the sky and get some good kiting in, which I actually would like to see. I would like to see the kind of the dynamic of that being pushed here. On the backside, though, Sisters of Thorn trying to engage the armored Skin Wolves with the 70 armor of the Skin Wolves is going to give them the advantage here, and the Wood Elves are going to be buckled. Dragon character is probably going to try and escape here, maybe get some terror routes on these guys. Where's Wolfric, by the way? Is Wolfric dead? Hold up. Did Wolfric just randomly die? No, he didn't. Okay, he was chasing something off. So he's going to be coming back to the battlefield now. And here we do see the Dragon character going after the Shaman Sorcerer. That would be a really nice pick if they could get that done. And that Wood Elf character can get back up in the sky, utilize some breath attacks, and oh, big hit right there. The Fire Sorcerer does get killed. So we do see the Shaman Sorcerer getting broken down there. And this is going to be a situation where Norska might regret not having grabbed the objective earlier because, he could have just grabbed it. The Wood Elves were on the back foot. And if he had grabbed it, he would only need to play for another, 3 minutes, actually, on the dot in order to win the game. But he did not. So he's, players getting used to the game mode, though. Everybody's kind of trying to figure it out. Army loss is very close for the Wood Elves. If they take even a little bit of damage here, they might just army loss, although that heal is going to be helping to mitigate that army loss, that's for sure. Marauders fighting it out. Couple Marauder Horsemen throwing axes do have their blades at the ready. Norskin Skin Wolves are on their way in. Wolfric is on his way back. We have a fairly healthy Condom Wolf right here as well. 20 of 24 models. A metric ton of room before their healing cap is hit. So those bad boys are going to be able to get some fat heals. Good breath attack from Butcherbird here, though. He's fighting. He's trying to hold on. He's trying to hang in there. He's trying to. And the Dragon character is going to be cackling it up here. Oh, wait, the objective Yeah, we do see the Spellsinger of Life trying to grab that point. Okay. Wolfric the Wanderer going to be on its way in, so Wolfric is going to be flying over here and trying to take out that caster on the ground. It is going to be a big surround, the dragon character versus the tattered remnants of Norska, but Norska, I think, has enough to win. I think the Skin Wolves alone would be a bit of a problem for the dragon. I'm not sure. You know, with its shooting, maybe it could soften them up to an extent, and that is going to be a big heal going down. Is that a regrowth? That'd be pretty fat. Oh, just Earthblood. Going to be healing up these two characters. So Norska's got time, right? Like, Norska can just bide its time. They also, too, have earned some agency by having the objective for a period of time. So now they can utilize some healing on their trolls, take their time before engaging, right? There's a couple options with how they play here. The Wood Elf Dragon's going to be chilling out here, and we do see the Skin Wolves getting a full surround. Norska enveloping its opponent here. Wolfric the Wanderer hanging out with 564 HP, value. Soon going to be getting more, and this is going to be the final fight. Helm of Discord will be on the table. Well, Norska does not want to relinquish the objective, so they do move in here, and we do see the Unga Bunga Marauders coming, and if that Spellsinger dies, Wolfric's going to be getting breath attacked. Ooh, is that some damage? Yeah, it's a couple hundred. Not too much, but yeah, if that Spellsinger dies, it's going to be GG, probably, because the dragon character is just going to have leadership issues, or it'll have to stay on the ground. So Wolfric pulls back, Skin Wolf's going to be hopping in there. Strat Game is going to need a micro back right away and just try and pick off that character. Objective still in danger of flipping back to the Wood Elves here. Norska looks like it's going to be moving up some Marauders to try and mitigate that. Wolfric going after the big Lord character. Balance of Power is looking very, very heavily favored for Norska. And now the Skin Wolves are going to be moving in from all directions. Wolfric also punching and doing okay damage against the caster character. Helm of Discord, very, very strong. But yeah, you could just cycle charge to your heart's content here with Wolfric and continue trying to get those picks. That dragon, though, it kind of feels like a tabletop game. Trying to deal with the dreaded dragon in the lake. And this is pretty much how every game against a dragon goes in tabletop. You just ignore it until the very end and save it for later. Unless there's some lists that are very adept at killing dragons, but typically it's not an easy one. And that's it. GG, well played. Norska wins the game. That was a good scrap, ladies and gentlemen. Matthias, thanks for being a member for 45 months. All right. And also, man, Ziggy, Richie, all of you guys, Matthias, thank you so much. So, great game by those two mighty players. Really fun match. Strat Game able to get the W, making Norska look not so unga bunga today. He is playing in a very clinical manner, and I'm loving this Norscan play here today. Despite being one of the most old, outdated factions, he's playing like a champ and putting up a good fight. It was a fun match, too, seeing all those Wild Riders in action. Couldn't help feel they underperformed a little bit, but overall, yeah, fun one. GG, well played. All right. So let's do this and get you going here. Head on over to the brackets. And where are we? So we're going to go to the brackets here and fix that. All right. So this is going to be a victory for Norscan Unga Bunga. And next up, we can do Khorne versus Vampire Counts, probably. I still think the other game is still going. See if we get the replay. I think they're still playing. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So they're still going. So now we're going to do the Vampire Counts versus Khorne, which I'm very excited for. My boy Subutai versus the mighty champion Berserk. Subutai off a nice round 1 victory against Ogres. And here we are. Next game. Let's get it. So many good games today. We've had a lot, Matthias. A lot of good matches. So Berserk is a terrifying Khorne player. He is the Dark Lord of Khorne and Nurgle, actually. Very good at both of those. How many games are left? A lot. We still have like another 10 or 11 games, I think, if not more. Something in that ballpark. Faction Wars are very long. It's one of the longer formats. Although, it's been quick today. It's been quick. Hasn't been too bad. The laggy dwarf game will go on in perpetuity. I just hope the person who's lagging loses that game, whoever it is. So then we don't have a laggy, continuation there. So the factions that got buys in the first round, it's just because we had the amount of players, it had to be that way. It was just random. And this is a more casual event anyways. I mean, it's competitive, but it's still best of one. So, take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, looks like these boys are ready. I have no idea, Ziggy. I have no idea, man. That's a deep question. That is a deep one. I'm so excited to see Berserk on Khorne. I'm really excited. It's going to be fun. Subutai making some last minute changes to his build. All right. Are we going to see more Blood Knights again? Maybe. Maybe a similar style of play we could see. Against Khorne, probably Mortis Engine is big. I wonder how Berserk is going to deal with the Mortis Engine. He does have Karanak. Karanak is very strong at silencing the vampire count units, characters, and all that sort of good stuff. And yeah, The Dwarf versus Bretonnia game just concluded. We're going to cast that one next. We don't know who won yet, but we'll be jumping into it. Oh, Scarbrand. Yes. Marlon Scarbrando. Oh, baby. Talk dirty. So, Subutai coming in with Heinrich, double White King, some spears, double Vargulf, which is smart, Mortis Engine, Corpse Guards, and Hex Wraiths. Hex Wraiths aren't bad. They have good AP values, and they, they can tie things down, terror route things, which is cute. But it is going to be Scarbrand with Karanak, Halberds, one Exalted Bloodletter, which I really like as like a grind unit. Once the Mortis Engine's compromised, it can chew through all their infantry. And Marauder Horsemen are a staple here. One of the few answers you have against big targets. All right. Let's get it, man. Let's have some fun. So this is going to be Vampire Counts versus Berserk here. And let's get this party started. So Subutai coming in with the Mortis Engine, which is a staple here. Really good at draining down all the halberds and whatnot. Corpse Carts. He has a Balefire Corpse Cart and an Unholy Lodestone. Double White King, Heinrich Kemmler. Front line's going to be zombies mostly, so just like chaff-centric. And on the backside, we do have Dire Pack. Dire Pack's a great choice. They can chase down routing Minotaurs or help against the Horsemen. And the Hex Wraiths are a bit of a wild pick. I'm excited to see how they do. They do have heavy Phys Res. There's a chance that they're going to be able to endure against, many of the units outside of Scarbrand and the Demons. And yeah, I'm eager to see this. It's a badass faction war, so many good matches and still lots more to come. Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, this one's really good. I'm loving Conquest mode. Oh man, it's great. It's fun. I really like it so far. It's like, yeah, I don't know. We'll do a whole video on it talking about the format and everything and maybe some potential changes it could use. But overall, I think it's great. Chillgeist and Doggy's going to be deploying out on the outside here. And ladies and gentlemen, the battle is soon to be on. The pencil formation meeting the wide, thick corn formation. Scarbrand's going to have to kind of put this game on his back here. He's going to need to hunt down some big targets and rampage them. And he does have the Rage Embodied as well as the Bellow of Endless Fury. So Bellow of Endless Fury is the one. It's the breath attack, so it could be helpful for finishing off a Mortis Engine or getting a pick wherever he can. You guys get the idea. So the battle's soon to be on. Looks like the game is opening up right now. And let's get it going, man. Who do you guys think is going to win? Who are you rooting for? The Champion of the Blood God? Or are you rooting for Subutai and his dreaded Vampire Counts? Find out on today's episode who's going to win here. Yeah, Khorne doesn't get Harry the Hammer. He's an undefeated character, so it's a bit of a different beast. So old Subutai moving up towards the objective. He doesn't have the mobility to really play with Khorne. This is actually already not a great situation for Subutai a little bit. He's getting his forces corralled. And Berserk might go with Scarbrand and try and rampage the Chillgeist and then swarm them with Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. Subutai trying to flee the scene and get those units stabilized here. The rest of the Vampire Count army is going to be moving up towards the objective. And yeah, Berserk trying to get a pick here, which he's got Karanak, and man, Berserk is he's like a bloodhound, dude. He just smells the prey. And we do see the turnaround here. So, oh man, the doggies get charged by those. Dire Pack's going to be trying to hunt. Scarbrand's coming over. Marauder Horseman as well. This is a rough start for Subutai. Maybe sending the Vargulfs over, but he needed to keep his build tighter together. As long as he can save the Chillgeist, it's not a complete disaster, but if they get caught and rampaged and picked off, that is going to be a disaster. Hey, Pope, thank you for the aid. Yeah, you got the number of Khorne. And look at Berserk. He's screening. He's staying close to cut off the angles of retreat and trying to harry down the Chillgeist and not let them from getting away. Yeah, you think Vampire Counts can camp on that point and win? I don't know if it's going to be that easy against Berserk. Yeah, I don't know if it is. Chillgeists are running away. They're still getting hunted. And now it looks like Khorne is going to be moving back towards the objective to get the fighting going. And somehow Palpatine has returned. And one of the White Kings does end up taking a lot of free damage against these Exalted Bloodletters. Berserk going to be setting up his halberds. And we do also have the Minotaurs with Grey Upland setting up shop. Scarbrand also advancing up the party. And Marauder Horseman still harrying and hunting down the Chillgeist. Subutai recovered pretty well there, all things considered. He lost he did lose his doggy unit, but that's not the biggest loss in the world. And now Khorne is going to be engaging. It's going to be hard to deal with the Mortis Engine, though. And it looks like he's going to be moving off the point. So Subutai moving off the point. So if you were really worried about the objective, you would just park your Marauder Horseman there. Let's move them here, and you'd capture that point pretty quickly, and it wouldn't be a big problem. But looks like Berserk isn't worried about it. And we'll see if that's his downfall, because it's a very open objective with Karanak there. Berserk could come over and grab that pretty easily with some halberds. It's not like it's terribly difficult to grab. Scarbrand's going to be pulling back, using the throwing axes to go after the Mortis Engine, but the Mortis Engine's getting a good drain. Subutai is a very experienced Vampire Count player, even though he predominantly for Warhammer 3 has played mostly Domination mode. He used to play Warhammer 2 quick battles, and I believe he played in some tournaments as well a lot, and he played a lot of Vampire Counts, but Skarbrand coming in, getting balls deep on old man Heinrich Kemmler, and Rage Embodied, the Blood God, does not like pathetic, weak wizards. And Skarbrand is going to be taking this guy to Pound Town right now. Oh god, Karanak is here also! And what's going to happen is he's going to get snared by Karanak after. We do see the Fleshhound summon, so the Fleshhounds are called, and the Mortis Engine got rampaged outside of the brick as well. That is just all bad news bears. So the Mortis Engine gets rampaged in halberds, and Skarbrand is just going ham on old Heinrich. Heinrich might be able to get away, but if that Mortis Engine dies, probably going to be GG. And yeah, right now, just move on to the point and grab it. It looks like that's what Berserk is going to be doing. He's going to be going for that. Mortis Engine hanging in there. Subutai is silenced right now. Karanak is keeping him quiet. I think it was a pretty colossal blunder by Subutai to not bring a Flying Lord in this matchup. If you're expecting Karanak, the way to beat him is just to bring a flying character that never has to worry about being silenced by him, because you can just outmaneuver him. But I think Subutai is getting put in the trash can here pretty hard by the forces of Khorne. Mortis Engine is down. Objective's going to be flipped. Throwing axes are cutting these units out. And yeah, no. Blood for the Blood God, Skulls for the Skull Throne. He's able to just get that pick, and there's no way that the Vampire Counts can win. Heinrich is dead. The rest of the army is basically just trash units. You got 2 Vargulfs in there, which are going to be dominated by Marlon Skarbrando. And we got the Exalted Bloodletters coming across. Berserk showing why he's one of the favorites to win the tournament today with his dreaded Khorne play, which is so cool to see. And yep, he's going to seal the objective. Pretty easy there. He's able to just grab it and flip it. And Heinrich Kemmler's trying to provide a little bit of support here. But Subutai made a pretty big mistake bringing Heinrich. Not the ideal choice. Either a big dragon character, you know, like a Blood Dragon, Lamian, whatever. Probably not Lamian, but Blood Dragon. Or Manfred, and you could just cast spells freely from up in the sky and not worry about Karanak. But going on the ground against Khorne's Bloodhound is very risky. He's going to be able to hunt you down, because Subutai has not been casting this entire time. He's trying to get away with Heinrich, but the Bloodhound of Khorne is hot on the hunt right now. Vargulf's coming across the Vampire Guerrillas. Khorne's army is grinding down a lot of Subutai's army. Not too much left, a couple zombie units, a couple spears. The Corpse Carts are providing some nice sustainability, and the Vampire Guerrillas are trying to help old man Heinrich, but he is looking absolutely cooked right now, and he gets slammed, sent to the realm of Khorne by the Blood God and his favored hunter Karanak. So with that, I wouldn't be surprised to see Subutai tap out at this point. That is going to be it. That is going to be GG, and that is going to be well played by the old Khorne dog here. The Vargulfs are crumbling down, and man, what clinical play here from Berserk. Pretty insane micro for sure, as he really gets a lot of picks and good isolations, and shows that he certainly is. Berserk has won one of our massive season tournaments for domination, and also apparently is just top tier land battle too. Very scary player. Oh, the Sword of Khorne! Heavy metal, 1980s. Yeah, hair metal, let's go. You see all the zombies get pounded to dust, and that is going to be the game for Khorne for the Blood God. All right, GG, well played. So somebody in chat asking why we have 2 Slaanesh factions. We always have, it's my tradition in Faction War, which we... First Faction War would have been what, man, 6 years ago maybe, a long time ago when we started that. We always have one sub-faction, or one kind of weird off faction. We don't have sub-factions in this game anymore, but yeah, we still make it happen. Yeah, so Skarbrand was brutal, Horsemen were brutal, everything was brutal, everything was heavy metal, and we saw the Mortis Engine get picked, we saw Heinrich get silenced, and yeah, he needed a Flying Lord. We kind of practiced this. I played this with Subutai recently, not this matchup, but with Demons of Chaos Karanak. And a Flying Vampire Lord, you're totally safe. But the way he played it, it was basically just a death sentence. All right. Well played to him, though. Subutai had a good run. You know, he took out the Ogres and Taco in game 1. It's a solid performance, but he met the Blood God's champion, and that was that. All right. So let's go to the brackets. Let's do this. That is going to be Khorne advancing on. And it's going to be Norska versus Khorne, a very bloodthirsty battle here later on. So now we're going to get this set up, and we're going to find the replay. So let's do this. Download that. Get it all squared away here. Okay. Almost have it. Dwarf versus Brett. Okay, cool. Now we just need to figure out where that folder is. Okay, second, guys. GG, well played. Hang tight for one moment. And it's almost time. Just having to do some fancy technology work here. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed yourselves today. It's been a really fun event. This Faction Wars are my favorite thing. I have so much fun with it. It's so cool having like one champion for each faction. You know, it's a magical thing. Yeah, it's great. Okay. And all right, now we're going to be loading into it in just a second. Cool. Let's find this. And here we go. The grudges potentially satisfied, or will the lady will victory here today? Here we go. We got the dwarves in outer region facing off against Ulrich Rahl. This is going to be a replay. It's the only replay we're going to have today, maybe, depending if there's more lag, then we'll see. You think Berserk's going to win the tournament? Let's take a look at the Match Madness after. Maybe we will if there's some downtime. I don't think there will be much downtime here today, though. Pretty much all going to be action. Oh, yeah. Norska versus Korn is going to be a fun one. I'm excited. Stratgame has been playing super good today. And so is Berserk, obviously. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here on the south side of the battlefield, I suppose, if you look at the map, it's going to be the Dowie. Cheap minor front line. Nothing of good quality. You don't really need good troopers against Bretonnia. Going to be Giant Slayers, Long Drawn Slayer Pirates, double Gyrocopters, which are an absolute terror. Incredibly difficult to chase down, and generally will get at least 1,300 value. Double Bolt Thrower. Bolt Thrower is also getting buffed this patch. Dwarves looking to be potentially a favorite in this tournament as well. Very much a menace. Granted, Outer Region doesn't have a ton of experience with, Conquest and Land Battle. He played a lot in Warhammer 2, but he has insane micro anyway, so can probably wing it. And 2 Giant Slayers. For Bretonnia, it's a very wide army with Peasants, Archers. Trebuchets are going to be trying to hit Gyrocopters and Slayers. And wow, that is a lot of Archers, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. That is a metric. A ton of Archers. And double Royal Hippogriff Knight, each of which is going to be on the outside of the formation. So we do see 1 Hippogriff Knight there as well, and 1 here on the other side. So Bretonnia advancing up a little bit, but Outer Region, he's an absolute terror with Dwarves in Domination mode. We've seen Outer Region win so many SFTs with Dwarves, so he clearly understands how the faction works. And you'd be surprised at how little of a difference there. I mean, Dom and Faction Conquest are very different game modes, but there's still a lot of crossover in terms of like the matchups. So you can usually kind of figure it out with a little bit of practice. Lewin, though, getting in there, getting some nice value against the Gyrocopter, so he's able to chew the Gyros down relatively well. On the backside, we do have the Giant Slayers camping the Bolt Throwers, and the Bolt Throwers are just shooting the Royal Hippogriff Knights, which is super cost-effective, right? Giant Slayers will crump these things in combat. Lewin's going to be charging in, and the Bretonnian Archer Corps is moving up, shooting at the Miners, which is not terribly cost-effective. Ulrich does get a flank charge here into the Bolt Throwers and the Giant Slayers, but in doing so, he's going to be subjecting himself to a lot of damage from these Giant Slayers. They hit incredibly hard, 52 weapon strength, and yeah, the Gyros are also providing supporting fire. We have the Long Dong Slayer Pirates of Karak Dive Bar sitting here, and they're going to be able to provide some assistance as well. The objective here is, of course, owned by the Dowie, and the Bretonnian Archers, like, this is not cost-effective at all. Having Bretonnian Archers shooting into Miners is pretty unfortunate for Ulrich. Not going to be getting your money's worth, that's for sure. Gyros flying about. No Foot Squires in this build, so not really any solid infantry. Granted, I understand the fear of blasting charges. No Knights either outside of the Hippogriff Knights, which of course, are unrestricted. So Hippogriff Knights are restricted in a lot of land battle tournaments, to my knowledge, but I don't think you really need to here. We'll see. And Giant Slayers chewing through these units, and looks like both Bolt Throwers are going to get back online. Lewin might be able to route this off. That's big for Ulrich. If Ulrich can find a way to keep this Bolt Thrower from getting back online, that would be a colossal win for him and give him a pretty decent chance here in this game. Gyro's causing massive havoc, though. Hippogriff Knights are just being used as a sweeper piece, which is very good. So he's using them to chase the overextending Dwarven units. So maybe Ulrich is going to be able to get some evil schemes going here and get some value. But the Dwarves might catch you eventually. I mean, there's a lot of room to work with. They're slow, 28 speed against 33 on those Peasant Archers, but there is a chance they might be able to catch them eventually. Gyros are routing off a lot of units. Peasant Archers fleeing here. Trebuchets on the run. And the other Gyrocopters are also going to be harrying down these Peasant Bowmen. Meanwhile, Hippogriff Knights are just feasting on the haggard Dwarven Miners that are running. And King Lewin, did he get the Bolt Throwers offline? He did not. So that probably is not going to be good for Bretonnia. They're going to be in big danger. The fact that the 2 Bolt Throwers are back online, oh man, that is very, very tough. So those Bolt Throwers are going to be shooting away into King Lewin here. And yeah, like all that HP on Lewin and these Hippos, like to try and get these Bolt Throwers, and then the Dwarves are just cackling so hard. The Giant Slayers are just sitting all over these. They're like, come at me! And here they come, descending from the skies. It is going to be the mighty Knights of Bretonnia. But the Dwarves with their big choppas, they got their choppas out, and they're going to be putting some serious hurt here on the Royal Hippogriff Knights, which, even though they're incredibly strong and can be just brutal in land battle, maybe against Dwarves they're not like quite as strong as you think. And the Dwarves do have a fair amount of tools to deal with them pretty effectively. King Lewin going after the Long Dongs with their huge Dong Slayer Pirates. The Dwarf Lord and Felix Jaeger going to be heading over to help, and we do get the regrowth going down in the Royal Hippogriff Knights. Balance of Power is even-ish here at this point, but both Bolt Throwers are still very much online. We see a couple Men-at-Arms moving towards the Giant Slayers. And looking around the map, it looks like the Miners are going to... Dude, this is such pain for Bretonnia. so many of these archers are going to be hunted down by just crap house miner units, and that just feels really bad. Also, like a full health trebuchet crew hunted down by a basic miner as well. There's just so much stuff that's not going well for Bretonnia. We do see the gyrocopters, 600 value so far, hasn't quite paid for itself, but probably will before the game's over. They have a fair amount of ammo, but they mainly been shooting trash units, hence their value deficit, and not deficit, but why they're not doing super well. Couple men-at-arms trying to get in there and put some pressure on. But yeah, dwarves seem to be in a more commanding position in this game, in my opinion. Ulrich does have a lot of healing, though. Lewin still is nowhere near his healing cap and is going to be healing as well with the blessing of the lady. But yeah, a lot of those peripheral elements getting hunted down feels pretty bad. And here we do see some men-at-arms moving up towards the objective to try and capture that. The dwarves do have the objective. But, I mean, Bretonnia could try and flip it, but I don't think they're going to have too much success here. On the backside, the Bretonians trying to scrap whatever they can. But yeah, it just feels like everything's kind of falling apart for them. Out of region, playing a very clean game, not making too many mistakes, and defending his assets very, very well. So, and already, I personally feel, just from my anecdote, that this is kind of a hard matchup for Bretonnia. Like, I feel like the Bretonian player has to play way better than the dwarf player to win it. It also has to bring a very good build. And I do feel like Ulrich's build maybe is struggling here a little bit against the Dowie. And Dowie are pretty tyrannical in this in this patch for sure. I mean, very good. And Dom, they're, you know, top 3, top 4 faction. I don't know about land battle so much, like traditional, like old school land battle. Conquest mode, it's still undiscovered, right? The meta is like really hasn't been tested too much yet. So Giant Slayers chewing through these units, and we are going to get another Hippogriff Knight coming to shut down the Bolt Throwers, but that is going to be some Giant Slayers jumping on those bad boys. So the Giant Slayers should chew them up no problem, though the Bolt Thrower crew does get taken down. Dwarven crews still do have good leadership. Bretonnia coming in with Hippogriff Knights, Gyrocopters chasing whatever they can, couple Dwarven Miners on the edges of the battlefield. Out of region needs to get these guys back online to hunt them down, but Dwarves are ahead on the balance of power for sure. It's not a massive amount, but it's certainly noticeable. Oh man, and both Bolt Throwers come back online. You know, here's the thing. If Bretonnia could have actually killed both Bolt Throwers and routed them earlier and chased them down, I might have actually felt as if Bretonnia could maybe have a chance with some brutal cycle charging, but with those Bolt Throwers being online, it's going to just give you so much incremental value against the Hippogriff Knights and these various other assets that you're going to have such a bad time. Gyro's moving in, and we do see them flying overhead. They're going to be dropping some shots here at King Lewin. And the archers and whatever else they can get their clutches on. Royal Hippogriff Knight's going to be pulling back. They are going to get a fat regrowth, which is going to be really nice for Bretonnia. And yeah, we have King Lewin retreating away, but the objective is getting closer and closer to a Dowie victory. But honestly, I don't think it matters. I think there's too many Giant Slayers left on the battlefield. We got like Giant Slayers, we have the Dwarf Lord Felix, Gyrocopters. It's basically going to be GG for Bretonnia here soonish anyways. Royal Hippogriff Knights being chewed down, taking massive casualties by these Giant Slayers. These Giant Slayers, 2,500 value. Royal Hippo's getting that juicy regrowth, but it's not, I mean, it's impossible actually for Ulrich to win this. Even if the dwarves were just like a gracious host, they're like, here buddy, you have the objective, let's continue fighting. Let me just yield my advantage to you on the objective. It wouldn't matter. The dwarves are just too erect. There's too many of them. We have a ton of Giant Slayers on the battlefield. We got 51 over here. We have 68 Giant Slayers here. We have tons of just infantry everywhere. And Ulrich knows and taps out. GG, well played. All right. GG indeed. That's a great thing, Loopy. We're just using CA unit caps with some slight restrictions. So we don't need to worry about policing, you know, armies and things like that. The only thing we have that's restricted are Gyrocopters, Thunder Barge, Skaven Doom Flares, and the Empire tanks and land ships. Aside from that, I don't think there's like any restrictions, which honestly, I haven't seen any issues today. Everything's been fine in terms of that kind of stuff. Yeah, dwarves are brutal. Bolt Throwers, like, were a great bait. Giant Slayers got fat value. Gyros, you know, did fine. Not as much as they usually do, but still very good. And the Bretonnian army with all these archers, he didn't have anything to kill infantry, really. The Hippo Knights can, of course, carry and be very brutal, but maybe it would have been prudent to have some foot squires in there to come into the late game. Maybe like some cav, too, just to run things over. Like a couple of questing knights, maybe just to flatten all those dwarven miners would have been nice. There was definitely some build flaws there for Ulrich, but yeah, GG, well played. All right. So, great match between those mighty champions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to switch on over to the bracket, and we are going to update that bad boy. So let's do it to it. And that is going to be a victory for the Dowie. So we have Dowie versus Lizardmen in the first round of 8 match. And next up, we have Dark Elves with Black versus Arrow Krasik on the Demons of Slaanesh. Will the meme faction of Arrow continue his reign of tyranny here today? Arrow, of course, playing Demons of Slaanesh, which literally limits him to like 7 units. 8 units, I think. I'm not sure off the top of my head. He can bring the Chariots, but the Chariots are pretty awful. So, yeah, we're going to see how this all unfurls. All right. Let's get it. Let's have some fun. There is no illegal in this. If you can do it with CA unit caps, if the common man can do it on CA's ladder, then you can do it here. The only limitations we have are CA unit caps and the ones I just mentioned. So, yeah. That's I'm having so much fun with that today, not having to worry about people's builds and shit too. That's nice. All right. So this is going to be Black, who you saw we had a tournament 2 nights ago. He is a really good elf player. He's a high elf main, but he's also very good at dark elves. And he's going to be playing the dark elves, which I'm very excited to see how he performs here, facing off against Arrow Krastik's Demons of Slanesh. So this is our sub faction for today. This is our meme faction, and we're gonna see how this unfurls. All right, loading in. Here we go. Yeah, buddy. Let's get it. I would say Dowie are favored against lizards, Patrick. Yeah, I would say so. The Chorfs got eliminated in round 1. They tried to bring a Dreadquake Mortar being towed by an Iron Demon, and it was too much. Strat Game took him out. It was a good match, though. It was a very good match. The Chorfs were eliminated, though. How's everyone's brackets looking? How many have you guys gotten? So out of the total number of games we've had so far, how many guesses have you gotten correctly? Obviously, if your champions lost in round 1 and 2, it's going to screw up your brackets pretty hard, but I'm curious to hear what people have gotten. Thunderbarge is restricted. You can't bring it. The Steam Tank and Landship have a mutually exclusive cap of 1, so you can only have 1 of those in your army. And Gyrocopters are limited to 2. And Skaven Doom players, you can only have 2 also, because apparently they're really busted. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's going to be the forces of Black. He's got the Sisters of Singing Doom looking to fight in the front line with Dread Spears in the secondary. I do like the Corsair Handbow. It's going to be an excellent kiting tool for pulling back and shooting the lightly armored demons. Couple of Cold One Knights. So we got Cold One Knights, Cold One Knights, Cold One Knights. And it is going to be a Supreme Sorceress of Soul Stealer. So very normal. A great AoE magic damage against demons. Good combat character. A little bit cheaper than Malekith. What's not to love? Also a bit of a glorious return to the Scourge Hunter Chariots. So I like to see those bad boys in action. They're definitely going to put some decent poke down on some of these fat targets. And now for Arrow Krastik, the ever-chosen champ. He is playing Demons of Slanesh. So all he has is Triple Seeker, a couple Fiends, which are excellent. They trade pretty well into the cavalry, especially with support. He brought a Seeker Chariot, which I feel are just so terrible, but it's fun to see this thing in action. And 1 unit of Exalted Demonettes. Okay, this is a wild-ass build. Exalted Keeper of Secrets, Arrow's army, pretty low model count, but Dark Elves aren't super high either. So let us know. This is definitely going to be an interesting one. I have no idea what to expect here. You know, Slanesh does love feasting on elven souls after all, so that could be something we run into. Fell Swoop, thank you for becoming a member. Greatly appreciate it. Yes. The Thunderbarge isn't as problematic in Dom mode, but I think in this format it would be a little bit too much, but I'll test it between now and the next event. Rando, yeah boy, happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well. Rando, your high elves are still in it, by the way. Hope you're doing well, man, and thank you for all the support you've given over the years. All of you guys. Rando, your high elves are still doing it, man. They're still doing it. They had a good run. They had a very, very good victory against Zinch earlier. All right, so we are going to be seeing the Exalted Demonettes moving in. Arrow's going to be collapsing from all sides. The Exalted Keeper of Secrets hanging back there. No Pavane's Rampage is going down yet. Exalted Demonettes getting melted pretty hard. Arrow's going to be moving in, and the Fiends are going to be pulling back instantly away from the Cold One Knights. The rest of the army is going to be concaving in, and uh-oh, he catches the Dark Elf slipping. One Cold One Knight gets swarmed by Furies as well as Fiends, and that's going to be an instant kill over there. However, the Exalted Demonettes are a little bit smashed up. Here on this side, we do see the big demon fighting against Cold One Knights, and Seeker's getting an excellent charge into the flank against the Blackheart Corsair Handbows. Meanwhile, the Fiends with Hysterical Frenzy are going to just chew through these Cold One Knights in tandem with the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. So this is a pretty devastating fight up here. We do see a Cold One Knight getting wrecked, but Black gets a nice counter punch here. Very well played by our Dark Elf champion, getting a beautiful breath attack on the Bringers of Beguilement. That immediately got him back in the game as it pertains to value. That was very clean. And in the classic Chariot fashion, Seeker Chariots just die to some random shit and get like no value. So that's certainly going to be hurting for old Arrow Krastik there. But here on this side, we do see the Seekers and the Fiends doing a pretty good job. And here we do see some Fiends maneuvering over to rear charge into these spears and try and break them. And the Fiends of Slanesh and the big Greater Demon are going to be hunting down the Scourge Hunter Chariot. Probably going to be rampaging here, maybe. A Seductive Glory, we'll have to see. Dark Elves doing a little bit of kiting out here, running away. But also trying to chase these Seekers. I don't think they're going to catch them. The Seekers of Slanesh maneuvering. Arrow going pretty bananas with the micro, but Seekers, as well as Furies, were able to hunt down a multitude of targets. Balance of Power is looking a little bit good for the Lord of Decadence, the Dark Prince, Arrow Krastik. Fiends of Slanesh heading up here, and we do see Black trying to find a spot for the Supreme Sorceress. Arrow's army is so fast and just bouncing all over the battlefield. It is absolute lunacy. So Soul Stealer's coming down. That's going to be a great one. It's going to hit the Seekers potentially. No, it looks like the Seekers were able to get out of there, so it only hits the Exalted Keeper, who is hunting down these Coldman Knights. Up here, Bringers of Beguilement still fighting it out. Black still very much in this game. It is a close knockdown, drag-out fight. Fiends of Slaanesh, as well as the remnants of the Bringers of Beguilement, still duking it out. But the mobility of Slaanesh is really, really catching the Dark Elves in so many tough positions here. As the Seekers do rear charge in, and the Exalted Demon, what is it going to do? It does have Pavane of Slaanesh. Okay, I was wondering what spell it was rocking. Seekers back here hunting well. We are going to be seeing the Sisters of Singing Doom getting crumped here. And now we have a big Godzilla fight as the dragon gets rampaged by Pavane of Slaanesh into the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Okay, Seekers of Slaanesh also getting a flank charge. And Arrow Krasnik is going bananas on this Supreme Sorceress. He is doing so much damage and really starting to take over the game with that. Can you dig it? Man, Slaanesh going crazy. He's playing so well with this sub-faction where he literally has like 6 or 7 units and able to chew down the Supreme Sorceress, the Rampage. If he has Seductive Glory to stack with that, oh my god, that's going to be freaking brutal. Supreme Sorceress is on death's bed, very, very close to dying, and the Slaaneshi army swarming across the battlefield. Seeker is going to be coming back and across here. And that could be GG, the Demons of Slaanesh. Man, they're rampaging. They took down the Greenskins here today and going to be taking down a super strong Dark Elf player as well with just the Demons of Slaanesh. Man, that is so much fun. That is so much fun. GG, well played. Slaanesh bless, the Dark Prince, Arrow Krasnik. That's his new nickname. He's the Dark Prince now. Man, what a match. What a match. That was crazy. Dude, I thought Arrow was going to have problems there. I thought he was going to get pulled apart by those bows and the DPS, but he made it work. The Dark Prince continues on with just his Demons of Slaanesh. Oh, man, dude, that was crazy. GG to both those players. That was a great match, showing that he's still got that ever-chosen caliber micro. And despite the Chariot, Black played a good game, but yeah, he got losing that Cold Night in the beginning was very rough. They got swarmed out, and that was a very tough one for him. So, GG, well played. All right, so let's go update the brackets and do it. And where's this? All right, so that's going to be old Arrow Krasnik advancing on to the round of 8 to face either Grand Cathay or the Empire. So he wants probably to face the Empire. I don't know. Grand Cathay might be easier for Demons of Slaanesh, though. This is going to be a hard matchup for him either way. So now we have Cathay versus the Empire here is going to be next. Yeah, you can see the brackets here if you guys want. You can take a look at everything, see how we're looking. All right. Man, what a game. What a game. Nerf Demons of Slaanesh? Yeah, apparently so. All right, let me find the Empire match. There we are. Okay, and we're getting into the next one. Yeah, Slaanesh was... The Dark Prince was pretty tyrannical there. He was. Okay, so here we are in our next match. It's going to be Plague Penguin versus Sleepy Lion. Sleepy Lion is a very good Cathay player. He plays super off meta. If you want Jet Lions, you want weird shit, that Sleepy Lion's your boy. He plays the weirdest builds. It makes them work, that's for sure. So very excited to see how this goes. The Empire versus the other Empire, yes. That's going to be the play. All right, so we're in here. And yeah, it is about time. Okay. And perfect. Should be starting here in a moment. Just got to wait for Sleepy Lion. And just letting him know you're up. You're up, by the way. Messaging the Lion. We are on the Flats of Kislev. I'm curious to see how Plague Penguin's going to approach this. I'm very curious. Faction Wars. I know. I should have announced it better on the community section or something. Yeah, I'm terrible at my job. At that aspect of things. Is Slaanesh favored against Empire? I mean, the thing is he's not playing Slaanesh. He's playing Demons of Slaanesh. So he doesn't have Marauders. He doesn't have Warriors. He doesn't have Marauder Horsemen. He's playing only Demons of Slaanesh. So he has Demonettes, Exalted Demonettes, the Chariots, Seekers, Furies, and the Lords, and like the Fiends. And that's basically it. Yeah. It's going to be fun. Phone, you're still at work? Not for too much longer, huh? All right, guys, here we are in the Flats of Kislev. This is going to be our Empire duel. So we have the two big empires of the old world duking it out. Historically, you know, months and months back, I always felt Cathay was pretty good here. Satang being nerfed in tandem with some other Empire buffs, it could be a little bit more even. We'll find out. But I'm very excited for this, man. You versus the Empire, she tells me not to worry about. Yeah. Wood Elves and Slaanesh are both hard to play. Yeah. Low HP micro. Yeah, Arrow has insane micro. That's one thing he's really got going for him. His Total War micro is pretty nuts. You're going to be in for a weird build. I'm telling you. Sleepy Lion, the way he plays, he always plays really off meta. But he still finds a way to make it work, which is fun. Was it triple rockets? I looked away for a second. I think it might have been. Yeah, should load in here in a moment. All right, guys. So taking a look at the build of the Sleepy Lion. He's got the triple Grand Cannons. Oh, okay, not rockets. Triple Grand Cannon. Which cannons are really good against Empire, right? So he's got triple Grand Cannon, Miao Yang, spears in the front, Crowmen for flank harassing, maybe intercepting Empire Knights, great long Marauders, including the ROR, and Seitang the Watcher. Okay, so bringing the big gun line here. And for the Empire, it's going to be the complete opposite. Rather, it's going to be a very wide build. A lot of state troopers, including spears and swords. Hawkland long rifles. Cathay will have no problem with those. Cathay just focuses them with the cannons and calls it a victory, right? We got Empire Knights, a Shadowcaster with Pendulum, and Melkoths, Boris Todbringer, and that is it. This is actually going to be an interesting one. Although Cathay is splitting up its cannons super far around the map, which might make them harder to protect. We'll have to see. Miao Ying's going to be moving up on the point, so she's very tough to kill, and Seitang the Watcher is going to be putting some supporting fire down as well. My only concern for Cathay is it looks like its build is very kind of defensive, and I don't know if it's going to be able to move up and contest the field at all, but we'll have to see. This is a wild game. Yeah, 3 cannons and Seitang is pretty balls deep. I played against Sleepy Lion in a tournament a couple weeks ago, and he was bringing like Jade Lions and Jet Lions against me, and like playing Cathay melee pushes with like Celestial Generals. He's a wild player, man. He is a wild player. He's got good micro too. But Plague Penguin definitely is a micro god. He is terrifying to play against. I have a lot of tournament experience against him as well. He's very, very good. So we'll see how this goes. Are you rooting for the Sons of Sigmar or Grand Cathay, the Dragon Emperor? You guys into anime? Well, there's your people over there. And we have of course Boris Todbringer and the Empire. Yes. Silver Bullet's a nice choice. If they can creep up on some of the bigger targets, that'll be quite good. But now the firepower of Grand Cathay will sing. And you want to focus the long rifles first. Just kill them, get rid of the counterplay. And what is Seitang going to be shooting? So is he going to go after Toddy? Looks like right now he's going to be shooting into just the first thing he could see. Cannon's going to be unleashing some supporting fire. Long Marauders are pretty good at clearing out basic troopers. We do see the Windbow going down from Seitang is able to wreck one of the swordsmen here. But you need to switch on to the long rifles. They're really the only thing that can cause a lot of havoc for you. Miao Ying going to be duking it out with Toadbringer, and she's a really good fighter and does have a lot of HP, so that's a bit of an evenish fight. It won't really go anywhere one way or the other. Now the cannons are going to tee off into the Hawkland long rifles. Cannons aren't excellent at killing them, but they will eventually. And I suspect that Plague Penguin is just going to push up super aggressively here and just try and stuff Cathay back into the corner of the map. Potentially even win on objectives. But we do have a cannon in the tree line here, one cannon here, one cannon here. Empress's Crowmen also have an opportunity to come in and maybe swarm on top of the Hawkland long rifles. We'll have to see. The bows are shooting away, cannon shooting from downtown into the advancing Hawkland long rifles. Miao Ying, the Iron Dragon, going to be hunting the old long rifle. She's looking for it. She's looking for her prize. Yeah, she's been pretty disruptive here. Now going to get on top of the Silver Bullets and maybe just drop the Talons of the Night. That'd be very strong. But how is Grand Cathay going to be defending its cannon line? This is going to be a tricky pickle. We'll have to see. So Righteous lances away Jin descending, and it seems like Plague Penguin made a bit of a blunder there. I don't know why he would send those Empire Knights straight on into spears with those RORs nearby. It just feels like a big, big misplay. But the objectives are now in play. On the backside, the Onyx Crowmen are swarming towards the Hawkland long rifles, but they are being focus fired by all the guns, including the Silver Bullets. Yao Ying has not dropped Talons of the Night yet, which is a little bit strange. I would expect that. But Crowmen are trying to do their bombardment, and they do get some damage here on these units. Seitang the Watcher going after Boris Todbringer. And on the other side, we get the Long Marauders intercepting against the Spearmen. A couple state troopers going to be moving around. And this is a big win here for the Empire. The Empire does manage to get one of the cannons offline. For some godforsaken reason, the Spearmen left it undefended. And that's going to be a bit of a troll toll being paid there. So some mistakes on both sides for sure. We're going to see who really, really pays from it. A very ambitious Cathay build. It might be a little bit too much shooting. And we'll see if it gives up too much ground. Now, Iron Dragon, or not, excuse me, what is she, the Jade Dragon? I can't remember, but Miao Ying here is able to get some good damage against Silver Bullets. Talons of the Night coming down on top of the Empire Knights would probably be pretty cost effective. More cannon shots shooting into the Hawkland long rifles, but it looks like these cannons are maybe not long for this world. Righteous Lances do charge into the back of the swordsmen. Might be able to break their leadership over time. We see Seitang still shooting it out. In guard mode, ripping shots against Boris Todbringer. This other cannon's online, But Plague Penguin State Troopers have found a way in, and it looks like they're going to get on top of the cannons here, and those cannons are going to pay the troll toll. The flying jump attack, the classic Warhammer animation. Grand Cannon's going to go down here, and it looks like the Empire is going to probably start taking over the game. Sleepy Lion is ahead on the balance of power, but there's going to be a lot of cannons going down here in a minute, which is going to be a disaster, right? This cannon's fully offline. Is it shattered? It is. We see the Long Marauders trying to defend that situation, but yeah, the Empire has Toddy. I guess dealing with the Dragon is a little bit tough, and Satang. Maybe? I don't know, man. The balance of power is really, really close at this point. Value trading is pretty much dead even. Both sides have a little bit of healing. Satang is getting focus fired now pretty heavily, though. Hawk and Long Rifles, even after all that, are still online. So we have one Hawk and Long Rifle and some handgunners here. Oh, we had some basic handgunners as well. I didn't notice. And they're going to be able to drag down Satang. But Satang does some cool anime attacks, flies through the air. Long Marauders coming in to try and support this position, but the Empire has too much shooting left. They have handgunners here. They have silver bullets somewhere on the map, probably running, but I don't think Cathay has too many chances. It was a very wild build. I think that Cathay was coming into this game thinking that his opponent was going to try and artillery trade him, and he wanted to crush him in that trade. But then his opponent did like a more forward pushing build that didn't have to sit and defend any artillery, and he was able to just overwhelm Grand Cathay's defenses. Now, the Sleepy Lion here is a little bit surrounded. We do see the Empire Knights getting good DPS in there, despite their damage not being great. It's getting her done. Long Marauders a little bit trapped up. Balance of power massively in the favor of Plague Penguin right now, and I think we have the game blouses here. And Spears chasing down cannons. Cannons running back here. Empire Knights on the way back in. Definitely GG. Toddy's going to be good enough to kill Satang, and then you just ignore Miao Ying, and you could even just win on the objective at that point, right? Miao Ying isn't going to be able to do too much here. That is for sure. So here comes Boris Todbringer charging into Miao Ying, the Storm Dragon. Long Marauders are pretty much dispatched. Righteous Lances are toast. The other Righteous Lances, the other Great Long Marauders are down for the count. The remnants of the Hawk and Long Rifles have returned. Somehow Palpatine has returned. Silver Bullets and basic handgunners going to be setting up shop here. A lot of Empire Steel, Faith, and Gunpowder getting in there. Faith, although being Ulrich in this case, it is a Boris Todbringer-based army. And say goodnight, Sweet Prince. Satang the Watcher is going to pay the troll toll. He is going to be mowed down, and that is going to be triggering army losses. Yeah, he went pretty hard on the paint to try and win an artillery duel, and his opponent, that was like a gamble build by Cathay. It wasn't a good build by any stretch, but it was a build that was gambling, that if the Empire comes in with like 2 or 3 cannons and tries to trade in that way with like long rifles and cannons, then you can potentially just cheese them out that way. But it wasn't going to be the case here. And we do see Satang fall, army losses kicking in, and the Sons of Sigmar claim glorious victory for Ulrich for Sigmar. Gotta love to see it. Fun, it was a fun game, though. It was a wild one. It was weird as hell. And we did see the rifles come in. Nothing performed exceptionally well. Maybe the handgunners were able to get some good value, I suppose. Yeah, 1,000 on them, 900 here. Toddy did fine. Satang still got 1,600 cannons. Not too much. A lot of them got shut down. What is that supposed to be? Maybe he was expecting a stank, too. He could have been expecting a steam tank and some cannons and whatnot. But yeah, that was like just a very steady push build, and it did very well. All right, so let's go to the brackets. Let's update that. That is going to be the Sons of Sigmar versus the Demons of Slaanesh in our next round. And now we have Kislev versus Skaven, so it's going to be Pigman versus Hadries here. And then we have Warriors of Chaos versus Hyles on the bottom side. Razel versus Stingers. Great games all across the board, man. This format's so fun. We're getting so many good matches. All right, so where are we at? So now we have Skaven versus Kislev in the faction war. Let's get in there and do it. Here we are. We have loaded in Hadries on Skaven versus the dreaded Kislevites. I would say in this tournament, the most banned faction. Players were allowed to get 3 bans of factions they did not want to face round 1. Kislev, hands down, got banned the most. Like, just across the board. Very cool Empire build. Yeah, it was. It was very well-rounded. It was like a very good combined arms build. Oh my god, triple Snow Leopard versus Hadries with his Forbidden Storm Vermin, though. I don't know, man. All right. The Snow Leopard swarm cometh. They're pretty good against the characters, the Bonebreaker guys, and I think that's what Pigman was expecting, and Hadries didn't bring it, so we're going to see if they pay off. Vampire counts have Sylvanian troopers? No, they're not allowed to use those in multiplayer. That's just for campaign. Yeah. Let's go, Ratman. Let's go, Kislev. We got people cheering on both sides. Will the Storm Vermin tyranny continue here for Hadries? Find out on today's episode. Yes. Rise, my champions, rise. The kitties hunger for rat flesh. They do. It's a pretty wide Kislev army. Yeah, a lot of Kossars, a lot of width. Certainly no joke. So, Hadri's, he's got double Warp Lightning Cannon, which are really good against cavalry, SEs, little Groms, you know, those type of things, right? And they won't be so good against archers and, you know, some of the other things the army has, the wider forces, but we're going to see if the Storm Vermin can get the job done. Ogres, we do also have some flayers, so it is going to be double flayers, backed up by Clan Rats with spears, and on top of that, we do have Ikit Claw on a Doom Wheel, and he's going to be rocking Flensing Rune, which is really good, because, you know, Kislev is a faction you might expect to blob up in this format, so having the Flensing Rune to punish that is very good. Warp Lightning Cannon setting up shop. And for Pigman playing in our tournament we had 2 nights ago, and he did very, very well. It is going to be Kosovo Dervishes, Winged Lancers, and oh, we have Katarine on the Dragon. Oh, yeah. That's fun. Oh, wait, no, wait, that's an Ice Witch. What the hell? An Ice Witch on the Frostworm. Oh, shit. Okay. That is a tech I've not seen. Interesting. Okay, and triple Snow Leopard as well. We do have some Kossars. Are there any Ice Guard here? No, it's just going to be Kossars, so basic bows, a very wide bow line, which is potentially a counter against Storm Vermin. They don't want to get peppered with arrows. They don't have shields. Granted, their armor will help them a little bit, but they could feel the pain there for sure. Yeah, Storm Vermin, I'm glad they're good. I'm glad they're finally in good shape. But those Warp Lightning Cannons will be devastating against the Winged Lancers as well as the Ice Witch, and that's what it's going to come down to for Hadri's. I definitely think he's going to get mulched in the infantry fight with all the archers melting his Storm Vermin and whatnot. But if his range and his Warp Lightning Cannons can punish the Winged Lancers and the Dervishes and all those various elements, that's where he probably finds a way to win the game, using his Doom Wheel in the late game to then clean up all of the Dervishes and various units. So the Ice Worm is so cool. I love to see it. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of cool units today. We saw a Dreadquake Mortar in one of the first games too. We got Hawks of Miska, which is good against Skaven. It doesn't have AP, but it lowers leadership by a lot, which is great. And we got Hailstorm too, which is good against Storm Vermin. So Storm Vermin, they're so hot right now. Yeah, they're making a bit of a comeback. Yeah, that makes sense, Olaf. I can see the Frostworm. I've been experiencing it in quick battles too. I've been playing a lot of quick battles for Conquest, and people have been using the Frostworm, so it's definitely not. It makes sense, and I believe it got fixed up a little bit in 5.1 too. Must have gotten some impact hit changes as well. All right, guys, the battle is on. Players going to be fighting over the central point, of course, although they don't need to if they don't want to. And for Ikit, he's got the Brass Orb. He's got Flensing Rune. Hadri's, of course, 2-time winner of Faction War. He's won twice before with Skaven. And we have not seen Pigman in a Faction War yet. So Pigman, a first-time comer here with Kislev today. Kislev did win a Faction War. They won one of the very first Faction Wars we had in Warhammer 3. That was won by Random Nix. So that was a very fun one. He won with a lot of like nasty Kislev blobbing, which has since been nerfed a bit. And yep, the objective is going to be opening up in a minute. And really, I'm going to be focusing on the Warp Lightning Cannons, trying to see what they're going to be shooting. Hadri's immediately targeting Winged Lancers, and is going to be targeting Winged Lancers here as well. And big old damage. That's got to feel good. Kosovo Dervishes looking like they want to dive in here, but they are going to have to get past the Storm Vermin and Flayer defenders. Doom Flayers are actually really good against cavalry. They have extremely high armor. They go up over 100 when they are in melee, and they can grind versus cav. And that's one of the reasons why they have been restricted in a lot of tournaments, and they are partially restricted today. That was a lot of feedback I got, was like, if you let them bring 4 of those, Skaven are just brutal. So that's one of the things we did limit today. Winged Lancers coming around the side, but getting zapped in the face. Yes. This one Winged Lancer's leadership already broken, so the Buyer Blood passive has procced. And now the Archer line is going to be engaging here as Warp Lightning Cannons continue, shooting into the Ice Witch, so the Ice Witch of Tempest does get zapped as well. And there's going to be a dive here. The one thing Hadri's needs to make sure happens, he needs to make sure that the bows don't get in range of his artillery. But man, the Winged Lancer's getting cooked here on the outside. And will Hadri slip up and let his Warp Lightning Cannon crew get caught? Hopefully not for his sake. And for Pigman, he's sure hoping they do. We see the Flayers move about face, and the Storm Vermin are about ready. And now there's going to be a big engagement here as the Flayers intercept the cavalry. But a little bit of a blunder on positioning there. Hadri's does let some of the cavalry get on top of his Warp Lightning Cannon. And the other one gets in range of the archers. So this is a really good play by Pigman and a big blunder by Hadri's. He could have maybe scooted a couple of these units up to try and screen them out, but instead, the Ikit Zap Cannon is going to be getting taken offline. Not before it does some good damage, but this is potentially a game-losing play here. Losing your big artillery like that is going to hurt pretty bad. On this side, it looks like the Warp Lightning Cannon is going to be stabilizing, and they do take a pretty tough fight over there. The Dervishes and the Winged Lancers get wrecked. So Hadri still is going to be rocking 1. Doom Flayers here, as well as Rat Ogres, also getting an incredibly cost-effective fight. So Hadri's picking a lot of really good engagements here, despite taking some tough fights and losing his artillery. He now moves forward and does have Storm Vermin in melee, as well as basic Clan Rats with Kossars, which is incredibly good. Incredibly good. So the Kossars are going to get pushed back, and honestly, this is a really even game. Warp Lightning going down on the Kosovo Dervishes and the Winged Lancers as well, and we do see the Snow Leopard going after Icket Claw. That's a really good play by Pigman, using that anti-large beast to get some work in there. On the backside, we got Storm Vermin still fighting it out, and all the Archer Corps seems to be in good shape, so he's basically kiting these guys back and then crossfiring them, which is a good play. And that's what you'd want to do here too, like run here, here, and maybe run out there, and then shoot them on the sides when they're chasing you with your superior kind of numbers that you do have. Icket, though, is getting chewed down, and those Snow Leopards could be a little bit of a problem. Losing that Icket Zap Zap cannon is a big, big issue. Because now the Kislev army might potentially be able to kite you out, you know, and I don't know why the Ice Witch is fighting here on these Clan Rat Spears. She's going to be taking some unnecessary damage. Icket Claw is getting okay work done into the Snow Leopards, and the Kislev army doesn't have any healing. That's going to be a Cleansing Room or a Brass Orb? Or, no, that's going to be a Hailstorm? What is that going to be? Yeah, it's going to be the Hawks and Miska, actually, trying to break the leadership of the Storm Vermin. Not going to do a whole lot. But the Snow Leopards do get beat up by Icket a little bit. He's a pretty respectable fighter on that Doom Wheel. We still do have flails on the table, and this battle is very, very close. Storm Vermin chasing down a lot of these runners, and the Clan Rats being kited out by the Kossars in open field. Oh my god, the Warp Lightning Cannon crew is coming back online too. Hadrius might be able to stabilize that and get a couple shots. So that would be very, very strong for him. Maybe wishing he had a couple catapults as well. But we do see the Storm Vermin effectively hunting down one unit of Kossars here, and these Clan Rats able to hunt down the other Kossars, which is a pretty big win. Balance of Power is a little bit favored for Kislev here at this point. They still do have a big terrifying monster in that Ice Witch, and there are Storm Vermin, so it would have to come down to a late game situation where the Ice Witch is, you know, caught in a Storm Vermin unit. Players being chased, and it looks like Icket Claw is going to be bumping into the Ice Witch. He's got 3,000 HP. She has about 5.8, but the Flayers are going to be also providing some help. Snow Leopard Summon by Pigman is going to be a very, very nice play there. And the Warp Lightning Cannon is back online, but is it going to be protected? We got some Clan Rat Spears coming over to try and salvage that, which is going to be very important. If Hadrius doesn't manage to get that Warp Lightning Cannon back online, he's not really going to have a good tool for dealing with the big monster here. So Storm Vermin moving across. We do see the Clan Rat Spears intercepting and trying to cut off the Winged Lancers. And what are they going to shoot? Yeah, we got Winged Lancers, Skaven Slaves on the outside. The Storm Vermin are being kited out. I think Kislev's starting to take over this game. Having all these Storm Vermin having to just chase across the battlefield to get on these Kossars has led to, you know, many of their demise. It's been a very tough fight for them. Snow Leopard Summon here, paying the Troll Toll. Hawks the Miska going down. Okay, and that melts those Clan Rats pretty damn hard. The baby Snow Leopards are still in okay shape. One Flare does rally, and the Warp Lightning Cannon is still online, just barely. It's hanging in there. I think the Winged Lancers will probably crumble down to the Spheres, but not before the Warp Lightning Cannon does get broken, and it looks like Kislev might be able to get her done. We're going to have to see. Storm Vermin moving in to engage, and Flensing Rune being activated, which is a good call. Potentially going to take out 2 Snow Leopards. So Iket's been pretty good this game. He's at 1,500 value, and that, you know, Flensing Rune is great. Storm Vermin, of course, will not have too many problems there. But yeah, it just seemed like losing that Icket Zap Zap cannon that early was a big problem. He really needed that online for a little bit longer. Is there any chance for Hadrius to scrap this game back? I don't know. That's going to be a tough cookie. Some Flayers returning. There's still a million of these Archers. A couple Storm Vermin units are still in relatively good shape. Snow Leopards do get their butts kicked. So one Snow Leopard's on the run. The other Snow Leopard is shaken and stirred and has 1,300 HP. So Iket's going to be able to do some nastiness against that. Hadrius does manage to get the objective, so he does have that one and has a couple rats rallying around the battlefield. So the chittering rats have heard no bell. They have not. Storm Vermin in their armor going to be trying to endure. I think Iket's going to have to juke a lot of that. And maybe if the Warp Lightning Cannon manages to come back, is it going to? Probably not. They took a righteous beating, and they only have 300 HP. So that's going to give the Skaven a big problem with trying to catch this army. The Kislev army is going to be very problematic. We got Kossars of Spears all over the place. Storm Vermin with Halberds still on the chase. They're getting their chase on. We got a couple Rattos moving up. And is Iket going to make a play for these Archers and start juking and trying to press them? A little bit of Doom Flare support on the side, perhaps. There are 5 Doom Flares here on this unit. As Iket Claw moves across, here he comes. All right, this is going to be one of the more deciding moments of the game. Balance of Power is still tenable for Hadrius, but certainly Kislev favored. At this point, you can see Kislev has maybe a 15% advantage on the Balance of Power, maybe 10%. And Pigman did manage to salvage a lot of those Kossars. We do see a Brass Orb going down. It's a nice cast right there. Going to be hitting those. And Pigman is going to be shooting away at the various Clan Rats. Warp Lightning going down from Iket Claw. So dropping what he can. He does have the objective, so Hadrius is going to be trying to chill there for a while he continues keeping these Archers honest. If Hadrius can somehow deal with all the Archers, like, maybe with a methodical magic grind and swarming, then if he still has a healthy Storm Vermin unit, he might be able to win the game versus Ice Witch, maybe. But he needs to keep at least one Storm Vermin unit in very good shape while keeping these armored Kossars in the pits. Back here, Storm Vermin not able to catch them. They are a little bit faster, 38 speed against 33. So the Storm Vermin will catch them eventually. But with good kiting and spam clicking, they should be able to maneuver away. And it looks like Hadri's is going to put some pressure on the Kislev army now. While he does also have the objectives, that's quite strong. So Storm Vermin swarming up, eating those arrows like champs with their 90 armor. So heavily armored little rat people. Ice Witch going to be moving across. We do see some basic clan rats absorbing quite a bit of ammo. This is a very cagey game. And by the way, we still have 2 Doom players online. As long as Ice Witch doesn't get her clutches on those, we'll have to see. So they move in. They do run over some of these units, but Kossars with spears do have charge defense against large, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to be taking that like champs. And oh, the Flensing Rune's going to be clutch here. But that is going to be a nice Hawks of Miska as well. So Flensing Rune from Hadri's, that could be a big playmaker. But the Hawks of Miska also doing big damage against the Storm Vermin as well. But that Flensing Rune does a lot of work against the Ice Witch there. And it looks like Ikit does go in for the battle. But he is discouraged by the Hawks of Miska. So that's he could actually break en route here. Healthy unit of Storm Vermin is on the way across. We got some Rattos coming back in. Those Flares did get wrecked pretty badly. But Ikit is probably going to lose against the Frostworm. He's not in great shape. He is currently sitting at 2,500 value. Storm Vermin trying to come and help the homie. He's a little bit slower than the Dragon, actually, especially with the Frostbite active. So I think he might get chased off the battlefield. And that would probably be GG. Only maybe Hadri's comes across here and gets these Flares and tries to rally and salvage that. I think that's his only play. Got some sneaky rats just chasing across. The Flensing Rune is quite nice, but still 3,000 HP. Ikit Claw is going to have to be salvaged here if there's any opportunity for Skaven to come back. If he runs across the battlefield, if he runs off, the Skaven are just going to lose. Their leadership's going to tank, and the Kossars, yeah, they really carried this game. And that's what we talked about in the beginning, right? It was very clear Hadri's one weakness was he didn't have any tools for dealing with these. He didn't have any mortars or anything to really shoot them or get in melee with them. He did have good anti-large tools, but I think if he keeps that Ikit Zap cannon online, he maybe wins the game. Maybe it would have been enough value to, bring down an Ice Witch with this amount of health. And then maybe Ikit could just clean up everything else. But Pigman did an excellent job of shutting that down by pressing it with archers. And I think that's going to be the end of the road for the Skaven. GG well played, though. It was a good run today. Some good games. And we do see some Hawks of Miska going down here on the Skaven Slaves. Yep, that's going to break their leadership. Storm Vermin on the objective. We're paying the Troll Toll. Ikit Claw getting chased off. And yeah, man, that's it. Kislev advancing on. The terror continues. Everyone feared Kislev, and for a good reason. Pigman also a very good player. He played a very good game there. So that was a very fun run. Doom player randomly shattering. I mean, it's still piloted by a Skaven, Yeah. All right, guys. GG well played to these champs. And looking at the Warp Lightning Cannons, yeah, they really struggled to pay for themselves. Everything else did okay. The Storm Vermin honestly still did good. Ikit was great. Just no value from those Warp Lightnings costing the game. Well played, Hadri's. You played a great game, man. Keep your head up high. That was a good match. Good run. And Pigman will be advancing on. The Pigman, the man of the pigs. All right, so let's get Pigman, report the score. There goes our Pigman. We're getting to the later stages of the tournament. It's getting good. All right, so Warriors of Chaos vs. High Elves is going to be our next match. And let's see how this goes. All right, so Warriors of Chaos versus High Elves. All right. Walk versus High Elves. Where are you guys hiding? That's not it. Walk versus High Elves. Walk versus High Elves. Where are you? I don't see you anywhere. Okay, I got to get the lobby code from these gentlemen. All right. Walk. Send lobby code, please. All right. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun, man. And, all right. There we go. So let's join code here. I'm excited for this one. Warriors of Chaos are just awesome. Who doesn't love big, heavy armored bros? It's always great. All right, so loading it up. Thank you guys for joining. It's noon now. Starting to get a little warmer here. The heat levels are rising, but we are approaching the climax of the stream. It's coming. Kavak, thank you, man. Some great games today. Thank you for all the content, dude. Thank you, man. That is a turbo generous one. Goddamn. Thank you. That is way too generous. I really hope you're some rich tyrant, dude, and it's not no sweat off your back. Thank you, brother. Thank you. All right. Well, this one's for you, bud. Hopefully you're ready. Stingers is a really fun high elf player, and Razel, I have not seen their Warriors of Chaos, but I'm eager to see what they can do. Kavak, man. Thank you. Seriously. Bardzo dziękuję. And now we go forward to do glorious battle. Oh, Imrik versus Kolek. One can only get so erect. And we have double Chosen of Khorne. Oh my god, what kind of a build is this from Razel? This is just pure insanity. Yeah, I'll pull up the bracket again after this game, Loopy, and we'll take a longer look at it. Dude, Chosen of Khorne dual weapon. Oh god, I'm so hard. That's so good. Kavak has blessed us. That donation like led to these builds. The hype, it bled into the game. So Kolek with the Nurgle caster is a really respectable anti-large armored fighter, which is very good against High Elves, actually. And yeah, the Chosen, of course, are quite great. So here we go, baby. Here we go. Talk dirty, I know, seriously. How many games do we have left? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 games left today. After this, we have Lizardmen versus Dwarves. Then Norska versus Khorne. Demons of Slaanesh versus Empire. And then Kislev versus the winner of this game after that. And that's going to be the order of events. Big JP, this has been super fun. Thanks for allowing me to be part of it. Conquest is a blast to play. Yeah, I think it's really good, Big JP. I don't know why it's not. I haven't seen more of it, you know? I always thought that was kind of what folks were asking for. I'm surprised. I honestly think it's a great improvement upon Land Battle. That's just my opinion. Hell yeah, Khorne Chosen. I know. All day, man. All day. Imrik's coming. He's going to get some fat breath attacks and cause some havoc. Big JP, man. Thank you. Oh, we had a drop. It's fine. So I'll screenshot the builds and they just start with the same. It's new. It can take time. I'm sold though. Yeah, me too, man. It's been really fun. People don't like change, that's for sure. Okay. So let's get you in here. Let's get Razel in there. Let's find him. Okay, same builds. So, same builds. Okay, perfect. Yeah, ready. Looks good. And Warriors of Chaos should be back soon. If he needs the build, I can send it. Yeah, JP, thank you, man. No, I look forward to having you in more of these, dude. I see you running, new player events for people to get into the game, so that's always a big win in my book. So I'll happily invite you back to these faction wars. Happily, brother. Caught in 4K, I know. Caught in 4K. Skull Crusher disappointment coming? Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Usually they're disappointing. They're the Rot Knights of Khorne. Yeah. Usually a little bit sad. Okay. Let's crack in here. Is he coming back? Maybe his whole PC was exploding. We'll have to see. Hopefully he returns. Yeah, been a fun run of games today. I don't know which one's been the best. There's been some fun ones. Let's go ahead and switch to the brackets. I know some of you guys wanted to see those, so here's the brackets for today. You can see a lot of games were played. Let me get it somewhere where you can see all the games. There you go. All right. So yeah, some sweaty ones. You can see the matches up top as well. You can see the maps that correlate to those if you want. But we'll just kind of take a look at the main brackets here. For now, there you go. As far as matchup upsets go, I don't know if we've had any of those that have been real big matchup upsets. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. Yeah, but those are the brackets for now. Richie, thank you for the 100. God damn, dude. Everything you do here, you do really great. Been here for years and it only gets better. We're aging like fine wine, dude. Thank you for that. God damn, dude. That's super generous. Thank you, AM. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, the Demons of Slaanesh games I think have been my favorite just because of how much skill they require to pull off. It's been really fun. God, imagine if Demons of Slaanesh made it to top 4. That'd be nuts. I mean, they've already done well. Richie, man, thank you. God, you guys are going bananas. It's like my birthday again. My birthday was 3 weeks ago. You guys need to calm down. Heroes Pure Speed micro builds have been amazing. They are. Yeah, no kidding. All right, so let's switch it on back and go to the tournament. Here we go. You mentioned in your opinion Conquest mode is improving for land battles. What are your thoughts on Domination versus Conquest? Those are definitely very distinct game modes. Like land battle and Conquest are extremely similar with some nuance. But yeah, I mean, I come from a traditional RTS background myself. I like a game where you don't have to have the community enforce what you can and can't do in a game. The game itself should just be a contained environment where two players can go on, they can queue up, they can play the factions they want, they can bring the units they want. And although unit restrictions are necessary sometimes in Total War for sure, I agree with that. But that's what I think like a competitive RTS should be, right? So that's why I prefer Conquest and Dom and things like that. It's just after, because I did Land Battle for a long time, like 5 years. And I enjoyed it the hell out of it. We have a great community, great people. It's just I always wanted it to be more of like a fair RTS where you didn't need to have player interpretation making decisions on games and things like that. Dude, thank you again, Richie. Man, you guys are out of control. This format isn't that hard to organize, actually. It's not too hard. But yeah, Razel's going to be loading in, and we'll get started here. It's going to be Hyles versus Warriors of Chaos. And Imric is going to be trying to duel it out with Kolek. That's going to be great. Yes, yes. Well, that was kind of my goal with this format, was to have as little rules as possible and just have it be as similar to, what everyone plays on ladder. Because, when you look at StarCraft and Age of Empires and major RTS games, people playing a ladder game are playing the same game as tournament players are playing. The maps might be different depending on, what circuit you're in and what game, Warcraft 3. And that's what I want to exist for Total War, right? Like when people come and play, quick battle, I want them to be able to transition to a tournament and not have it be a different game, right? So that's why we're trying this today. And honestly, I haven't seen any issues. Like most of the restrictions we lifted, like there's nothing that's been terribly like, oh my God, this is unbeatable. Can we expect any Age of Mythology? I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking. All right. So, yeah, man, potato connection here for Razel. That's for sure. My loading times are just long, he says. Okay. So he just takes a long time to load, but from there it's not going to be laggy, which is good. No, we're fine. See, there's literally barely any lag at all. All right, guys. Here we go. Let's get this party started. It is going to be Illyrian Reaver Archers. A good choice. Competent enough in melee to take on, Chaos Skirmishers and Dogs, but also really good at range. So I like that choice a lot. For the front line, it's going to be Spearmen, backed up by the Fire Chads. And in the backfield, a single Bolt Thrower. Interesting. Just to kind of put some perpetual poke on like a Kolek type character. Okay, not bad. Mage of Life in the back to heal up Imric. And we do have the Talons of Torquilada. So one Archer, which I like a lot. As a singleton pick, this is cool because they imbue fire weakness. Which means that Imric can potentially come in. Doesn't he do fire damage? That's so weird why his dragon wouldn't do fire damage. I thought he did. I guess it's more for the Fireborn, right? Because Fireborn do magic damage or flaming damage, excuse me. So, yeah, they can come in and they can... I'm pretty sure a lot of the dragons used to do fire damage, but when the Chaos Dwarves came out, there was like a weird thing where they removed it from a lot of them. I could have sworn that was the case. The first RTS I ever played was Warcraft. Yeah. I think Warcraft Orcs and Humans. And then Tides of Darkness were the first ones I ever played. And then from there, I got really into Brood War. And then Warcraft 3 became my beloved when I was like a young teenager. Command and Conquer, I played the hell out of those. Yeah. All right, guys. But it's going to be Reaver Archers, Spears, and we do have the Pyramind Company, a pretty cost-effective great weapon unit. And for Razel's build is super Chad. He's got Marauders. He's doing ODM proud right now, that's for sure. Got Marauders into the Sunset, Chaos Warriors, as well as a couple units of Chosen of Khorne with dual weapons, which will obviously mulch any infantry they get into combat with, and the dreaded Skullcrushers of Khorne. Yeah, buddy. All right, let's see how they do. So Chaos going to be advancing up, and Razel going to be dropping Lord of the Storm. Does he have it? No, but he has Starcrusher and Tempest Rage. So he's got both the combat abilities for Kolek, so Homeboy's going to be looking to go knock down, drag out, just get in there and take people to the club, and we'll see how it pans out for him. We'll see how it works out, Cotton. I'm loving Stinger's Skirmish, though. I think it's very good because the Illyrian Reaver Archers can completely own Marauders and Marauder Horsemen and Skirmishing. Imric going to be charging in for freebies. Kolek needs to respond to that. For Chaos, I think they need to close the distance, but also grabbing the objective while they do so. That's going to be very important. Is Imric going to get trapped here? I think he has an angle to get away. I think he's going to get away here. Yeah. But that could have been a disaster. If Imric had gotten surrounded by the Skullcrushers and Kolek, that would have been just a massive, massive blunder there by Stingers. So Stingers is going to be pulling back here, and we do see him retreating. Imric is okay. A lot of Elven firepower coming out as the Bolt Throwers and the Archers are going to be unleashing pretty substantial torrents of fire. Imric back up in the sky. Fireborn preparing to charge into the front against some Marauders. And yeah, it'll do big damage. Even though they are anti-large, they're still really good against infantry. Although it's kind of a staggered charge. But man, half health off those Marauders immediately. Razel definitely needs to close the distance quickly. He's taking a massive beating on the approach and get those Chosen of Khorne into combat. So he does grab the objective. Now the Chosen of Khorne going to be moving in as the Bulldog Cavalry, the Wookiee Cav. They look like little pugs, like demon pugs. Skull Crushers, their body shapes are pretty funny. But Kolek and the Skull Crushers move in, doing some HP damage against the Fireborn, but Shadrick is going to get a big breath attack, and it's going to hit Marauders mostly. So I think saving the breath attacks exclusively for the Chosen for sure would be the play, but not the end of the world. Still, you know, he got a decent one. It also hit the Skull Crushers, so that wasn't bad at all. On the backside, we see the Marauder Horsemen flanking around. So Razel going to be looking for opportunities to get on the Talented Torquelada, and we do see the big man landing. Imric with the Star Lance active does land on the Chosen of Khorne, which is going to be quite cost-effective. Tempest Rage and Star Crusher active. Kolek's big, and he's pissed, and we got a couple of halberds coming over to help out as well. We're going to see if he's able to get a bonk on Imric's head, and does he get a bonk? Oh, El Bonk, he's coming! Are you going to get him? Imric running away with Earthblood. He is being chased pretty heavily, but it looks like he's not going to make the best contact. Imric has created some distance. Marauder Horseman doing a little bit of skirmishing here on the outside. Meanwhile, Kolek is going to continue hunting down Imric. Man, I don't think Hyles have ever won a faction war. That would be pretty insane. But Chosen of Khorne are now engaging in Spearmen in the front. That's going to be a massacre. And honestly, Chosen of Khorne have such insane stat lines. They're probably going to be able to fight against, you know, these Fireborn. Although they do fire damage, which, you know, is a little bit tough for them. But Marauders have engaged with Spears, and Chaos now needs to find a way to break through that front line. But big flank engagement. This is kind of what Chaos wants. Overcasted Fleshy Abundance is going to be so erect here. We see it going down on the Skull Crushers, which have most of their models still. Kolek is going to get healed up to full. And that foul Nurgle magic might be enough to bunker bust the flank here. That is colossal. Elves are certainly going to be feeling this one. And really, I'm starting to feel like Chaos is getting that good pressure. Right? We have the Chosen of Khorne getting good momentum here. Fireborn are trying their best. But the Elves are starting to feel it. Chosen are going to get through, and they're eventually going to get on top of those archers. These Chosen will get through. Fireborn with an excellent flank charge right here, though, and the Marauders is quite good. But the floodgates of Chaos are open. Marauder Horsemen going to be chasing down the Reavers, who they were able to defeat in melee with Kolek's help. Skull Crushers, you know, I'm not disappointed in them so far. They seem to be doing okay. Kolek is going to be mirroring Imric to see where he goes. In the meantime, pushing into the Archer line as the Chosen of Khorne move into the battle back line here of the High Elves. Objective being held by Chaos, but still very early in the game, another 6 minutes or so. Breath attack coming down for Imric is able to roast a lot of the Marauder Horsemen, and Skull Crushers of Khorne getting rear charged by Imric is a great play. You know, try and break their leadership while you still have some spears holding them up in place. Kolek going after the Fireborn as well as the Archers, and now we see the Chaos Warrior Halberds force pushing their way through, trying to get in to support Big Daddy Kolek. Can't be leaving him in a bad situation, and what a great game. This might be one of the more scrappy games that we've had today. Very even, like these players are just neck and neck with value. Both sides do have healing as well. It's been pretty excellent. So Skull Crusher is going to be trying to harry down Imric and chase him. Chosen of Khorne with dual weapons have massacred these Spearmen, and the Chaos Warrior Halberds are now battling Pyrmane Company. That's actually a good fight for Stingers. The Pyrmane Company will be able to defeat Chaos Warriors with Halberds, but those Khorne Chosen are still very much healthy and very much alive here. So some peripheral fighting as the Fireborn are battling the Skull Crushers, and Skull Crushers will probably lose this. They're very beat up. So they're going to get routed off by the Fireborn here in a moment. -5 leadership. So that's a big win there for the forces of the Asur. And there is going to be some heals coming down. Dragonhorn is active. The Vuvuzela of the Gods. Anybody who ever watched the World Cup a couple years back, remember that? The Vuvuzelas of the stadium? It's like 10 years ago almost. Jesus Christ, more than that. But Fireborn do run down the scraps, and the mobile advantage is starting to go to the High Elves. But, you know, Chaos does have that objective. Big breath attack there. Very, very clean. High Elves are going to have to start, you know, paying some respect to the objective here relatively soon. Granted, I think the game will come to a conclusion before that really comes into effect. If desperate, you know, Stingers could take his Fireborn and go over there and just get that easily. So if he loses to the objectives, it's his own fault. He has the tools he needs to go get that point, 100%. The Fireborn could go solo that. So Imric is going after the Nurgle Caster, which is very, very smart. Kolek with Star Crusher and Tempest Rage has 1,000 weapon strength. The Mountain God comes. Oh, Kaiju battle. Regrowth and Starlance active as well. Imric gets a massive amount of HP off that Chaos Sorcerer right there. And the Fireborn are able to clean up a lot of the scraps. High Elves have a shit ton of infantry. Chaos looking a little bit bare bones, actually. We do have the Chosen of Khorne with dual weapons, Kolek and that Nurgle Sorcerer. But the High Elves do seem to have a little bit more. But I guess he's not worried about the objective. You know, for me, I have so much anxiety just looking at it from an outside observer that I'm like, oh god, you don't want to lose on that. But the High Elves do look like they're grinding their way into a comeback here. Imrik getting a nice charge against those Chosen. Kolek coming in with his big bonking hammer, though. He is able to bonk Imrik twice in a row, getting a lot of value right there. Chaos is going to be sending some random troopers onto the back objective. These cavalry here, these are the Fireborn. I'm telling you, just go get that so you don't regret it. Fireborn aren't even that useful in this fight here. I think that Stinger should really start putting some respect on that, because this game could still scrap out quite a bit longer here. But yeah, the fact that he's not paying any heed to it means that Razel could win on those points. So Imrik is up and about, and Stingers has no excuse. He's a very good domination player too. He should know the value of the objective. Bolter are still going too, which is nuts. Fireborn do get a good cross charge, charging into Kolek Sun Eater and getting a fair amount of HP damage off him. Okay, now it looks like Chaos is coming back, ladies and gentlemen. The Chosen of Khorne are grinding a lot of these units, and Kolek Chad Eater is just hanging here, man. And you can see Stinger is going for the snipe here on the Chaos Sorcerer. He's gotten some good contact on that bad boy so far. Kolek Sun Eater is going to be coming across and looking to do battle, and Imrik is retreating away. Is he going to go back towards objective number uno? It looks like he is. Fireborn are now gone, so now High Elves are going to have a colossal issue getting that point back. So he basically just has to army loss Chaos before the game's over, which is possible for sure. But Chaos still has Kolek. They still have a fair amount left. Spears and Pure Main Company are still fighting out. See what I'm saying about not grabbing that? It would have been so easy for him to get that earlier, but now it's getting into the danger zone where he has, let's see, 100 seconds. He's got like 2 minutes left to get this done, which he might be able to. Yeah, probably, especially with the Nurgle caster going down. So the Nurgle Sorcerer goes down to Imrik, and now Kolek is just going to get surrounded by Fireborn, Imrik, and a bunch of spears. Definitely just grab this to be safe. Oh, it's giving me such anxiety, dude. Oh, it's making me nervous. Imrik charging in. We do see the Chosen of Khorne wavering. Their Frenzy keeps them going, but it looks like Frenzy is off them now. Kolek has been a Giga Chad this game, though. He's got 3,400 value. I honestly use him against a lot of the Dragon-centric factions, and he's an MVP. High Elves are trying to get army losses, and they're going for it. Army losses soon to be kicking in, probably. Especially when this Nurgle caster gets broken. And is he going to go for the point? Doesn't look like it. He's just playing a dangerous game here, dude. He's playing such a dangerous game. Oh my god, look at that. 400 here. I mean, it was so easy for him to go get this at any point. So he goes after the caster. He gets a good engagement, and the caster is going to be wavering. Army losses is like kind of close, but not close enough. Dude, oh my god, come on. These guys need to pay attention to that. Okay, so Emmerich's going to be getting back up. Is he going to be charging the Nurgle caster? It looks like he is. Nothing on the point. We do see the Warriors of Chaos holding it. And you can cycle charge as long as you want. There's no rules against it, even if there's only SEs left. As long as, you know, the objective is the only thing keeping it honest there. So the Nurgle caster is going. Chaos knows they can win on the points now, and that's what they're doing. They still have some Chaos Warrior Halberds. Emmerich is trying his best to get the army losses going. Probably going Bolt Thrower and shooting Kolek to try and trigger army losses would be the way. But he's going to be moving up to it right now, and Chaos is holding back here. They're moving back to the point. Fireborn going to be charging in, and High Elves need to just go super aggressive here. They need to get in there and just try and trigger army losses. And with that charge on Kolek, probably does it. With Emmerich coming in, I think he gets it. Oh my god, he played it so close. Jesus, that was stressing me out. And with that, the High Elves get the victory. The Lord of Dragons. He didn't hear no bell. He got in there and he got the job done. GG, well played. I loved it. Vuvuzelas were 18 years ago? God, was it that long? No, they weren't. Really? Stop with that. Stinger is playing like a monster today. Emmerich doing great. 3,400 on the Fire Chads. Bolt Thrower got some decent value. Yeah, Pyramine's got 1,400. Chosen of Khorne, 1,400 and 700. Not terrible considering. Kolek, though, was the biggest Chad in that game. He had 4,400 values. That was pretty sweet. Gotta love to see it. So GG, well played. Okay, so we're going to go to the bracket, and we are going to go to the brackets here. Let's make it official. And now we have our top 8. All right, so that's going to be a victory for Stingers and High Elves. We have pretty good faction diversity. We got lizards, we got dwarves, we got some humans here, we got some evil humans, we got some demons. It's a pretty good range of factions so far. Doing pretty good. Ulthuan is undefeated. So now we have dwarves versus lizardmen. So we're going to get that all set up. Well played to Razel. He was a true champion of the Dark Gods. I think that was a very respectable walk performance. I loved it. So shout out to Razel. He did ODM proud. Fought like an absolute champ. Are they in this lobby? I think they are. Okay. Yeah, Skull Crushers are usually kind of haggard. They're pretty jank. All right, guys. It's go time. Here we are. I'm going to go fill up my cup of water here to keep the voice going for the rest of the games. We have dwarves versus lizardmen. Yeah, it should be fun. Be right back. All right, team, let's get this going. No more games. Clarth, happy birthday. Excellent tournament with some names bringing back memories. I recall Aerocrastic's Cavalry Micro from back in the day. Yeah, he still got it for sure. Thank you, man. Thank you for that donation. Really appreciate it, bud. And let's make it a good fight. All right, so for the dinosaurs, it is going to be a wide army of infantry. My God. A lot of Saurus, and more Saurus, and more Saurus, and oh my God. And he does also have Skin Cohort Javelins, Ripperdactyls. Okay, I was wondering where his like hard-hitting damage was going to come from, right? We do have the Ripperdactyls, which are pretty good against Dwarf Infantry. They could also chase Gyros. Not like ideal, they won't catch them, but it's something. We have a Heavens Caster who's going to be rocking Uranid's Thunderbolt, which is decent AP DPS and like a really concentrated point. And is that Tic-Tac-Toe? Oh, it's Tic-Tac-Toe. He is a good AP fighter, and he can chase Gyrocopters. Okay, that's kind of neat. And on the other side, we have another Ripperdactyl. So basically just like a massive lizard tar pit. And for the Dowie, it's going to be double Gyrocopter, the absolute menace of Total War Warhammer right now. Miners, so just a very chaff-centric front line. It doesn't seem like Outer Region uses a lot of elite units, although in the first match of the day he did. Jared, thanks for making these tournaments happen. Your community for Total War has been amazing to watch, along with the other creators. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. We're doing it. We're doing it. Was that really going to be a Uranins right there on those miners? That's a weird choice. I thought he would maybe save it, but Outer Region is pretty good micro. He's able to dodge that. And here we do see the Long Dong Slayer Pirates, a couple units of basic Slayers with Bolt Throwers in the secondary, Bugman's Rangers to shoot, and Tic-Tac-Toe. You better not get karate chopped right away. It looks like Tic-Tac does force the Gyrocopters to the ground, but Outer Region is extremely proficient at microing Gyrocopters. He does not mess around with those. That is for sure. This is a colossal army, though. Like, the width of this army, I think the avenue for victory for Lord Chicken is just enveloping the dwarves in a long, miserable grind while mitigating the brutal damage on your big, expensive units. And then just bring them in the late game, right? Because the Saurus Warriors will outgrind a lot of these dwarves, that's for sure. Tic-Tac-Toe is going to be an interesting one. I guess he could chase the Gyros. Lord Chicken is juking, but you can see there is some damage on Tic-Tac-Toe. He is eating some of the steam cannons. And the Saurus and the Skinks going to be getting around the flanks. Like a Saurus Warrior battling a Slayer is not good for dwarves. The Saurus Warriors will actually uptrade into them very, very well. So now we got the fighting in the point, and the Lizards are going to be engaging. So Lord Chicken is getting in there. The Dwarf's defensive geometry, yes, that is going to be another Thunderbolt going down. And he does partially dodge those blasting charges. Thunderbolt did some okay damage, nothing too crazy. Here we do see the Saurus Warriors fighting an uphill battle, quite literally fighting uphill. Long Dong Slayer Pirates engaged on by the Slayer, by the Saurus, but they are going to be pulling back and sending in the chaff units. The Dwarves definitely have the ideal position. They have the hill. The objective, however, is going to be taken by the Lizardmen. So if it does become a really hellish grind, that definitely will be good for the Lizards. Although bombardment here, Gyrocopters are parking overhead. It looks like they're maybe thinking about a bombardment here on the Saurus. Although we have been blue-balled a little bit in that regard. Here we get the Ripperdactyls jumping on Bugman's Rangers, and the Javelins from the Skink cohorts going into Slayers is very good. And Lord Chicken Feed is going to be getting those Lizards away, trying to pull back right now. And ooh, that's a really bad start. There's no reason to let your Ripperdactyls get karate chopped that early on. I don't know what the hell happened there with Lord Chicken, but something not good happened, that's for sure. Up in the sky, we got the Ripperdactyls battling it out versus the Gyrocopters, which is decent for the Lizards if they can stay in combat there. Although there's a little bit of crossfire coming in. Saurus Warriors getting into combat with Slayers, and Tic-Tac-Toe is chasing down the other Gyrocopter as well, which of course does have the move and shoot, which I think is going to get removed, I suspect. That's been a lot of the feedback CA has been given about Gyros, is they shouldn't move and shoot. So I think that will be a nice change for sure. But the Dawi do have the high ground and are massively ahead on value. Now, Lizards are a healing faction, but he didn't bring any. So there's no, Earthbloods or, no sort of magic that's really going to be helping quite a bit. Dwarves do have that nasty character core. They do have Felix as well as a Lord. Not nasty, but decent. The Dwarf Lord isn't like super, he's reasonably strong. Nice bombardment there by Outer Region. He's been playing the Dwarves very, very well today. Certainly not taking too many prisoners. On the other side, we do see the Skink cohorts with Javelins, getting a good volley into the Bugman's Rangers. But Outer Region, yeah, like he's on point. Like we see gyro bombardments everywhere. He's dodged like 80% of these Uranus Thunderbolts. He is not making too many mistakes. And any little incremental value the Lizards are looking for, he's not giving it up easy. But Lizards are chilling out on the objective, and we do see some more Skinks out here who could be engaged. The Saurus Warriors are starting to shoot through the Slayers pretty well, and definitely going to be good against those Slayers too. And we could see Lord Chicken start to get back in this game, because the Dwarf backfield is looking a little bit dodgy, right? We see the Saurus Warriors getting in here, Javelins into the Bugman's Rangers. The Bolt Throwers are going to be compromised here, potentially compromised here. Lord Chicken definitely needs to get those guys and move in and shut that down while the Saurus are occupying the front line. But yeah, this is actually a game that the Lizards are still in. It's not completely over. It is favoring Outer Region at this point, but there still are a metric ton of units here. That's for sure. So we do get the Ripper. Like, if the Ripperdactyl Swarm or Riders hadn't been blundered in the beginning, if you hadn't, like, let them get killed, like, in the beginning of the fight, the value would probably be very even right now. But, you can't afford to do that. Also, I think some Clever Girls aren't bad, like cheap Clever Girl Cavalry. So one Bolt Thrower is going to be taken offline. The Bugman's Ranger is going to be taken offline as well. Tic-Tac-Toe, this is very not cost-effective, but decent. Having Tic-Tac-Toe just chase those Gyros around, yeah, that's good. It's going to keep those things honest. And the other Gyrocopters being chased by Ripperdactyls isn't bad. I mean, just the sheer amount of Saurus Warriors could be a problem. The Long Drong's Slayer Pirates of Karak Dive Bar here being dragged down. Evans Caster just chilling out. And yeah, Dwarves kind of looking like they're losing out a little bit. Some of the momentum is coming. Dude, I hate Saurus. I agree with Carl Franz. I cannot tell you how many games I've lost in Warhammer 2 to grindy Saurus. It's just pure pain. But Bolt Throwers are going to be offline soon. The other one is being compromised too. We see the Ripperdactyls getting on top of the Gyrocopters. Killing models, they're down to 8 of 12. Skink cohorts on top of minor units. And here we see Skink cohorts swarming in as well. So Bolt Throwers offline. This one's very close to being taken offline by the Saurus Warriors. And on the objective, I mean, Saurus don't give a shit, dude. They're such tough fighters. The Dwarf Rum is getting them a little bit drunk, and the Star Metal Plate. That's a nasty combo. Star Metal Plate on the Dwarf character, -8 melee attack, and then also the Slayers, so it's -18 melee attack. Pretty disgusting in a blob. But yeah, the Lizards are taking apart the Dwarf army in the backfield, and they're also holding on to the objective, which is a little bit precarious for the Dawi. They're going to get a little bit nervous here as Lord Chicken Feed continues to show. I mean, he, took down Tim the Wilder earlier, and it looks like he might pull another upset here by taking down the Dwarves, but not going to be easy. His wide build has been pretty effective so far. Value is now favoring the Lizards, so they have actually pulled ahead in that regard. Granted, the Dwarves are probably going to wrestle the objective back. We do see a couple Saurus Warriors trying to get in there and prevent that. Tic-Tac-Toe in the late game could be a useful element for beating down the old Felix and cycle charging him. But the Dwarves have lost most of their army, but getting the objective for the Dwarves is going to be really good because that will force the Lizards to attack them on that point. You can see Lord Chicken is trying to prevent the objective from flipping here, getting his Saurus, but it does end up flipping to the Dwarves. But he's got plenty of time to work with. But yeah, getting those Gyros dealt with is going to be a problem. I still think Outer Region maybe has a slight edge because the Gyros are online and they're going to be able to nuke a lot of these Saurus. They still have good ammo too, like half ammo here, half ammo here. That is a lot of Saurus Warriors. And there is some magic on the table here for the forces of the Lizards. That's going to be a really good Thunderbolt. That's going to hit like 3 units. Boom! Right in the face. And that is going to waver a couple of those units off. And the Lizards need to get that objective back and then just tarp it. That's probably their best bet. And who would have thought? Tic-Tac-Toe going balls deep, hunting down this Air Force. He's only got 300 value, but I mean, if he kills a couple Gyros here and there, it's definitely worth it. Like every one that he's able to take down is pretty colossal. And yeah, dude, 71 erect Saurus coming in. Another 46 over here. And yeah, another brick over here of 28. I mean, that is a lot. Tic-Tac-Toe, does he get any Gyros? He does. He managed to kill a couple Gyros there, but the bombardments are going to be really gross. If Outer Region has any Gyro bombs left, that's going to be nasty. But yeah, Lizards are starting to flip the objective back. You can see it's like kind of in flux right now. Shooting into the healthy Saurus unit. Tic-Tac-Toe trying to pick those models off. And is there going to be another bombard here from the mage? I guess harmonic convergence would be the proper play at this point. But lizards are going to flip that point back, most likely. On the backside, we do see the other gyrocopter coming back in, and the grind continues. Yeah, see, it's working. It's making them fight, which is good. Otherwise, the gyros could do some really nasty stuff. Long Dong Slayer Pirates, when those things die, that's going to be a huge boon for the remaining lizards. So we do need to see the Skink Priest back on the objective to make sure that it does capture. And he is being shot by the gyrocopter, which is a good thing. You know, he could juke those shots and avoid them pretty well. But there's so many angry Sars here. And Sars are it's so hard to break their leadership. They are just one of the most annoying. Like, look at these things. These things are all like deathbed. And they just have like 50 leadership. They're like, all right, we're good. You know, we're just hanging out there. And yep, the objective goes back. The dwarves are going to have to get that many Sars off the point, which is not going to be easy. Tic-Tac-Toe ferociously hunting gyrocopters down, by the way. These guys are actually shaking. If he manages to break a gyro, that would be huge, because then he could chase them off the battlefield and their ammo wouldn't come into play. These ones are running a little bit tight on ammo, and Lord Chicken's dreaded wide army here seems to be working pretty well. The grind continues on the ground. Tic-Tac-Toe has to pretty much stay doing what he's doing. There's another Sars unit here nearby, and these gyros are clearly coming in for a bombardment. Tic-Tac-Toe has almost killed them, so they're fighting, and where's the bombardment? Nope, not going to be there. The other gyro has how much ammo left? It looks like it has 9 volleys left, so that's going to continue adding up. Objective in flux right now. Felix is a strong anti-infantry character, and now it looks like some of the skinks are going to move in to try and do battle there. Tic-Tac-Toe still hunting. He should be faster, though. He's about the same speed as a gyro. Looks like they're poisoned right now, so they're slowed, but... Yep, Sars and Skinks sitting on the points, 300, so still you need, you know, a good 200 seconds to get the W here for the forces of Lord Chicken. And does Lord Chicken have any more infantry lying around? He does have a Sars unit, another Skink cohort unit back here, and he does get the break on this gyro, -2. Is it going to break? Oh my god, those things are just barely holding on. Outer Region does have really good micro, so he's going to micro very effectively and make it as difficult as possible to get his gyros. This one's almost offline, but the dwarf characters might be able to pull this one out. We're going to have to see. We are going to have to see. So the Lord holding on. A couple Sars units are going to be moving in. This gyro is at 11 leadership. Is it going to be charging in? It's going to be harmonic convergence going down in the Sars. That's going to be giving them some fighting power. And gyrocopters are almost out of ammunition. They have 5 volleys left. This guy is at 5 leadership. I can't believe he hasn't broken yet. Regardless, Tic-Tac-Toe would have to just chase him off. And we do see the objective being camped here. The dwarven gyrocopters do land on the ground. And does Tic-Tac kill one? He does. -3. So that's going to be a break. At this point, Tic-Tac probably switches onto the other one if he does break it. God, how are those things not running? That's insane. Sars Warrior's getting a little bit worn down here, and looks like a couple skinks were coming over there to help. Shaken and stirred. Tic-Tac does kill another one. That's got to break them, right? These ones have a lot of ammo, so this is the important one to get rid of, because they can put a lot more firepower down, whereas the other one is almost out. It only has a couple volleys left. 9 leadership. That is just so forbidden that thing is staying in there. The Lizard Army's enduring, though. They're taking it like champs. We do have the Skink cohorts here. Are there any Saurus laying around? Yeah, it looks like there's a unit of Saurus Warriors here who's going to be quite helpful. And he does break it. He finally gets the break on that Forbidden Beast. But you can't let those things rally. If they come back, that's going to be so brutal. Well, the Lizards do have some good staying power on the point. Saurus Warriors are being equally as troll. Sitting up on the point here. We got the capture weight now going to the Dwarves. Wow, brutal. But Saurus Warriors are on their way back. Tic-Tac-Toe is still going to be very much in this game. He's going to be able to cycle charge and cause some havoc. And we do see Lord Chicken running with his Skink Priest. He knows. Saurus Warriors are going to probably rally. At least one of them might come back here. They do have 27 models, so there's a high chance they'll come back. And I think Lord Chicken knows how he has to win this against the Gyro Cheese. He has to just endure. Skink cohorts piling in. Another unit of Saurus Warriors have returned. Tic-Tac-Toe coming back to the battle, but the Gyros have gotten back. I think Tic-Tac-Toe knows how important it is. Outer Region not missing a beat. As soon as he rallies those things, he just brings them back. All right, guys, this is crazy. Tic-Tac-Toe's coming back in. I think that's the right play, to use him to punch down the Gyros and try and hold on this point. Oh, my God. The cohorts are at 0 leadership, dude. They're so close. -11. Dwarves are going to be really close to flipping it. It's going to be 40 seconds. 35 seconds left, and then the Lizards will just win on points. Does he have any Saurus who've rallied? He does have some Skinks. He better start hustling those back to the point. Yep, you got to hustle all those back to the point. Like right now. Right the hell now. Okay, Tic-Tac-Toe's going in for the kill. Thunderbolt's coming down, and we do see the little Skink Priest scurrying around. The dwarf characters don't have a ton of capture weight, but the Skink Priest needs to stay there, and he needs to get all these guys back to the point right now. Oh my God! It's going to be 10 seconds! It's going to be so tight! The little hero! Look at this adorable little hero. Oh, yes! Yes, look how adorable he is. He's just running over all of his dead friends. And with that, the Lizards! They get it! They've defeated the Gyros. Oh my god, I love it. Wow, what a game. So certainly kept those gyros honest there. Imagine without the objectives, that's like the gyros would just kite you around the map for like 45 minutes and just win probably. Although I don't know, yeah, probably. Yeah, GG, dude, I can't believe it. That build worked. Yeah, man, okay. Even with these things getting like 300 value. Oh my god, what a match. That's a grudge. That's going in the book for sure. All right, guys. The great plan, yeah. Yeah, that was fun. I hate SARS. Yeah, that was the second point win. And both have been by lizards, actually. But yeah, that game could have gone either way for sure. The dwarves lost everything. They their whole backfield got karate chopped. Yeah, like horribly. All right, so let's go to the brackets. And that's going to be the lizards advancing to the top 4. So Lord Chicken Feed, dude, he doesn't even really play a lot of land battle or conquest here, but he's showed he's got chops. All right. So the lizards advance, and now we have Norska versus Khorne. Oh, dude, this is going to be a heavy hitter. Heavy hitter match. Both strat game as well as Berserk have been playing some of the strongest play I've seen today. So I'm very excited for this one. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. All right. Yeah, both of those factions are super stubborn. Yeah, that's true. Here we go. Gyros are so cheesy. Oh my god, they're awful. They're so awful to play against. Tic Tac hits 3 in a row. The stunty pets. Hey, Sotek, thank you for the donation, man. I hope you enjoyed. That one was definitely right up your alley. That was the old the great plan, the great scheme. Yeah, that was some action there. Bok drop rock. Yeah. Dude, SARS are so troll, man. Thank you again, Sotek. I appreciate that, man. Hope you're doing well. All right, this is going to be a heavyweight fight. These guys they've both shown God tier micro today. Not too many mistakes on either side. And yeah, so Khorne, the winner of this is going to go face the lizards. And then on the bottom side, we have lizards. Have they won a faction war before? Yeah, let me check. Let's see. So going to check. I'm looking the Hall of Fame from Warhammer 2. Yeah, lizards did win one faction war with Falcon. The second faction war, Falcon won with lizards. Warhammer 3 faction wars, we've had the winners have been Randomnix, Moffat, and Void Laws, and Charix. Kislev, Zinch, and Wood Elves have won the Warhammer 3 faction wars. All right. So let's break down the builds for these players, right? So looking here at Berserk, God, this build is there's so much micro in this build, it's nuts. So he's got 4 horsemen, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, yes. Couple flesh doggies in the back, and they're not bad. They do magic damage. They can certainly chew on things, and if they can catch enemy mobility into bad position, they'll do well. We got Chaos Warriors with halberds, who are going to be the core of the army. They'll trade pretty well into basic, Nordskin infantry, and also give you utility against big threats. And we have some bloodletters in the back. Okay, so some demons of Khorne, as well as Valky the Bloody. Valky is really good here. She's an excellent duelist, a very hard counter against Throg in a straight-up fight. Throg is anti-large. She's an infantry-sized character, so Throg's whole bonus for large doesn't apply. Whereas she does fire damage, mitigates his healing, and also has anti-large herself. So that is great. Now for the Nordskin build, chaff-centric front line, ton of mobility. Very similar builds. They both have like a lot of horsemen, a lot of mobility, but instead of, one side has Fleshhounds and Furies, and the other side has Skin Wolves and Nordskin Ice Wolves. So it's really going to be a cagey fight, seeing who's going to be able to grab those mobile engagements and get the W. So that is going to be cool. Yeah, Khorne halberds are incredibly badass looking. I mean, look at these guys. Oh, that's just classic Warhammer right there, dude. Oh yeah, that's the stuff right there, boy. But yes, the winner of this will be advancing on to the top 4 to face the Lizardmen, and the winner of that match will go to the grand finals. So we're getting to the final hour here. We still have some interesting factions still in the tournament. On the bottom, we have Empire waiting. We do also have High Elves there. We have Demons of Slanesh still in the tournament, somehow, some way. Some forbidden tech, which is very fun. And yeah, man, it's going to be good. So the battle is on. Chaos Warrior is going to be scooting up. And objective number uno is going to be opening here in a second. Throg Daddy, going to be looking to throw up. He does have copious vomit, which I love the flavor text for that. You guys can see that down there? It's so good. It's got some really good flavor text. But who's going to be grabbing the objective initially? It's been interesting. Berserk played a bit of a dangerous game earlier on the objectives, but he was able to beat his opponent quick enough that it didn't matter too much. So now he's going to be flying overhead, looking to drop some Sloupnirs maybe on these horsemen, but I think they're too mobile. But he's just testing the waters. Strat game, very clean play. Not wasting any ammunition on Valkia, which is exactly what I would have done. So both players know the importance of like every morsel of ammunition here, right? Like every little bit is going to make a big, big difference. Metalcaster has Plague of Rust and Searing Doom. I suspect he wants the Plague of Rust, the Chaos Warriors, and then Javelin them down. Looks like that's what's going to be going down here. A couple Norscan Ice Wolves going to be moving up. You can see they're coming to screen out the Chaos Warhounds here. And Khorne doing a big flank overload over here. So we see a lot of mobility. Marauder Horsemen, Double Furies, also some Flesh Doggies, maybe, I can't tell. Yeah, those are going to be Flesh Doggies right there. And now we see the dreaded Plague of Rust play, right? So he Plague of Rusts on the Chaos Warriors and just gets a lot of Javelin focus fire on them, but is it going to be enough? Okay, engagement here in the front. Norscan Hounds versus Chaos Warhounds. Going to favor the Norscan Hounds for sure. Good damage there on those units, and now we do get the Chaos Warhounds charging in, but the Marauder Horsemen countercharge them and steamroll those basic Chaos Warhounds. Those are not Flesh Doggies, so it looks like Strat Game and Norscan Unga Bunga is getting the upper hand in a couple of these engagements. We'll have to see. Now, what is the response going to be? We got a lot of Berserk's units on the wrong side of the battlefield, not really engaged in the epicenter of combat here. And Berserk has lost 2 Hound units to an extent. They're both probably going to rally, but they're both very beat up. So I guess not the worst trade in the world. And he did do some good damage actually to Strat Game's Horsemen there. So he did kind of give it back a little bit. Nobody's taking the objective yet. We do have the Chaos Warriors of Khorne with Halberds battling it out versus the Marauders. And here we got more Marauders. Now going to be moving up at the point. And Khorne looking like it wants to get some flanks here. So actually sending Flesh Hounds after Marauders and probably going to rear charge in here. Yeah, it looks like maybe 1-to-1. He's just using his Furies and his Flesh Hounds to swarm some of the weaker elements on the other side. Furies are actually insanely good against Skin Wolves. Skin Wolves are lightly armored. They're susceptible to magic damage. And on top of that, their anti-large doesn't matter against Furies because Furies are infantry size. So a lot of mobile scrappiness here between these players. This is some very sweaty Total War right here. In the middle, the objective is going to be going to Berserk most likely. The Furies are able to get away. Norsca coming with a big counterpunch over here. They have their Frost Hounds trying to harry and chase these Flesh Hounds. And they do get their Frostbite. Okay, so the Frostbite's going down on those, and that is going to maybe get a pick. We'll have to see on those Flesh Hounds. Skin Wolves are moving in, and where is Valkia? Okay, we have the Lord fight. So we got Valkia battling it out with Throg. The Valkyrie of Khorne certainly will win that fight, I believe, especially with Demon Shield if she has it. But no, she just has the Gaze of Khorne and Sleipnir. So even still, she's going to beat down Throg, which is going to be a big problem. I mean, if Throg dies, gets chased down, Norsca's leadership is good, but that's pretty disastrous. The Unga Bunga will not be happy about that. The Khornate infantry seem to be winning a lot of the trades. The halberds are surging forward, so if we see the hordes of chaos surging, we got Khorne all over the place here. There is going to be a nice little bombardment right there. Khorne did just come off a buff in the last patch. They got a spell resist buff on their mortals. So the Mark of Khorne basically bestows a lot of magic resist now, which is really good. They don't have magic, so it's a good way to balance them out and make it a little bit more fair. As far as the fighting goes, we see Throg Daddy running away. Chaos Warriors of Khorne coming in to support a little bit, as well as some of the throwing axes. Throg does have healing. He's a troll. But even still, Valkia is hot on his tail. Up on the high ground, we do see the javelins and just exchanging fire, really. But Berserk does have a lot of Furies nearby to protect these units. And the problem for Strat Game is the melee fight is going to be perpetually favoring Khorne. So the longer these like cagey engagements go without anything being decided, I feel like the Halberds and the Bloodletters are going to make a big difference here. So here we do see Plague of Rust going down to the Chaos Warriors. Strat Game trying to wear them down. Valkia does get slightly surrounded. Sleipnir, though, not a bad cast there. Does manage to nail the Marauders. Maybe going to be enough to break those. And now we have a big engagement here on this side. As the Marauder Horsemen and the Norscan Ice Wolves commit. Back here, we do see Furies getting trapped by Norscan Ice Wolves. Probably going to be potentially dying here as they're going to be tethered back to the ground. And a big, crazy fight with the Condom Wolves, too. The Condom Wolves getting chewed up a little bit by Furies, but even still trading okay just with sheer numbers. And back here on the side, Throg looking to fight again, maybe. I'm not sure. Valkia trapped up. This is the downside of being infantry-sized, is the mass is pretty low. But Sleipnir thirsts, and her anti-large is going to be really good against the Skin Wolves and all these other targets as well. Oh, Valkia maybe considering going after the Shaman. We do see Strat Game leaving some of the Condom Wolves in combat here with Berserk. That's a mistake. These are all Chaos Warrior Halberds, and they're going to chew these guys down pretty badly. Hey, Connor, thank you for the tenor. Really appreciate it, man, and hope you're enjoying the game. A lot of good games today, that's for damn sure. This is a big win for Berserk, though. Getting a free Skin Wolf unit and also potentially killing his caster. Having Throg screened out, too. Now, back up in this area, big scrappy combat. Norsca's mobility blob is scary because it heals. So we have the Condom Wolves as well as the Norscan Ice Wolves, which are a really nice combo. The Ice Wolves will deal with most infantry-sized threats and also slow down your prey, which I think is a really, really good engagement. So Bloodletters and Chaos Warrior Halberds going to be heading towards objective number uno. Back here, we do see Valky the Bloody. Oh, this is so big. Getting that caster offline. Gonna lose Plague of Rust. Gonna lose Searing Doom. Both of which are very useful tools for dealing with the Chaos Warrior Halberds, right? But yeah, Shaman Sorcerer is getting it. Valky the Bloody, she is not looking to be made fun of today. She is coming in and doing great work this game as the Valkyrie of Khorne. Once again, Khorne is going to be claiming another skull for a mage skull, a wimpy mage, a nerd skull for Khorne. So we do see the nerd running away from Valky there. Back on the objective, it looks like Berserk's Bloodletters and his Halberds are really anchoring the day. That was kind of what we articulated during the commentary of this match, was how that was going to be a big variable. And I think that's going to carry him. I think that Khorne is potentially in a decent situation here, but I don't know. There's a lot of healing, though. Yeah, that's true. We got Throg. We got all these Skin Wolves here. The balance of power is actually looking a little bit better for Strat Game, which I'm surprised about. I feel as if Khorne's not in bad shape, but the healing is something I didn't factor in my analysis here as I look at the balance of powers. The Skin Wolves are all like really healthy. Valky is going to be chasing that caster down. Strat Game is so scrappy, man. His micro with this big Skin Wolf blob has been absolute god tier. So Bloodletter's going to get crumped. We do have a couple Chaos Warriors trying to fight it out. 3 units of Chaos Warriors with Halberds, all of whom are going to be eating some Javelins. The Condom Wolf blob is going to be hard to deal with, all of these guys. That's for damn sure. The objective is in Khorne's clutches now, so Norska is probably going to get that back soon-ish. We do see the Shaman Sorcerer Metal being chased off the battlefield. So we do see those guys getting hunted, and the Valkyrie of Khorne has done her job. So now she can come back and start bullying Throg again. The Skin Wolves can kind of target her a little bit. Halberds are on the point. That's for sure. Throg should have his Vomit as well. And vomiting on these guys would do a lot of damage, especially if they're in like a line like this. So yeah, maybe dropping a big Vomit right there on those Chaos Warriors of Khorne would be pretty good. So here they come. Norskin Doggies chasing down whatever they can. Here on the back, the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are still somewhat numerous. We have a couple units of those bad boys. And where's Valkia going to go? Yeah, she's flying back. She has to come all the way across the battlefield. And yeah, going after Throg is the play. Just bully him, get some balance of power back, hold on to that point. I mean, it's still a long time before you get the W. It's still like another, I don't know, 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes, something like that. So it's a long time for him to sit there and deal with it. So Norska has plenty of time to try and Alpha Strike this. I suspect Norska is going to get a full surround, like use all their ammunition that they have available, and then maybe go for an Alpha Strike on the point. Throg must have his Vomit ability, right? He did bring Copious Vomit, although he must have already used it. Throg can apparently only throw up once. So this is going to be dodgy here. We see the Wolves maybe trying to Frostbite the Marauder Horsemen. They don't quite get the cash there. And you don't want to mess around too long here. We do see Throg Daddy chilling out. Valky the Bloody is going to be on her way back in. Oh, the throw up! There it is. That's going to do some damage there. And now we get the Condom Wolves moving in. There's so many of those Condom Wolves. That might be able to just get her done. And is Norska going to come in and just Unga Bunga all over Khorne's face? Maybe. This Condom Wolf micro has been pretty gods here. Man, Strat Game has been playing so freaking well today. Very, very impressed with this play. So the Halberds fold up, which makes sense. They were all in death's bed. And I think Norska just wins. Valkia is not going to be able to solo this entire army. As badass as she is, it looks like Berserk may have been defeated here by Strat Game and his Norskin Barbarians. Oh, man. Okay. That's probably going to be it. You know, Throg is going to battle it out here versus Valkia. He actually connects with her pretty well. And there are some Norskin Ice Wolves nearby. The objective is going to be getting flipped back. And with that, Norska is going to be seizing it. Oh my god, what if we got a Norskin faction war win? You know, that's probably a bad thing, because then CA is going to be like, look, Norska's great. They're a strong faction. They don't need anything new. They can continue having 8 units. GG, well played. What a game by Strat Game. Awesome. And Berserk played very well too, but those Skin Wolves carried the day. They did so much work. Yes, release the monkeys, yes. Norska has done it. Oh man. GG, well played. So looking at the build, I thought the infantry might be able to grind that out, but the Javelin fire was good. The Condom Wolves were really scary. Their sustainability was next level. And the healing on Throg, like it looks bad for Norska, but then that healing kicks in over the course of like a 7-minute game, and you see the difference, right? All right. So let's do this. Let's go to the brackets. So semifinals is going to be Strat Game versus Lord Chickenfeed. And now we have Demons of Slaanesh, which I know is a lot of our favorites here versus the Empire. Talk about a hard matchup. Slaanesh already struggles against Empire, and limiting yourself to just Demons, oof. That is going to be really difficult. I would have to say, with Arrow's restrictions in place that he's using, this is probably like an 80-20 matchup for the Empire. Like, he's only bringing Demons. This is going to be brutal. But if he wins it, that's going to be pretty legendary for sure. That was a close one. Nice play. It really was. GG, well played to those players. That's what Berserk deserves for not bringing Scarbrand. That's true. Scarbrand's super cool. So now we have the Empire versus the Demons of Chaos, but they can only bring Slaanesh. Oh my god. Look at that. Demonette Rush with triple Fiend and a Herald. Going wider this time, which I think is smart. Empire's really good at killing big targets. So I can't believe the Demons of Slaanesh made it this far. The thing is, if Arrow manages to somehow win this one, he'll have to face like Kislev or High Elves. Ugh, god, that's rough. Kislev would be worse, probably. High Elves would be more doable. So we have one sub-faction in every faction war I do. It's a tradition. In Warhammer 2, we had sub-factions. So we had factions that, you know, had restrictions and they had like unique things. So I like to include one weird sub-faction with like a weird, you know, like thing like this. And Arrow wanted to play, but he wanted to play a meme faction sort of. So he's here with Slaanesh Demons. Yeah. Victor Saltspire. Oh yeah. Yeah, the getting the Vermintide crew would be fun. You guys remember in early Warhammer 2 when you would drive a chariot, or Warhammer 3, you would drive a chariot up these things and then it would like catch air as it went over and it would like crash and die. It was hilarious. That was actually a thing on this map, as well as these kind of maps. Regular Demonettes, yeah, but you know, what choices does he have? He has like only a couple units. This is probably going to be, I mean, I would expect it to be one-sided for the Empire, but we'll find out. So Demonettes, if we look at the upsides of them, they're fast and they are good at killing armor. So if they do get on like Empire Knights, they'll be okay. But they're very vulnerable against archer fire and like a lot of, you know, missile poke that the Empire has. So it's going to be very precarious. The map is slightly helpful for Slaanesh in that there's some trees that they can maneuver through to try and envelop the Empire. Fiends are really good. They counter pretty much most of the Empire mobility and are really devastating. So that's that. Caster is going to have Pavane as well as Acquiescence. Both are good spells. Try and rampage something out, right? And for the Empire, it's going to be a spear line. So we got spears with Free Company Militia. Good call, right? Hold them in place and shoot them with light, you know, anti-light. Null Ironsides, that's an interesting tech. They might have some line of sight issues depending on the circumstances, the silver bullets as well as the Ironsides. But they are more durable and they hit very hard. Balthazar Gelt with Final Transmutation. We got Huntsman, Empire Knights in the back, and that appears to be it. So very, very standard. Yeah, I love how he's got like the Astalia. Is that the Astalia color scheme? I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, he's got a pretty sweet wide army here. Yes, yes. Should be fun, man. Yeah, so Arrow did stop playing competitive Warhammer a long time ago, but he said he hasn't really played much in the past like year or 2 years at all. He just started playing again off like really casually a couple weeks ago. But yeah, he's not very practiced, that's for sure. But he just has really good fundamentals in micro, so he's able to pull it off. Yeah. Is it Tilia? Oh, okay. Tilia. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Plague Penguin bringing a cool build. He's got Balthazar Gelt. He should have done Astalia with Gelt. That would have been perfect. Couple halberds in the back to provide some anti-large poke against fiends and seekers and things like that. Those fiends, those demonettes are going to have their work cut out for them. I don't even know how a demonette will trade into a spear unit. Really curious about that. I mean, their HP is so freaking low. They could use an HP buff. Like, Demonettes give them like 600 HP or something. I think it'd be fine. It would probably not be OP. So some sneaky Vanguard by Arrow. He does have Seekers back here. And it does have some Chaos Furies on the outside. But yeah, this is going to be incredibly hard for Demons of Slaanesh. They have so little tools. But yeah, it will be very, very fun regardless. So here it comes. And thanks, guys, for sticking through as we approach the 4-hour mark. We're getting to the top 4 here. This Faction War is actually going faster than Faction Wars of old. Usually they're like 5 hours long, give or take, and we're going to be probably, you know, even with more factions, we'll be pretty quick here. On the backside, Seekers of Slaanesh retreating, so Plague Penguin is aware that they're back there now, and the Furies have enveloped, and you notice Arrow's playstyle. He envelops from 2 sides, so he never engages head on. He always just comes around the flanks, and using the trees is very smart. He's got his Fiend, so he's going to need to get these things a little bit closer before he alpha strikes to make sure that everything is kind of hitting at once. Otherwise, the Empire can focus its efforts a little too easily on you. So Demonette's going to be moving in, and there's going to be some Witchcraft going down. Hysterical Frenzy! That's so funny. So yeah, they should mulch those spheres rather fast. And now there's going to be a Fury summon, which he's going to be using to shut down some of the missiles. And where is he going to go with the rest of the army? Oh god, we see the Fiends getting hammered right there. And now the Fiends, they're going to be trying to dive into the missile line, perhaps, but they're taking a shit ton of damage. And the rest of the army is now moving in. Fury Colin is here. Demonettes have engaged, and they massacred that spear unit to no one's surprise. Fiend's getting on top of the Free Company Militia here, but yeah, they're getting crossfired so freaking hard. Oh god, that's such pain. So one Fiend unit is going to be thrown in the trash can pretty much immediately, although we do see a bit of a flank break right here. as Huntsmen are compromised, and the Halberdiers, unfortunately for Arrow, do turn around and face the charging Seekers. Here we see the Free Company Militia getting sandwiched a little bit. Value trading is actually not as bad as I thought it would be, as a lot of the Empire units are being collapsed on. The Silver Bullets have been hunted down by Demonettes here. So the Demonettes of Slaanesh, as well as the Chaos Furies, are going to be getting an engage on the Silver Bullets, which should lead to their demise. On the flank here, Fiends are taking down Empire Knights, getting very cost-effective damage. And Arrow's Demons of Slaanesh actually tearing apart the Free Company on this flank. Could the dream be happening? Is it time? Empire Knights getting sandwiched here. And we get a beautiful final transmutation there. But it looks like Arrow able to get away, so it won't affect all of his units. It ends up just hitting the Herald, which isn't the end of the world. Now, in the secondary here, Fury's chasing down Huntsmen. We got Demonettes getting on top of the Free Company Militia and the various powder units. Demonettes in the front here versus Empire Knights. Not a terrible trade. And it's a pretty good match, honestly. It's even-ish. Null and Ironside's going to be hunted down here. Demonettes still harrying. That final transmutation did some really brutal damage. And the Fiends here did rip apart those Empire Knights and now will be moving into the main battle lines. In the backfield, we see Huntsmen being chased down. Demonettes here chasing down Free Company Militia. If the ranged assets can be taken down, that's going to give Slaanesh a fighting opportunity here. That's for sure. But that character is very, very low. That Herald of Slaanesh definitely doesn't want to eat another final transmutation. Granted, it's probably going to have to run and hide in the trees soon. Could Slaanesh win this freaking game? This would be a massive upset. This would be definitely the biggest upset of the tournament. Like, Plague Penguin's really good, and he's like also an Empire guy. And to play with such a limited faction and still like get the dub, oh my god, is the Empire getting routed? Arrow's running them down. He's doing it. Oh my god, he's chasing the Free Company Militia. The Empire troopers are looking tattered as hell, guys. This is such an upset. This is such an upset right here. Oh my god, the Demons of Slaanesh, they're tearing apart the Spearmen. The Fiends are everywhere. Seekers of Slaanesh going to go rout off all these units right now. We see a couple Halberds being harried as well. The balance of power is pretty heavily in the favor of Slaanesh right now. A couple Empire Knights have come back in, Fiends over here. And the Demonettes are chewing through a fair amount of these units. Oh my god, is this going to be the forbidden upset? The Empire defeated by the Demons of Slaanesh? It might be. If the Herald gets killed, though, that could give Plague Penguin a little bit of a momentum back on the battlefield. It's not going to die here, though, probably. It's going to come close to it. If it starts disintegrating, maybe it will die, actually. But, guys, I think this game's over. I think the Empire has been welcomed to Astalia, or Tilia in this case. So we're going to see the Demonettes chasing down those units. Demonettes chewing through Spearmen here. Here we have the Herald of Slaanesh running away, which is good. Just go hide it in the trees for the rest of the game. Fiends are chewing through pretty much everything. Seekers are hunting, although here a bit of a blunder, leaving Seekers in combat with the Halberds. Although he reacts pretty quickly. Arrow seems to be playing very, very on point today. Free Company Militia chasing these units down, and the Demons of Slaanesh hunting down the Huntsmen. Here we have the State Troopers, the Spearmen, about to get sandwiched. Oh, the dreaded sandwich, guys. Here they come. The Demons of Slaanesh are moving in. And that's going to be a lot of damage. Plague Penguin's Spearmen are going to die very, very quickly here. Dude, I cannot believe Arrow is winning this. I cannot believe that. The Demons of Slaanesh have defeated the Empire. Oh my god, with the Demonette rush build. What the hell? What planet is this on? Yeah, no, Kislev is going to be brutal. If he needs Kislev to lose, otherwise Arrow's probably, I mean, if he beats Kislev, that's just the goat. That's the GOAT play right there. But that was insane. I cannot believe he won that. I cannot believe he beat the Empire. Oh my god, that was nuts. Okay, wow. Final Transmutation did good. The Ironsides did not hold up so well. And ladies and gentlemen, the Demons of Slaanesh have done it. Let's go update the brackets. So Arrow has reached top 4, which honestly is already a win in my book. That's pretty massive. All right, so we have now the High Elves versus Kislev. Arrow is going to be watching this game eagerly and praying to the dark gods that the High Elves win. Because if Kislev's way harder probably for demons, I would wager. I could be wrong, but we'll find out. All right. What a frickin' game. That is nuts. All right, so now we need to find... where's this? Looking for the match. Let me find Stinger's game here. Okay, they're making a new lobby right now. Lobby code, please. So let's get that. Man, that's so funny. Okay, so they're going to make a lobby right now. I think Stingers has a lobby, so I'm going to jump in that. That was insane, dude. I can't believe Arrow won that. That was such good micro. He was so scrappy. Okay, that's just Subutai randomly sitting in a lobby somewhere. That is not it. We'll keep looking here. Nothing yet. Let's see if we can get a lobby code. All right. So we got it. Hopefully there's at least a password on it. We need a spec slot. Kislev. Spec slot. All right. What a great tourney today, man. This has been one of the better faction wars we've had, I think. Wild. Yeah, Goji, does that vindicate your game earlier a little bit? Do you feel a little better now? The Forbidden Heil versus Kislev tech? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that matchup looks, honestly. Feels like a tricksy one. All right, so we've gotten into the lobby. A lot of games being played today. There's a lot of tournaments going down, which is exciting. Oh, Arrow's definitely one of the goats of Total War, for sure. Yeah, he's very good, as you can see. All right. Yeah, Slanesh Chariots are the worst part about their roster. Those things are awful. So, Kislev versus High Elves here. I can't help but feel Kislev maybe is favored, but who knows? This is Conquest is a little different, right? And we've also lifted all unit restrictions and SE restrictions except for unit cap, so that could change the meta for High Elves a little bit. Yeah, if things get out of control, we'll call Professor Pona in to take these guys down. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I would imagine Kislev are still favored here, but Stingers has been playing super well today. Pigman also, but yeah, I'm curious to see how this match unfolds. So we're very close to the finals. We're very, very close. I'll show you guys the bracket real quick. You can see we have the Lizards up here versus Norska on the top. And then down here, we have Demons of Slanesh awaiting the winner of this game. So Demons of Slanesh have defeated Greenskins, Dark Elves, and Empire today. Wow. That's pretty nutty. That's pretty nuts. And here we are, loading in. All right, oh, it's Teclis build. Teclis, maybe going to be on his bird. Fireborn. And it looks like there's a Star Dragon in there as well. Okay. Getting a little spicy. Bring out the Vampire Counter Nurgle for Arrow's Slanesh Demons. Yeah, that'd be hard. Arrow's cooling off his hands in liquid nitrogen. Yeah, probably. What do you do if a step faction? Well, if Arrow wins the tournament, we paint him a demon. We'll get him a demon model. Yeah. I'd probably we would do like some cool fiend or demonette on a trophy stand, like looking all epic. Or Sigvald. I could get Arrow the old Sigvald model and we could paint that up for him if he wins, but you got to win to get the painted model. You got to win. That's the prize to get your trophy. All right, guys. So let's take a look at these builds, shall we? Yep, no screen blocker. And looking at the elves, it is going to be a spear battle line. So we got spearmen and silver and guard, backed up by archers, archers, and archers. So the Lothar and Sea Guard are going to be pretty solid here at poking and also defending against Kislev cavalry. They should outrange Cossards, right? Yeah, they have a little more range at 165, which is good. Fireborn are a huge tech here. They are one of the few cavalry options you have on High Elves that can go fisticuffs with the Kislev cavalry. We got a Star Dragon, a natural one. Teclis is going to be on horse with Net and Regrowth and Flock of Doom, all of which are good spells. Reavers, and yeah, that is it. So the big carries in his army are going to be the Fireborn as well as the Star Dragon. Looking at the Kislev army of Pigman, Pigman has a front line of Kislevite warriors, which might be really weak against the firepower here of Stingers. They could get wrecked. We'll have to see. Things in the Woods coming in, though. They do have good DPS. They can actually trade reasonably well against Cavalry, too, if they need to with their AP, and we'll give you some extra anti-infantry punch to get through the spears. A couple units of Griffin Legion, insanely good unit. Their charge bonus and the heroic charge ability is pretty nuts. And it is going to be an ice switch of not Tempest, but yeah, is it Blizzard? Yeah, it's going to be Blizzard. Okay. And behind that, we do have Cossar's Spear. So just a little bit of bow trading. Zane, thank you for the tenor. Going for High Elves here. Love the stream. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, we're up over 700 likes. Yeah, we are. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you want to win here? Certainly, probably a slightly Kislev-favored matchup. But that doesn't mean, if you want to win the faction war, you have to take on all your foes. There's no excuses here. You gotta get in and do it. And the dragon stands ready. Star Dragons are really cool. They're my nemesis in tabletop. My good friend Andrew, who I went to high school with, we play Old World all the time. And his Star Dragon is like the terror of all our games. It's just like it's so awful to deal with. It's so fast and powerful. Oh my god. I know there's a lot of oppressed High Elf fans out there who've been suffering for a long time, but honestly, High Elves are in a pretty good spot, at least in the formats I've been covering. But I mean, Stingers is making High Elves look very, very good today. He's making them look great. So it is on. No little Groms, no war sleds, things in the woods, some Kossar spears, and let me make sure they're not messaging me or anything. I don't think so. Oh, it's the wrong mode? Oh, did they forget to put the objective on? I think they did. Oh, they forgot to put Conquest on. Didn't even notice. Put on Conk for now, since you already left. All right. They just put old school land battle on. That's funny. Yeah, so let's switch it to Conquest mode. Yeah, all right, there they go. They switched to the correct mode there. No stress. So now we don't need to go over the armies too much. We could just kind of chill out while they set up. I'm gonna go run and refill my water real quick. All right, yep, we're good. Loading in, sweet. All right, team. Cracking a raspberry sparkling water open with the boys. And here we are. Man, the lighting is very different on this load into the map. All right, guys, you guys saw the builds. It's Spear, Lothern Sea Guards, with the carry pieces being the Fireborn as well as the Star Dragon. You also have Teclis, who's going to be dropping heals on the Star Dragon and potentially netting down targets for either breath attacks or good engagements. And just a quick crash course on Kislev. It's going to be Kislevite Warriors with the heavy DPS coming from the Things in the Woods and the Griffin Legions with a couple Snow Leopards to try and mitigate the Dragon. And the Ice Witch of Tempest also going to be casting Blizzard as well. Yes, yes, we're back, baby. Lighting kind of washed things out a little bit. Yeah, it's a little... I mean, it kind of looks cool, but yeah, I think the other one looked a little better. It's all good, man. It's all good. The drink, it's a Spindrift. Yeah, it's like, they're like these sparkling drinks. They're good and they're pretty cheap too. So yeah, I like them. It's literally just like raspberries and carbonated water, which is great. No nasty extra shit in there. All right, guys, the battle is finally upon us. The players will duke it out. Let the games begin. And will the villainous Kislev be defeated by the High Elves here today? I don't know. Kislev's pretty hard to beat, man. Just like that in Dom mode, just miserable to play against, that's for sure. I'm trying to think of what factions would actually have a good run against them. It's hard to say. Definitely hard to say. Let the boys spear. Yeah, there's a lot of spears on both sides. Well, halberds on one side, but close enough. But the deployment should be all set here. And it is time to rumble. I like the Snow Leopard inclusions. I think that's good. And the Ice Witch on the big dragon here, it does have anti-large. That's pretty good. Blizzard will be useful. Probably methodically using Blizzard to just either kill the Fireborn in a blob or go after Lothern Sea Guard is going to be your play. So here they come. Moving on up. Illyria Neighbor's going to poke in. Maybe pick off a couple Kislevite Warriors. Fire trucks going bananas outside. And the Kislevite Kossar is going to be returning the fire. And on the flank, we do see a big flank overload coming in here. It is going to be Griffin Legion, Snow Leopards, as well as Things in the Woods. And where are the Fireborn? Fireborn are back here, so they're going to be able to support. These are Lothern Sea Guard, which are spear units, so ideally you let them get charged and then you countercharge. That's probably how you would see that engagement. Spear units will honestly trade really well into Kislevite Warriors. They probably win that fight. They have higher stats, and although the HP differential is there, but yeah, the armor difference as well. Yeah, especially with Silverins. Yeah, it's pretty big. So we see the big Star Dragon. It's waiting for a breath attack on the Kislevite Warriors. Flank overload's going to be coming in from Kislev, and they certainly need to get in there quickly. As we do see the archer trading getting into place here. The Kossar is going to start shooting at the Lothern Sea Guard. Probably pulling them back a little bit to try and range. The Kossars would be good. And or getting the Star Dragon right here and breath attacking would just be super powerful. But alas, his micro is a little bit busy elsewhere. So it looks like Snow Leopard's getting in. And the Fireborn are going to be charging that Snow Leopard. Things in the Woods getting melted really, really hard in those Griffin Legion by all that archer fire. And now there's going to be a big blob fight here. So we're going to have to see how this goes. And the Dragon does get a breath attack down on the Kislevite Warriors. And there's going to be a big blizzard coming down. That's going to be a money blizzard. That's going to hit the Fireborn as well as the Lothern Seaguard. So really, really good one by Pigman there. Stinger's backfield is going to get compromised pretty bad. Lothern Seaguard getting annihilated. Fireborn getting annihilated. That's a pretty rough start here for Stingers, that's for sure. Kislev got a beautiful Alpha Strike. I don't know why he sent the Fireborn after that one Snow Leopard and allowed himself to get enveloped like that, but that is about as disastrous of a start as you could have here for Stingers. Also, his archers are getting ranged by the Kislevite archers. His Spearmen, of course, winning the fight. Is there any regrowths, anything you can do to stabilize this? He still does have the Star Dragon, but I mean, the Star Dragon will lose to all this stuff. You know, it's going to lose to Double Leopard as well as the Frostworm. So that is about as bad of an engagement. Yeah, he got like blizzarded on 2 high value units. It's going to be a tough call for him, man. A couple spears still on the battlefield in the back. We do get the High Elf Skirmishers rallying and trying to stabilize whatever they can. Fireborn got absolutely obliterated there. Star Dragon looking like he maybe wants to get a breath attack off. We'll have to see. Tekla's trying to run away. Spearmen are still pushing and trying to shut down the archers where they can, but I think Kislev is just too far ahead at this point. And they're not a faction you want to be behind against, that's for sure. Their power is unrivaled, but that was a brutal, brutal, brutal engagement right there. Breath attack coming in. Flock of Doom response from Teclis. It's a really good Flock of Doom. It's going to be hitting that entire blob. And on the backside, you got the Snow Leopards chasing these bad boys down. Meanwhile, Teclis and the Star Dragon trying to pick value where they can. Teclis engaging against the Leopard. Can the Dragon do it? I don't think so. I think there's a little too much anti-large left. Plus, Pigman also has archers, 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 and archers, all of whom are healthy and have plenty of ammo. So they're going to be able to put a lot of hurt on that Star Dragon for sure. Teclis running away from the Snow Leopard, and the remnants of some Griffin Legion also hot in pursuit. Fireborn have rallied, sort of. There's 25 of them, of 60. Getting caught in that big blizzard in the beginning is super, super painful. In the meantime, we do have the Star Dragon running away, being chased down by the Snow Leopards, and here we get the Spearmen moving up to do battle with these bad boys. Objective not taken by anyone, but again, the objective is very much a tertiary thing in this game mode. It's not like the primary win con. And here, Teclis does engage with the remnants of his Fireborn. Stinger's trying to scrap this one back, but I think that blunder in the beginning is too hard to come back from. You know, if his Fireborn had gotten a good engagement somewhere, maybe, but man, that was just rough. It hit like 2 good units, and that's a hard one to come back from, ladies and gentlemen. Star Dragon being hunted. It's a good fighter, but the High Elves are also very low in infantry now. We have some Silver and Guard still fighting, I suppose, some basic Spearmen, but yeah, not too many chances, although the balance isn't like awful yet. I guess the Star Dragon with some, you know, very fortunate engagements maybe, and the Fireborn rallying back here, this would be a really insane comeback if he's able to swing it. Star Dragon needs to rotate onto the Snow Leopard right now and try and get the kill there. Fireborn getting a regrowth would also be pretty clutch, but they only have 1,000 HP, still trading well. Star Dragon whoops on that Snow Leopard, might be able to push that thing off the battlefield. It's still quite a ways to the edge. Yeah, but Stinger's with good instincts going to be chasing that Snow Leopard off the battlefield. So now he's going after the other Snow Leopard. His Spearman's still engaging and holding valiantly, but being heavily focus fired here. Oh, could the Star Dragon do it? I mean, Teclis probably does have regrowth on the table. There are some rallying units back there. The value difference isn't, you know, point of no return. It's pretty rough, but yeah, it's going to be a tall order. Pigman is pulling ahead. There's going to be a Flock of Doom going down here, which does hit the Griffin Legion. Star Dragon probably needs a little bit of milk, though. It needs some healing. Especially with these Spear Archers coming nearby, it's going to be tough. And Star Dragon here does get peppered by a lot of arrows. He's at about 5,000 HP. Silver and Guard just being focused by all these archers. Brutal damage. On this side, we do have things in the woods chewing up the remnants of those Lothern Sea Guard. And yeah, Stinger's showing how good of a player he is, but you know, making that big of a blunder against one of the strongest factions in the game in a hard matchup, you can't really afford to do it. And I think that's going to be GG as the balance of power starts to tip. And Arrow is going to have to try and find a way to upset Kislev, and that is not going to be easy at all, ladies and gentlemen, at all. GG, well played to Pigman and the dreaded Kislevites. They have done it once again. Looking here, that flank collapse was a thing of beauty from Pigman. Like coming around the back, blizzarding on top of the 2 good units and collapsing that whole formation, that just basically ended the game. Yeah, that was just brutal. GG, well played. Dragon tried, but yeah, you can't lose these guys right away. It's tough. All right, guys, let's go to the brackets, update it, make it official, and we can go to the bracket, which is right here. And that is going to be Kislev advancing on, so that is going to be Pigman, yes. Well played, Stingers. You had a good run. And now Lizardman versus Norska on the top side. All right, let's get that going, man. Let's have some fun. Lizards have been doing very well today. Some nice upsets as well. I'm going to try and find their match. And where is it? So Chicken Feed is here. I need a spec slot, so let me tag Lord Chicken Feed. Norska. And Lizardman. Spec slot, please. All right. So we're going to join this. Great. So they got a spec slot open. Let's load into the game and have some fun. Yeah, it was very good play by Kislev. He played very well. His flank collapse was masterful. It was very good. Do High Elves just go wide? I am actually not sure how they play against Kislev. I'm not good at either of those factions, so I'm not the best. I don't think like the High Elf build was you know, like auto lose. Like I think if the Fireborn had just had a couple good trades, he could have won the game. But getting a 1700 gold unit plus like a 700 gold archer one shot in the beginning, it's like oof. It's hard to avoid though for sure. Yeah, Arrow's gonna. That's not easy. That's not easy. But I mean, that would be an insane upset. Who won Kislev or High Elf? Kislev pulled the dub. Now we have Strat Game versus Lizardmen. So Norska versus Lizards. The only Warhammer 3 faction we have, I suppose we have Demons of Slaanesh. Yeah, we have 2 and 2. That's cool. That's cool. Keep getting teased by the Bretonnia. The Bretonnia lost earlier on. They won their first game, but then they ran into Dwarves, which is hard. Very difficult for sure. Yeah. You got some games still to go, my friends. Lord Chungamundi. Ita Chutu Norska. Oh. He's here. So he is going to basically get a bunch of Sar Spears and use his solar engines to kill everything. That's the idea. Mazdamandi, is he going to be on the big beast? He might be. There's also some Fire Leech Bulla as well, which are pretty good against the infantry. Although Marauder Champions, ooh, that's going to be a tough cookie to crack. Marauder Champions dominate Saurus in combat, especially Sar Spears, who don't really have good offensive power against infantry. So Mazdamandi is probably going to need to be on a big monster if they want to deal with those Marauder Champions. All right. So here comes the Lizards. Let us know your predictions. Is it going to be the dreaded Lizardmen and Lord Chonk here? So yeah, he's actually, oh man. Those Marauder Champions might carry this game. They're, like, what can kill them here? The Solar Engines do okay damage against them. Maybe the Fire Leeches can focus fire them and drop rocks on them. That's probably the best bet. Strat Game's build is very good. He's got Marauder Champions, which dominate Lizard Infantry. A little bit vulnerable against Clever Girls, but Lord Chicken Feed didn't bring any. We got a couple Spears on the flanks, Javelins into the Sunset. We got Skin Wolves on the outside, Norskin Skin Wolves, and yeah, that's good mobility, right? Like this tag team of units has been so good this tournament. The Skin Wolves and the Frost Wolf combo, like you catch them with the Norskin Ice Wolf, and even if they engage you and they start losing, they can't get away. It like kind of guarantees that you're able to get the kill because of the Frostbite. Javelins are excellent against dinos, and man, he is a Plague of Rust enjoyer, dude. Strat Game has been just the lord of Plague of Rust today. He's been doing some big work. Norska has never won a faction war. This would be a first. So this is top 4. This is starting to get, higher stakes here. Lord Chicken Feed, we know his build is like kind of an old school classic. The double solar engine has been used against Norska. You focus down the javelins and just grind the infantry down. My only concern is not like the best anti-infantry on his roster. Yeah, I mean, the Fire Leeches are okay, but they don't have good AP, so they might struggle against the Champ's armor. Champs only do have 80 armor. It's not like 110 or something like that, but very curious to see how this is going to go. So good luck, have fun to these players. Let us know your predictions in chat. Who do you guys think is going to be winning this Duel of Fates? And we'll find out. We will find out. I think both players probably just about done deploying here, making sure there's no admin stuff. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Yeah, they were letting me know the spec slots are open. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I like the Ice Wolf pick. He's been, man, Strat Game is making Norska look really good. Cool to see them doing well. That first game was really fun. Norska versus Chaos Dwarves, one of the earlier matches we had, that was great. Seeing the dreaded Dreadquake Mortar was a good time. Yeah, the Bastiladons, I suppose, are a backup win con against infantry. They are still Bastiladons, just with laser beams tracked on their heads. Classic Austin powers. But yeah, I guess they could kill the Marauders in the late game if they had to. All right. The Norskan Ungabunga, with their primitive technology, is going to have to go advance up and throw their sticks with, whatever sort of tips they have on them at the Lizardmen. Lizardmen are pretty advanced. I mean, they're weird. They have some technology, and it's like super sci-fi, and then a lot of their stuff's very simplistic too. It's very cool. But objective is going to go to the Norskins, and I wonder if Strat Game is going to grab him. We'll have to find out. On the backside here, Charodon Riders of the Fire Leech Bolus going to be coming across, looking to see if Strat Game is slipping on micro. if any freebies can be had, and they want to get in range and throw at. I wonder if it's going to be the skin wolves or the doggies, and we'll find out. They're trying. They're trying. You can poke away at the spears on the side. They do throw some of the fire leeches. That's some long range shots, and they hit the skin wolves a little bit. And yeah, probably not even worth it, honestly. Probably saving the ammunition against the infantry, which is what they're actually good against. Is going to be slightly better. Solar engines are not shooting yet. He needs to get in range. He's a little bit out of range there, but now he's going to start shooting. And I wonder if he's going to go after the marauders or just start focus firing champions. Both are viable options, I suppose. We're going to have to see what he does. Caster for lizards is going to be Lord Chungamundi. He's got Apotheosis and Net. Very standard kit for him. And of course, Banishment and Ruination. So, you know, that is another way that lizards could deal with elite infantry is with Banishment and Ruination. If he gets very fortunate casts on those, that could be enough to get the job done. So, it's go time, man. We see the javelins shooting away. And they do make direct contact here with the Shaman Sorcerer. So he's at -24 and -24. Big stat debuff. Not that it matters, but he is a lightly armored target, so certainly quite juicy to shoot at. Strat game is just going to be chilling on the point. And taking a little bit of damage. Yeah, probably getting that Shaman Sorcerer and hiding him behind the slope on the hill would be a smart idea. Strat game does not need to advance, though. He can sit back if he wants to and just hang out. He could totally chill out here. Totally chill out here. So here we see the Marauder Champions pulling back, and the Marauder Hunter Javelins are also going to be retreating back. Bastillodons with the Solar Engines are going to be shooting away at the Marauder Horsemasters. A good anti-skirmishing tool for sure, but remember, this thing is going to force you to attack. I mean, you can't sit there with the Solar Engines, but there's not too many reasons for Strat Game to push into them, right? Like, Strat Game can just chill. The Solar Engines probably won't do such devastating damage. And just, like, buy as much time as you can here to get that objective. And I think it is going to force Lord Chicken Feed forward. I also really like this element of things to move forward. We do see the Skin Wolves as well as the Norscan Ice Wolves, like, enveloping around the back of the army. And some of these guys right here and right here. And, you know, when the Lizards do eventually move forward, that's going to give them even more of an envelop into the back line. But the back line is pretty flimsy. I mean, it's basically just skink cohorts and, like, chaff units and different things like that. So, yeah. We will have to see. We will have to see. Shot coming down on the Marauder Spearmen, so they do get blasted. I love the stat debuff on the Solar Engines. I think it's a nice perk, especially for these like mobile fights. We see Lord Chicken Feed using his Pterodons to chase down the Norscan Ice Wolves, but Strat Game with some very sweaty micro. He's able to move away from that and make sure you know, nothing actually takes any damage. Lizards are getting close to the objective, and as soon as they get close, Norsca is going to strike, I would suspect. But, you know, Lizards could be, you know, getting a taste of their own medicine today, potentially on the objectives, shooting into the Marauder Spears. Is that going to make Strat Game move forward? Doesn't look like it. Nope, just going to be hanging back. But he's got 100 tickets, so he's, you know, a fifth of the way there. And if he can continue on that, you know, hold that, that's going to make it even scarier for the Lizards once they do start fighting. Although Lizards, I suspect, will move up and probably grab this. There's no reason for Lord Chicken to not do that. Moving up and grabbing that objective here, like, just move one, you know, skink up here or something and try and threaten it. That will force the Norskins forward and make them come and fight you. Now, in the backfield, Norsca is going to be coming for it. So it looks like they're on their way in. It's going to be go time, ladies and gentlemen. The fight, the horn of war has been sounded. Solar Engines shooting into the Marauder Champions right here, and they are able to tickle the pickle a little bit. So the Marauder Champions do get popped. And Throg is also avoiding some of the Solar Engine fire where he can. Trying to make sure he doesn't eat too much of that. And yeah, it's going to be a big surround and a big collapse here. Oh man, this is like, Chicken's playing a very dangerous game. I mean, the Solar Engines are getting some value, but yeah, it's tough. That's going to be a Searing Doom coming in from the Metal Caster. Not a bad cast. It is going to be hitting the skink cohorts. Probably Solar Spears would be maybe slightly more cost effective, hard to say. But here comes the champions. We are the champions, my friends. And here they come. So they're going to be engaging. We do see Shield of the Old Ones going down. The champions are beat up now from some of the harrying and harass that Lord Chicken has gotten. But the Norskins going to be coming to crack that box. And Norskins are pretty good at cracking this type of a box here. With their javelins, they're going to be able to put big focus fire down on any big targets that they need to. Immediately, we see the Pterodons being focus fired. So the Pterodons with the fire leeches do lose a model and take like 60% of their HP and damage. What you want to be doing is getting those guys back a little bit and trying to avoid that. We do see Plague of Rust going down, and that's a really nice synergy. Marauder Champions lack AP, but they hit hard. So dropping that on the Solar Spears is going to be good. But a big old Banishment going down. It does rip apart these Marauder Hunter Javelins. It potentially rolls into these guys. We'll have to see. Lord Chicken is able to hold his backfield. The Marauder Horsemen and Condom Wolves trying to find their way in. Objective is owned by Norsca. Norsca's a relatively high leadership faction. I mean, their faction mechanic, the Rage, when they fight, they get leadership. Up to additional +8 on the entire roster, right, if they're all fighting. So that's going to make them very hard to get off that point. And it could, you know, be a lament of Lord Chicken that he didn't move up and fight a little bit earlier. So Javelin throwing away into the Bastillodon with the Solar Engine. We do see the Sar Spears shank it away into the Marauders. And it's looking to be a pretty close fight. Lord Chicken is actually a little bit ahead in this game. Seems like he's outvaluing a lot of these units. The Marauder champions are grinding well, though. Some of them are a little bit beat up. And the Solar Engine play from Lord Chicken has been very clean. He's been able to shoot back against the Marauders here. We do see the Marauder Horsemasters coming about to try and flank into the Spheres, maybe, to break their leadership. But Lord Chicken does have his Fire Leeches and his Skinks counter-firing here. A lot of HP damage going down to the Marauder Horsemen. Throg Daddy in the front and his Marauder champion still grinding well. Another Solar Engine shot in guard mode, obviously still getting good value. Condomolf's trying to pick this Bastillodon here. Not quite able to get in there, though. The Sara Spears, the big, meaty dinosaurs, they do move in, and they are able to use their poking sticks probably to fend off these Condomolfs. And they're going to be sent running for the hills. So looking here, we do see objective number 1, the only objective, owned by the forces of Norska. So still hanging there. They're approaching 300 seconds here. They'll only need to hold for another 200 seconds after that, which is pretty big. So that's going to be, you know, around 3 minutes, give or take. The Lizards are honestly doing really well. It's wild. Their durability, their leadership, some of the magic. The Solar Engines are focusing down a lot of the support elements. Granted, the value isn't crazy. Marauder Champion's now getting into the Spears, though. And Mazdamundi is in danger, and this could be where Stratgame pulls the game back. Lord Mazdamundi is going to start getting hammered by Big Daddy Throg. Throg hits very hard against large targets, but how many of us have been lured to our deaths trying to kill Slan in Total War Competitive? I for sure can attest to that. They're the sweet sirens of the jungle. You try and get them, and they lure you to your doom on their mobility scooters here. Ruination of Cities. Oh my god, that Ruination was perfect! It just like wrecked those Marauder Hunter Javelins. That's like as good as it gets for Lord Chicken. Oh my god. Searing Doom coming down. Good cast against the Saurus there. Get some respectable HP damage. Looking around the battlefield, Norska doesn't have much, guys. They're looking pretty bad in terms of their overall health. Skinwolf's coming back in. A couple of these guys coming in as well. And now the point is going to start being contested. We see a couple of Skinks moving up onto that. And Norska is like, they're on the back foot, man. There's a lot of Sara Spears left here. I really didn't think that build would be as clean work as cleanly as it did, but it seems to be working well. I thought the Marauder Champions would pose more of a threat, but I suppose the Bastillodons are good enough in dual purpose as anti-infantry pieces that they can get it done. So the sweet Siren of Lustria, his big old chair here, luring in Throg. Throg's anti-large doing some damage, but the net is going to be going down. They're so tough to kill. They're so tough to kill, the Mazdamundi. He is such a nightmare. So on objective 1, we do see the Skink cohorts battling it out. And looking around the battlefield, what do we got here? Solar Engine still very much operational. I feel like he's like Palpatine, really. You'll find that my Solar Engines are quite operational when your friends arrive. Yeah, basically. But the Bastillodons shooting and picking off the Skinwolf models methodically, hiding under the Spears. The objective is going to be getting flipped, so obviously Lord Chicken is a domination player, primarily. And it looks like, though, he's able to come in and compete with the land battle folk, that's for sure. And he gets in and he grabs objective 1. So now, you know, the threat is gone for now of the objective situation. It would have been a little bit longer here. Throg is taking Mazdamundi to the club still. Both Solar Engines are still very healthful. Not healthful, but healthful. Healthful, I guess that's an actual word, right? But a big break here. The terror route coming in from the Bastillodons, the laser beams. They're shooting freaking laser beams from their heads. Throg really trying to pick off Mazdamundi. Balance of power is actually just like dead even still. Man, it's really, really close. Banishment going down from Lord Chungus in the backfield is going to be hitting the Marauder Hunters. And Solar Engines are now going to be turning their attention to Throg to try and take down the leadership of the army. But if Throg can kill, you know, Mazdamundi, that's pretty big. There's going to be some sort of witchcraft going down here. What is that? Is that a Searing Doom on Mazdamundi's head? Okay, that is going to do some damage and also wreck these Sars here a little bit. Man, Stratgame is so scrappy, dude. He does not give up. Like, when everything looks so bleak for Norska, he's just like, he's finding a way, dude. Throg is shaken, though. The Solar Engine shots are doing work, and the sweet Siren of Lustria continuing to move. His royal thickness, getting away from Throg. He nets down Throg, and if Throg gets laser beamed and routed, that's going to be a disaster. Throg actually gets terror routed here, and the Spears, he's still a troll after all. And yeah, that's really a game changer. Cold Blood keeping the big thickness in it. A couple Spears fighting here on the outside. Bastillodon Solar Engine, a little bit vulnerable maybe to some Skinwolf play. We'll have to see. But if he finds a way to, you know, chase Throg off the battlefield, that's game over, right? If these Fire Leech Bolas can, you know, hunt him, maybe. So the Sweet Siren of Lustria continues. His Royal Thickness hanging out on Objective 1. What a close knockdown drag-out game. Throg has come back, though, and he still has a ton of room before his healing cap, but he gets laser beamed to the face. He goes to -2 leadership again, immediately gets charged, and he's at -4, and Throg is broken immediately and instantly by the solar engines. Wow, what a match. So Throg is going to be fleeing the scene, getting hunted down by the Pterodon Riders. Lord Chicken is a rampaging today, absolutely rampaging, taking down some very, very tough opponents. And looks like he's going to take down another one, another notch to his belt. GG, well played, Lord Chicken with the steel chair. The Solar's engines, they proved me wrong. If I was a betting man looking at those builds, I would have probably picked Norska. But he got it done. Great, clean Chungus play. All right. The allure of the Slan wins another game. I know it does. Freaking lasers on Dino, seriously. 69 kills, the blessed number, that's what she said. And what else did well? Yeah, just a grind, really. Mazda Money did fine. The Solar Engines carried that game, though. They picked off Skin Wolves, they picked off Skirmishers, they sniped Throg. It was a lot. GG. Stratgame was an absolute Chad today. He took down Berserk, dude. That was nuts. All right. So GG, well played to those mighty champions. And now let us go to the brackets. And Lord Chicken is going to be advancing on to the grand final. So the Lizards have made it to the finals. It wouldn't be their first faction war win, but it would be their first in over like 4 years. It would be, so it's basically a different game now. And now we have the most forbidden duel of fates. The Demons of Slaanesh versus Kislev. That is an awful matchup for demons. It has to be. Because they only have Slaaneshi demons. Right? That's rough. I don't know. If Arrow wins this, he's the chosen one. He already kind of is for defeating Empire, but this is like, oh my god. How do you beat Kislev with like 7 Slaanesh units that you have to choose from? I have no idea. I have no idea, dude. But hey, making it to top 4 is pretty sweet. That is pretty sweet indeed. This would be insane. We're on the flats of Kislev. It's a pretty open map. No idea what to expect from these gentlemen here. No idea. Arrows Haggard Slaanesh is in top 4. Out of 25 players, too, he's in the top 4. Yeah, it's insane. If Chicken wins, you best make him a Shredder mini. I'll talk to him and see what he wants. I don't have the Shredder mini. It's not a mini. That's like a massive model. But probably we could do like a Slan. We could do Kroxigor, Saurus. If he wants like a Skink Priest, we could do that. Cold One Rider. We'll talk. Whoever wins gets to choose. Kislev, there are old Kislev minis, so we would find one of the old Haggard Kislev Boyars probably for Kislev and do it. He's playing a sub-faction today. So Aerocrastic chose this. I always invite one extra player to play a sub-faction. So he's playing like a sub-faction of the Demons of Chaos, basically. If you guys are newer to Total War, you might not remember in Warhammer 2, we had sub-factions. So I created a tradition back then of inviting one player to play a meme faction, basically. Yeah. It's wild stuff, man. I feel like Kislev could win this. Yeah, Kislev is so favored in this match. Like, I don't know how you, like, with the limitations he has, maybe if Arrow could use some other demons, he would have a chance. But against, like, a fully armed and operational Kislev, I don't see any way. It's going to be, because Pigman's been playing very clean today, too. Yeah, that's just truly forbidden. Although, that's like pure evil Kislev. It's like SEs with healing, although the passive healing item is gone. Arrow's Fiends might have an opportunity here. We'll have to see. A couple Exalted Demonettes would be nice. He's going to regret bringing that Chariot again. But I don't know, man. There's going to have to be some big blunders. Fiends are good against a lot of those units. They're good against the elite infantry and, all that goodness here. I don't know how he gets this. That build is a little weird for Kislev, though. It's not what I expected. So maybe it makes me think maybe there's a slim chance for Slaanesh. If they can get those big surrounds. We'll find out. Talk to Arrow. He said he wanted a shirtless Sigvald. We could do that. Yeah, we could do that for sure. A shirtless Sigvald? Yeah, that's pretty great. All right, guys. So looking at this build here, it is going to be the Snow Leopards, backed up here by the Zargard, as well as the Frostworm, which has anti-large. I don't remember it having that. It must have gotten changed at some point. We also have the Incarnate Elemental Beast, which is a Mortis engine, but it's not going to be terribly useful against like Fiend type units. And Katarine is also going to be on this Frost Beast. And it is go time. It is definitely an evil Kislev build. Oh, this is so evil, dude. This is so foul, you know? It's so incredibly foul. For some reason, because usually there's a cap of like, I guess let's see, 1, 2, 3. Because the Snow Leopards must not count towards the single entity cap or something. It must be what it is. I mean, I think boxing like this gives Arrow a chance, actually. Because if Arrow can get a full surround, the triangle of hell, it really is. Yeah, so he's going to move up to that objective here. The Frost Room has had anti-large for ages, yeah. The Patriarchs, what do they have in terms of healing? They probably just have the healing ability, Salak's Lullaby. Arrow does have Slicing Shards, does he? He's got Pavane and Acquiescence. Okay, so no Slicing Shards. This is going to be pretty evil. Yeah. Kislev is always the problem child. Like, everybody's having fun. Everybody's doing, you know, having a good time. And then Kislev just rolls up and, you know, and trolls. It's just how it is. So we got Demonettes coming around and Fiends of Slaanesh. Chariots are also here. Seeker Chariot's going to be pretty much useless here, probably. But yeah, Arrow's going to grab the point initially. He's making his opponent move up. The cycle charging and the Demonettes might be pretty cost effective here. The Fiends move in, get a little bit of action, and then they pull back. The Snow Leopards are there. Arrow could also use Pavane to like pick some things off, so he could try and Pavane a unit to rampage it out of the box if he wants to. The Bermuda Triangle build that makes things disappear. Oh, that's so good, Pwn. I love that. That's like perfection. That's like perfect. All right, so Arrow's going to have to micro like a God King here if he wants any chances. It's going to be so hard, though. All right, so Fiends coming around the backside here. They're diving in. And Seekers of Slaanesh are going to be concaving in as well. Demonettes have not engaged yet, but the big fight is on, and Arrow is going to be committing to the fight, and he is going after Katarine. So he rampages Katarine. We got the Fiends and the Seekers and everybody piling in to do battle. Katarine is taking a bit of damage from that, you know, Greater Demon here. Seeker Chariots being awful and just randomly taking damage, but the cycle charging is in full effect, and we do see the army-wide rampage going down. Seeker is getting absolutely obliterated, and there is going to be a Frostmaiden's Kiss right there, down the Demonettes of Slaanesh. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is so disgusting. Dude, Kislev is so foul. Like, even without the Frost Dog, the Frost Cats, like, he could do this exact same thing. And I don't even know what Slaanesh Demons have such limited tools against blobs. So, like, most factions wouldn't have problems with this, but, like, Slaanesh is just so inept at dealing with this type of a build. Although Arrow's doing a good job, but there's a lot of healing in play. That's going to be incredibly hard to deal with. We see Furies and, you know, Fiends coming in. And the Zargard are dying. We do see them actually wavering here and taking a little bit of damage. Seeker Chariots are poking them. Arrow's going to be pulling back here a little bit. Fiends of Slaanesh are also damaged, but Howl of the Great Beast is going down as well. We do see the Zargard at 69 models. They're shaken. The other Zargard here are going to be breaking in about 9 seconds. They'll be turning and running. The Exalted Keeper of Secrets is there. And, yeah, that is something. Fiend's going to be circling around. Zargard here broken, number 1. The other Zargard here are going to be breaking relatively soon. Do they have enough left to really do much? I mean, we see the Bounce of Power isn't, like, atrocious yet. The big Greater Demon does get hit with the Death Frost, which is like a Spirit Leech ability, and we do see the Furies descending on the Snow Leopards. It's a good engagement for them, actually. Fiends are still chewing through these units, and that is going to be some Fiends of Slaanesh also coming over here and diving in. And we do see some of the Snow Leopards getting beaten down really quickly. That Greater Demon with the Horn of Corn is actually feasting on them pretty hard. It's actually a lot closer than I expected. We do see the Rampage going down once again, so everything's going to be out of control. He's keeping it really close. So wavering, -9 leadership, and is he running for the hills? Find out. Yep, broken Snow Leopard there. And now we see the Exalted Keeper of Secrets doing battle with the Incarnate Elemental, which is super cool. And also the Fiends are going to get us around. We have a couple Demonettes still fighting, some healthy Demonettes here and healthy Fiends. The Keeper is basically just trying to get picks wherever it can, and now it's going to get attacked by pretty much the full Goon Squad here. There are some supporting elements, though. We do see the Seekers of Slaanesh getting a decent little flank engagement there, and the Exalted Keeper of Secrets has pulled back, which is smart. Fiends charging in from the other side. So most of the Kislev infantry has died here, and has paid the Troll Toll. But yeah, it is go time. Exalted Keeper of Secrets comes back. Going to be cycle charging back in here once again. Incarnate Elemental of Beasts gets a bit of a flank damage. I would imagine Salak's Lullaby is going to be coming off cooldown as Tor's battle him. Snow Leopard is going to be running back, and it looks like Arrow's going to be intercepting here. And I mean, this is a really good showing from Arrow. Like, considering Kislev, Kislev could bring 10 different builds and probably win this. But he's putting on a great fight here, and you can see a lot of the units here are actually kind of wavering and beat up. That Snow Leopard getting punched in the face by that Exalted Keeper of Secrets, and the other Snow Leopards running as well. Pretty brutal. Demonette's still grinding it out, but Bounce of Power, the big Lord is a little too low and doesn't have any way of really healing effectively here. So that's just going to be too much. You know, it's like Slaanesh has always struggled against those type of builds. Like they struggle against Nurgle, they struggle against Kislev, and that's an unfortunate person to run into in the semis. GG, well played, nice try. The dreaded Kislev mouth breathing is upon us. And that is that. I always thought Snow Leopards counted towards the SE cap though, but I guess they don't. It's kind of weird. Because CA does have CA cap, unit caps built in, but maybe it just doesn't include Snow Leopards. That's pretty funky. I mean, did they have unit caps on? Let's see. Yeah, they did. Wow, that's wild. Well, that's probably something for future tournaments that I would restrict. Because I want to keep it to that like relative limit of like the CA unit caps, which is 5. But I don't know why Snow Leopards don't count towards it. Maybe they don't. It's weird. All right, guys. GG, well played. A nice attempt. Pure evil. And now we're in the grand finals. So let's head to the bracket and see if the Lizards can take down the villainous Kislevites. Arrow had a good run, but that was a tough one for sure. That was a tough one. Okay, let's do this. Set this up here. And do we have our grand finals lobby? Let me go ahead and organize that. So, Faction War Finals. Okay, host is a spectator. So it's going to be Lord Chicken versus Kislev. Man, Kislev is evil. Extra evil. All right, so Pigman and Lord Chicken feed. There we go. Let's get it going, man. Let's have some fun. Harrison, we have very loose restrictions today. I wasn't even aware Kislev could do that. I assumed the Snow Leopards were in the 5 unit cap category, but apparently not. So that's pretty brutal. Arrow had a really good run. It was super solid for sure. I'll never forgive Kislev for this. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a single entity more if you bring 10 of them. Yeah, yeah. How did Snow Leopards? Snow Leopards have always been pretty good in land battle. In Dom, they're a little bit not as good because they don't really provide a lot to the more infantry-heavy meta. We got Pigman in here, and Conquest is going to be the final map. This is the Duel of Fates. This is for all the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Tower of Hoeth. It's going to be our map. Tower of Hoeth. All right, and let's get this party started. Yes, rise. Rise, minions. Kislev is more degenerate. Yeah, they are for sure. Yeah, I think for the next one, like nothing has been problematic today except that, in my opinion. And that's one of the reasons we're doing this. So a lot of this tournament is to collect feedback. I think all the nuances of the Conquest mode in general have been really good. I just think we have loose unit restrictions, CA unit caps plus a couple extra ones, but I would probably include Snow Leopards in the 5 unit cap. I'm not going to change the rules mid-tournament, but for the next one, I think if we just change that, I think we're fine. Yeah, I think we're fine. All right, boys. It's go time. Let's get it. Let's see what we got. And it is time for Lord Chicken to face off against the dreaded Pigmen. It's going to be Lizardmen versus Kislev. I have no idea how this matchup goes. I suspect Lizardmen can do some really nasty stuff too. They can bring some big dino punishment squads. And Lord Chicken has excellent micro and play, as you've seen today. He's had some scary upsets. Kislev doesn't really have upsets per se. You know, they're expected to win all their matches. I don't know what matchups are actually bad for them. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I actually don't even know. Yeah, no, Hadries, but today's about learning. Like, you know, we're just going off what people tell you. Nobody even thought to mention this. The Rats did good. The Rats did good. This is best of 3, best of 1. Yeah, best of 1. It's the time, man. It's the time. Lizards are going to win, you think so? You believe in them? Yeah, none of the other limits really seem necessary, though. Like, looking at the other restrictions, like, I think everything was pretty clean. Like, even the double Hippogriff stuff from Britannia wasn't even that strong, and we didn't even see Grail Knights be brought. Always been a fan. Finally have the means to give back. Thank you, man. Greatly appreciate it, John. I'm glad you're enjoying all the goods. Today's been a good learning experience, for sure. It is go time. Yes. 5 Carnosaurs? Yeah, you could. I mean, you can't bring 5. I think Carnosaurs are limited to like 2 or 3. CA has like built-in unit caps. I don't know why Snow Leopards aren't included on SE caps. That's very weird. I mean, they do die really quickly. Like, the Snow Leopards were getting like 1 or 2 shot by that Greater Demon, but it's hard to catch them out in the open field, you know? It's very tough. Very, very tough. Yeah, cheers, man. Cheers. Okay, let's ready this bad boy up. I am the host now. Lord Chicken Feed, I think, lives in Germany. I don't know where Pigman's from. I have no idea. Yeah. You're sitting in the Lizardman bleachers? Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, Dinos against Kislev. I wonder what that matchup looks like in Dom mode. Kislev is so dominant in Dom mode. They're so favored. Having to dredge up an old Kislev mini will be pretty funny if they do end up winning it. Because like they only have like the really ancient minis. Kislev in Dom mode are... Oh, Lizardmen. Oh, man. In Dom mode, they're 6-1 against Lizards. Ugh. That's not an easy one, brother. That is not an easy one. You believe in the old one's plan? CA does have limits on STs, actually. I think, right? I have to take a look. I'll have to take a look at that Salinator. Because most factions can't abuse it quite like that, because they don't have like anything that's really cheap that you can spam out. Like, most monsters will have their own limits, I suppose. It's just weird, because the Snow Leopards are so cheap. And that it kind of like goes around that. I'll have to look at that, yeah. I'm more of a fan of dinosaurs here. Yeah, dinosaurs are cool. They're cool. Imagine winning with vampire counts, making you paint the old Nagash model. That'd be pretty sweet, Mark. Yeah. The old Nagash model is legendary. Have you guys seen it? It's just such a meme. Google that. Nagash Total War or Nagash Warhammer Fantasy model. Not the new one from Age of Sigmar, but like the old one from the like friggin' 90s. It's the jankiest thing ever. Yeah, we would probably get an actual Kislev mini, like a Winged Lancer or like some Kossar General guy or something. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of it. Plus, my wife would certainly enjoy painting Kislev. Which race is good against him? I don't know in land battle, honestly. I really don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. All right, guys, the battle is on, and it's go time. It is go time. Okay, perfect. Lord Chicken is partying. He is ready to go. I expect some big dinos here with healing. Like, I feel like you got to play that grind with Kislev, with Lizardmen. I don't think Solar Engine's here in this matchup. I mean, I guess they could pick off Cav models and things like that. Yeah. No idea. Geltblom's Terror? I don't think we're going to see the Arwar Carnos. Did Carnos get any sort of buffs in 5.1? I don't think they did. I don't think they did. Do the other players watch when they're not playing? Yeah, probably. I would imagine they do. They're allowed to. There's no rules against it. A Mortis Engine model? Oh my god, no. I just painted an Iron Demon for Chaos Dwarves, and that took me so long. Oh god. There's so many little details, and then you have to paint like all the crew members and everything. It's such a nightmare. Yeah. Lizardmen is... You're saying they're like India? I wouldn't say that. They're more like South American. Yeah. In terms of influences. There's in Warhammer Fantasy, there does exist a faction that's inspired by India, right? It's just not hasn't ever had like, I think there might have been some niche tabletop models in like a White Dwarf or something, but yeah. Hard to say. Hard to say. Portal of Hell opens and Kislev walks out. Yeah. They've been such a problem, man. I've been calling for Kislev nerfs for so long, and CA is always like just like slaps them on the wrist. They never give like proper hard nerfs. That faction is just so brutal, you know? They're so brutal. Yes. Yeah, Mesoamerican, mostly Aztec. Yeah, makes sense. Ind? It's literally just called Ind, right? Yeah, that's fun. It's a good time. Beastmen, like, they got snakes and sort of cool stuff like that, yeah. You know, that's one thing I do like about Warhammer Fantasy, though. I know some people use it as a criticism. They're like, oh, it's so derivative and, you know, it's uninspired, just taking from real world cultures. But for me, that's honestly part of the reason I like it so much. Okay, yeah, definitely a more reasonable Kislev build here. It's just, yeah, it's pretty normal. This is just spears, bows, some anti-large leopards, and yeah, some Griffin Legion. This could go either way. These builds look pretty like tuned against each other. The only weakness is the Croxigors. They're not going to be super excellent, although they will absorb a lot of arrows and can help against Griffin Legion charges as well. So it's go time, man. It is go time. Let's see how this unfolds. This looks like, yeah, this is good. I like this. I like this. This is good. The builds are nice. I was afraid there would be some forbidden build that would just be super OP, but this one looks reasonable on both sides. And this is a good finale here. Everybody feared Kislev going into the event. They feared them. And it is time. So we have encountered here. Lord Chicken is loading in. Perfect. No drama, no disconnects. And ladies and gentlemen, looking on the other side here, we do have Kislevite warriors. It's going to be 5 of them in total. They do kind of get wrecked by Saurus. They're relatively squishy with low armor. Even like skink javelins can put hurt on them. Snow leopards are there to chase large targets and have some fun. And we do have the Ice Witch, who has apparently been very meta today. And it is going to be rocking Hawks of Miska, which will be good at clearing out skinks and okay against Saurus warriors as well. The Discourage is also quite nice. We got Griffin Legion and Griffin Legion. So they are here, and they're one of the better cav units in the game. Weak against Cold on Spear Riders and against armor in general, but there are no Cold on Spear Riders in this build, so not going to have too much to worry about. Now, for the build of Lord Chicken Feed, we got the dreaded Lizard Hordes. It's going to be Saurus Spears with Skink Cohorts in the secondary. Croxigors with their spanking paddles are pretty great. Armor piercing and, good armor themselves. And they can fight against, like, Griffin Legion type units as well. Snow Leopards will be a little bit tricky to deal with for this build, I think. It is going to be a Slan Mage of Shadows. Whoa, that's weird. I'm really surprised you're not seeing a healing Slan with such a big monster and like Croxigors. And it is going to be a Stegodon with the Bolt Thrower on top, so the Bolt Thrower is just going to be shooting at, God knows what. I feel like the Kislev build is a little bit better against this build, if I had to say. That's just my initial assessment, but, I was wrong about Lord Chicken earlier, so we will find out. Yeah, very, very cool color scheme. But the Shadow Slan is very curious. Pit of Shades and Melkoth are both good. Melkoth spam against Griffin Legion is going to be great. But like this build has almost nothing to effectively deal with the big monster, like the Ice Witch here. The Snow Leopards are just god-awful against infantry. They're terrible against infantry, but yeah, tricky. I'm surprised we're not seeing healing out of the Lizards. A big monster would have been interesting, but yeah, the Ice Witch with Tempest does have anti-large too on that Frostworm. I totally forgot Frostworms had anti-large, by the way. I totally forgot. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the armies are going to move forward, getting ready to do battle. Kislev does have a lot of archers. I mean, the Lizards are durable against it, but yeah, not having any healing makes me very nervous. But Kislev also does not have healing. They didn't bring any Patriarchs this time around, so, what you see is what you got. Yeah, Shadow Slan is a forbidden tech. You certainly don't see that often. Pit of Shades is good against Kislev, though. If they do bring any sort of elite units, or like a box or, Zargard, whatever, you can get some work done. Here we see the Snow Leopards maneuvering around the back, and Saurus Spears will eventually beat Kislevite warriors, but that's going to take a long time. And Kislev does have a ton of these Kossars back here. They have a whole ton. All right, so the Spears going to engage against the Kislevite warriors, and then we got to, watch the flank engagements. These bows don't have the best AP values, but even with volume of fire, they can wear down Croxigors. You can see the Croxigors are going to pull back. On the outside, we see Griffin Legion. There should be a countercharge from the Croxigors here, but it looks like he's going to miss it. So already a blunder there. Pigman going to be circling around the back with the Griffin Legion, as well as the Ice Witch of Tempest. And here we have the Griffin Legion getting nailed by Melkoth, which is extremely cost-effective. A couple skinks against the Kislevite warriors here are going to be engaging. And that Archer Corps is just kind of teeing off and having quite a bit of fun. Leopards do get engaged against Croxigors. There is going to be a Blizzard going down and a Skink Cohort Javelin. Not Blizzard. Oh, that's right. Hawks of Miska. A little bit better. But even still, Croxigor is getting melted here. The Shadow Slan is going to be on his way back. Okay, there is the Bastillodon with the Rev Crystal that I did miss in my initial build, which is going to be very helpful. So Lord Chicken does have some healing. Shield of the Old Ones and no Cold Blood, but just Shield of the Old Ones going to be keeping these guys fighting. And that Bastillodon might need to engage against melee to fight against those guys. It might need to happen. Big Banishment going down from the Battletoad is able to cook a lot of these Kossars with spears, so that's pretty cost-effective right there. But Croxigor's, battling all this anti-large. The Croxigor is definitely the weak link in the build. That is for sure. Kislevite warriors here, close to breaking. We got a lot of skinks over here on this side. A couple of spears are going to be maneuvering back, but they are heavily, heavily surrounded. And I don't know if I agree with this. Lord Chicken is making a big mistake not engaging. This Stegodon hits hard, and with the charge bonus, it could definitely do some good damage against these guys. That is for sure. The other Snow Leopard there is going to be a summon, so there is a summon on the Ice Witch. In the backfield, we do see all of the Kossar shooting away, and now the Stegodon engages, but it was a little bit late to the party. Shadow Magic here feels like it's going to be a little bit limp. I mean, many aspects of the battle are going okay for Lizards, but that engagement over here with the Kroxigors and everything was very, very strange. But now they're going to be moving back in. We see the Stegodon getting poked down, a couple Stink Cohort Javelins there to support, and the Rev Crystal is also nearby. Is it going to be dropping heals on the Stegodon? Yeah, not having heals on this big boy is definitely a strange one. Also, no anti-large. Like, Kislev is a faction that's known for large cavalry. I don't, like, if Lord Chicken had replaced those Kroxigors with, like, Cold on Spear Riders or maybe some form of anti-large, I can't help but feel it would have been just much smoother for him, but he ended up kind of getting put in a bit of a hard situation in that way. Balance of power, though, does favor Kislev, to no one's surprise, and in the back we do see all of the archers shooting away. Oh, we have some Ice Guards in the back, too. That's really cool to see. Ice Guard Glaives are a really badass unit. Hox and Miska taking leadership. The Stegodon here hanging in there, but it is getting hunted by the Leopards, who are getting a little bit damaged right now. Definitely need to see a Cold Blood here to try and stabilize the Stegodon. If it gets routed and chased down by a Snow Leopard, that could be a GG situation here for Lord Chicken. But man, not having healing for like a big expensive SE feels really, really bad. And it looks like it just barely stabilizes there and is going to be duking it out. In the meantime, the Archer Corps doing very well. You can see the Archers are shooting away here, causing a ton of havoc. The Battletoad and the Stegodon are battling it out versus Snow Leopards, and honestly winning the fight. The Snow Leopards here are getting damaged, but God, if the Lizards had like one Earthblood here to heal these units, this could just be an absolutely brutal one. Absolutely brutal one. Slan Mage, gonna have Shadows, gonna be pulling back. We do see the Bastillodon Rev Crystal in some trouble. Lord Chicken needs to get back to microing the Stegodon. Like having it shoot its bolt thrower there isn't as cost effective as having it in melee, in my opinion. A close-ish game. I think the build is just off for Lord Chicken. I think this is winnable. It's just the build feels a little bit incomplete. I mean, the Snow Leopards are getting smashed down. They're all getting killed, and I'm curious to see what kind of value the Snow Leopards have. So far, this one hasn't paid for itself. This one hasn't paid for itself quite yet. I'm sure it will soon, as it's going to be jumping onto the big man. The Snow Leopard's broken here, but you need to stabilize the Stegodon if you want any chance of winning here for the Dinos. It needs to get back here. It needs to get Rev Crystal. There it is. Rev Crystal going down, and Lord Chicken is moving in, and we actually see the Ice Witch getting its leadership broken by the Stegodon Chad. So here it comes. It's going to get rammed once again, and here comes the Kislev Cavalry getting hit by Melkoth. Spears are going to be detaching to try and fight that. And we see the Stegodon getting ready to break. That's a disaster. Losing that thing is very, very unfortunate right there. And here we do see objective still being held by Kislev, if I'm not mistaken. A little bit of a potential crash here. That would be very unfortunate if somebody crashed here. Hopefully not. But the Ice Witch getting smashed up. The Stegodon Beast has been fighting well. It's gotten about 1,000 value, which isn't terrible. This is a really good play. Using Hox and Miska to debuff leadership has been very strong by the Kislev player all day. And the Stegodon, though, probably going to get chased off. Lizards don't really have too much to protect it or stabilize it at this point. We do see the Ice Witch taking a lot of damage, actually. But look at this back here. We have some very cool units coming in from the Pig. He's got the Ice Guard Glaives. They are an absolute menace. They're going to be shooting into these units here. Sara Spears are charging, but also being focus fired pretty heavily. And in the meantime, we do see the big old Ice Witch rallying, or by our blood. Yeah, it should be wearing off here in a second, and then she's going to be back in business. So Sara Spears are very, very low in numbers. I don't see any chance for the Lizards to get this game here. That's for sure. Snow Leopards able to chew down the Stegodon. And yeah, they've just about paid for themselves, probably. Ice Witch is shaken. The Battletoad is doing actually reasonably well against her. Despite her 110 armor and durability, she's taken a lot. Close-ish game. Not super one-sided, but the Kroxigors were just useless. Like, there was 3 elements in Lord Chicken's build that basically contributed nothing to the game. They just died. And I think that's what's going to end up costing them. Did the Stegodon die? The Stegodon has been dragged down. Now we see the Battletoad versus the Leopards here, and that is probably going to be army losses soon, because now all these bows are going to get in position. The Kislevite Archer Corps has been very MVP over the course of today's stream. They've been very, very good. And ladies and gentlemen, that is probably going to be it. And we have our Faction War winner. Is one that was expected. I suspect some people got it on their brackets. Let me know, what were your scores on the brackets after this match? I want to see what you guys got going, but that is going to be the Slan Mage. And yes, GG, well played. Congratulations to Pigman and Kislev. They have done it. He has maintained the Kislev power and shown why they are truly tyrannical. And it's given us a lot to look at in terms of restrictions for like next tournaments and things like that. So that was, again, one of the main points of having today so wild, is that we could discover. And honestly, the only real problematic thing I noticed was maybe the Snow Leopards. I think those are pretty brutal when they're allowed to be used like in those kind of numbers. GG, well played. Although this game wasn't even bad. Like, they did well this game because this build, like, fed into them. We had the Croxagors, like, who were dog shit against them. Nothing here was... There was no anti-large in this Lizard build. And the Shadow Magic was decent, I suppose. But I think Life Magic would have gone longer. Although, I don't know. Hard to say, guys. Hard to say. GG, well played, guys. So many good matches today. If you enjoyed the stream, do drop a like on the way out. We got a lot of great feedback. I think we have a lot to go look at regarding Conquest mode. So I can take a look at some of this data and get feedback from the players, send that over to CA. And on top of that, we can look at more restrictions if need be. I felt like the loose restrictions were very fine with every faction except maybe one. So that's good. All right, guys. GG, well played. Arrow, definitely the honorary champ there with the Demons of Slanesh making it to top 4. And that was a lot of fun. GG, well played, guys. We'll see you guys around. That's going to be it for today. And I wanted to sincerely thank you guys all for sticking around. And we'll be back with the Faction War probably sooner than you think. We'll probably have one in the next like 3 weeks. I'm going to be leaving for Poland soon. Not soon, but like at the end of August. So probably like middle of August, like, you know, August 20th, 18th. Somewhere around that time frame we'll do it. But congrats to Pigman. They are the winner for today. GG. Well played. And we will see you guys around. Congrats. Urson's chosen have done it to the surprise of no one. Adios, do widzenia, and let's check those brackets.